go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Check. 1, 2.
I'm the last one. I'll be whatever you want. The funk in this reggae sound.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Another day to you. It doesn't mean straight up. I want you guys to remember that some of the biggest dips that we will ever see in our entire lives will happen on the front side of a squeeze. Always the biggest dips are on the front side. So remember that there's always those dips before you can see those big rips. And again, those dips start to fade a little bit once you start to go down the back side of a squeeze. So day over day volume increasing. And dip sizes getting larger and larger, or smaller and smaller rather, it means you're on the backside. Knowing you're on the front side is when volume is increasing day over day, and dip sizes are increasing. So it doesn't mean straight up. Remember that, because that's going to be our futures ahead of us. And so I'm just trying to remind you guys. Let's see here. So let me take you guys over to the other page. I know I'm a little bit late starting this morning. Let's get to the other page. Let me see here where I'm at. That's not what I want. This is what I want. All right, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive access to your account, you might want to do that. You never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Last but not least, make sure you have those statements in your possession of your portfolio. Anytime you have changes to your portfolio, download it with just a few clicks, your statement from your portfolio by your broker to ensure that you have that as documents on record. That way that if something should happen, you have proof of what it is that you held prior to any changes that may occur. All right, let's do this, shall we? I know. Apex, if you're in here, Apex, and I think he is, yeah, he's in here. He's pissed. He's super pissed this morning. Or he's going to be, I'm not sure which. Because his price prediction yesterday, by the way, he went with 469 to 569, which means he had a 520, or 519, rather, price prediction. And we all watched it close at 519 yesterday, and then they did that last-minute adjustment at the end of the day and rose to 520. So instead of getting 3 bonus points, or 2 bonus points plus the point for getting the price prediction right, instead of getting those 3 points yesterday, he's only going to end up getting 2. unfortunately. So he's going to be like, robbed, rigged. Here we go. The tantrums come. Here they come. Just wait for it. Let's see here. We've got, so let me add up the points here. I don't think anybody missed with a 520 price prediction on predictions yesterday. Yep, nobody missed. So point for everybody else. Let's see here. Four. I'm still behind with 3. And then we've got Apex getting 2 points to his 1, so he's got 3. All right. Let's see here. So, short exempt volume. Our volume was obviously down yesterday, so that short exempt volume is probably going to fall a little bit. I don't know, maybe it should have been higher than what it was yesterday. Like 777,000 for the amount of shares that we had traded. Seemed like it was a pretty low number to me. So maybe we'll see it go up, even though the volume came down a little bit. I'm not sure what we're going to see, but let's check it out. We are having short exempt volume reported at 593.5. So it did come down a little bit, as did volume. Day-over-day price change, we were up 5.91% yesterday, which is almost the exact opposite of where we were, down 5.94% the previous day. And that gives us day 1 of 3. And then utilization, let's check and see where that's at. Utilization on AMC is currently showing at 75.51%. So just a tad bit higher than where it was at the end of the day, or beginning of the day yesterday. Moving on, Max Payne is showing up. We're looking at GME's numbers there. Okay, there's AMC's numbers from yesterday at $5. I don't really expect to see this to change too much. I think $5 is still going to be where Max Payne's going to be at, although we did see some large quantities of volume at 5.5 and 6. I don't think that's going to be enough to drive this upwards, though. We'll see. Yep, still $5. For next week, Max Payne is showing up at $4.50, and that is a raise of 50 cents from where it was previously. And then the week after that's showing $4.50. All right, so GME's Max Payne yesterday for June 21st was $20. We'll take a look at the 21st. Next, we'll go back to this week's, which was $27.50 yesterday. But I think that $20 Max Payne, because we all saw, we can go ahead and talk. We'll talk about it probably after I'm done with numbers and everything. But we all saw that DFV exercised some of his positions, and then he also closed some of his call positions. But they're all done. All 120,000 contracts are taken care of and should no longer be on the open interest section. So that should drive up the Max Payne a little bit, I would think, because the Max Payne was being held down by the value that was there. So we should see that Max Payne driving up to a higher value. But let's take a look at 614 first this week. It was $27.50 yesterday. It's still $27.50, I think. Let's refresh it just to make sure. Yep, $27.50. Let's see what that 6/21 date drives up to. I was guesstimating 24. Yesterday we were talking in the back of the big tramp afterwards, and I was kind of just guesstimating that it might drive up to 24 with the $20 contracts gone. Let's see. Oh, it's still 20. Holy moly, that's crazy. It's still set at 20. Wow. I'm a little shocked by that. I feel like maybe I need to take a look at these numbers again a little bit later. Like maybe they're not really accounting for it. Okay, well, let's set at 20. All right, next, let's take a look at shares traded through exchanges and how many, what percentage. Normally, by the end of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off-exchange and EDGX combined. We had 54.63% going through off-exchange, EDGX at 10.36. Combined total on that was 64.99% or 0.99% higher than what I would have expected by the end of the day. What do I have to say about that? We had a little bit more price discovery probably could have had there, as we had about an additional 1% going into those exchanges. CHX volume was pretty low for AMC. It was at 3,206. GME CHX volume for the day yesterday was at 114,474 shares. Taking a look at exchange traded volume on AMC, we had, let's see, yesterday, towards the end of the day, there was roughly around like 500,000 shares available. They did borrow another, let's see here, 250,000 shares last night after markets had closed. Returned many of those shares and then borrowed another 300,000 this morning. So we're looking at 550,000 shares borrowed so far. Yesterday it was about 450. So it's pretty close to the same numbers already. Leaving 90,000 shares available to borrow with fees at 2.62%, rebates at 2.7%. We're going to look at GMEs here real quick on this because there's actually something really interesting going on here with the available amount of shares to be borrowed. Yesterday, we all know that that DFE exercised about 4 million shares, 4,001,000 shares to be exact. And in the later portion of yesterday, the available amount of shares to be borrowed was sitting at 4 million, almost right on the dot at 1615 on yesterday. Since then, some shares have been borrowed, some returned. As of this morning, there was a total of about 4.4 million at 5:30 this morning available to be borrowed, and about 800,000 have been borrowed since then. Now, look at the rebate. The rebate is at, can you see rebate on here? Yeah, you can. It's at negative 4.32. How do you have so many shares available to borrow but have a hard to borrow status unless somebody doesn't want those shares to be borrowed because they need them for something? They may already be pre-reserved for specifically delivery of something that may be coming. I think that's kind of interesting. I don't know. I would assume that somebody's going to borrow shares in order to fulfill the order that DFE exercised. But fees are driven up to 9.64% with 4 million shares available to borrow, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But it is what it is. Just reporting to you what I see. I mean, it kind of makes sense, but it at the same time shouldn't be like that. Taking a look at what's next. Institutional ownership. Yesterday was being reported 85.4 million shares. 85.429 to be exact, and is not reporting any. Fintel is not reporting anything different today. It's the same value. I'll take you guys over to the other screen, and we will move around a couple pages and take a look at the rest of the data. Not that one. No. All right, starting with options. That's not options. Hold on a second here. What did I miss? Where is... There we go. That... Then that... All right, here we go. Starting with options. Currently for the day today, the highest amount of open interest for AMC on calls is at a $6 strike. That's where it was yesterday. There was 42.7 thousand contracts at 6. There's now 41.6, so there's definitely some calls that would have been probably either rolled over or closed out. Who knows? But there's less. And the highest amount of puts is at a $4 strike. Yesterday at 4, there was 20.8 thousand contracts. There's now 20.3. So there's definitely some puts that are being either rolled over or closed out. at a $4 strike, but the market is still suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4 and $6 by the end of this week here. So we're still looking at max pain at $5. So guess where we're probably going to be around. Taking a look at just scrolling through the options chain so you can see what's here for this week and next week. And then we'll scoot on over and check out GMEs. All right, GME. The next big strike for calls to go in the money would be at 35,670 on that side at a $30 strike. The next big put position, actually, believe it or not, really is. I mean, there's at 25, there's 13.5 thousand contracts. So that's pretty big, but the price is really closer to 30 and $30. There's actually quite a few puts there as well. 8,378. So if price continues to rise today, you're probably going to watch some of those $29.50 and $30 strikes puts closing out because they'll be afraid that they're not going to be in the money before the end of the day is over. In fact, they probably want to close those out almost as soon as the market opens, and that should help to drive price upwards as these are all in the money in here. So we should see, maybe we'll see price continue to start rising, and that'll help some of these calls to go in the money. But if these calls start getting exercised, that'll help to push price back down. So we might see an immediate open up and then a fall back down if those calls at 30 start closing out their positions. So that's what I'm seeing based off the options chain right now. And as I scroll down, there's a big chunk obviously at 35 for calls. If price moves quickly enough up this chain here, I mean, and most of these call positions just hold, then you could potentially see you could see a lot of in the money calls at 35 and 40, and that would be a gamma ramp. Taking a look at next week's positions. There we go. Let's see what we got going on this morning here. That's a refresh. All right, taking a look at Ortex. Here's our utilization driving up just slightly day over day. You can almost barely see it. Went from 75.34 to 75.51. The on-loan amount slightly driving up on AMC from 72.5 million shares to 73.51. So we're looking at 1.51 million new shares on loan. Let me write that down. Did I say 1.51? 1.01, sorry. So that means probably an estimate on new short interest somewhere in the range of like 340,000 shares probably. Let's see what Ortex is estimating an increase from 15.55% on short share interest of the free float to 15.61. So we're looking at 0.06. 368.09. So they're actually underestimating a little bit right now. They're underestimating about by about 100,000 or so. 220,000 shares is what they're suggesting is new short interest. On loan average age per day. I don't feel like 1 million shares is really enough to cause this number to drop. I feel like it should be still going up, but it depends on what was closed out yesterday. But it did. It did go up. I would have kind of expected this to go up a little bit more than it did, but it did still go up. It went from 27.31 to 27.51. And checking GME's numbers. Oh, wait. Before I do that, I forgot one more. Security lending volume Day over day fell from 14.84 million to 5.66. Moving on to GME's numbers. See, these are the things that doesn't make sense to me, right? Like, here's utilization. It was dropping. I don't know if it dropped again. No, it didn't drop again. But here you have utilization dropping. You have on loan amount dropping. You have the obviously estimated short share interest, so the free float dropping as well. All those things are kind of pointing towards a bunch of return shares here, right? And we do see a bunch of shares available to be borrowed, but that shouldn't cause things like cost to borrow to start rising, which it's not showing right here, but it will. Once today's numbers get reported tomorrow, we're going to see this big jump up on cost to borrow, and you're going to be wondering, like, at least you should be wondering, like, why is cost to borrow rising if shares are being returned and there's a lot of shares available to be borrowed? But I'm seeing cost to borrow as currently it's showing down, but we should be seeing a different number going into tomorrow, or Monday rather. But anyways, utilization did go up on. Am I looking at GME? I am. It looks like AMC's utilization. GME's utilization went up from 36.15 to 38.43 on loan amount, driving up yesterday from 36.33 to 39.73. The estimated short share interest of the free float rose from 13.79 to 14.05. And the on loan average age per day dipped from 27.06 days to 22.36. Security lending volume, just about the same day over day from 23 to... Actually, you know what? It's not reporting the security lending volume for the day. Interesting. They didn't report that yet, for whatever reason. I have no idea. Well, that's unusual. Very unusual because they reported AMC's. Very interesting. Okay, let me try refreshing this and just see if it automatically populates or something. There we go. I don't know why it didn't populate last time. It dropped from 23.69 million to 14.93. Orders by Fidelity customers, GME was third on the list with a 53.4% buy to 46.6% sell ratio. Could be a little bit better, but not terrible. I'd prefer 60-40 or better. And AMC did not make it onto the list yesterday. SSR trigger price for AMC is at $4.68 for the day today. GME at $26.21. Currently, there's 217.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 42.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 64.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 6.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. $387.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 75.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 229.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 42,000 contracts that are in the money. Next week, do note that there is, get rid of that, 173 in the money calls. In the money calls that could potentially be exercised. MMRI was 276.91 when we finished out the day yesterday, and it is now currently at 275.27. A little bit of a drop. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates. When we started out the day yesterday, it was 0.438, and ended the day at 0.45. When we're waking up now this morning, it's at 0.483. So a bit of a jump up there on the spread. And we started out the week at 0.426. More inverted. Not healthy. Not healthy for our markets. VIX futures are showing 1303. It closed yesterday around 1194, so we're looking at a big gap up on the VIX. Overnight, it's saying that the VIX is up 4.99, which should mean that the markets are just absolutely getting crushed right now. The Nikkei is up. Nikkei, whatever. It's Nikkei to me. Nikkei is up, or down rather, 0.52. Hang Seng is down 1.48. Nifty 50 is up 0.26. And there you have it. Some big drops right now in the pre-market this morning. Everything's down anywhere from 0.28% to 1.29% down for the day today. So we're definitely seeing Russell 2000 or the mid caps are taking the biggest hit out of the group here. So things are not looking all on the up and up this morning. Sectors that are actually, I'm not going to go to sectors yet. Mag 7. Of the Mag 7, 2 are green. One of which is about ready to borderline. And the only solid green one right now is one of the ones that was considered to no longer be part of the Mag 7 anymore. The Mag 6, which really moved down to like the Mag 1. Stanks and financial institutions. Let's see what we got going on in the pre-market this morning. Anything major above 2.5% or more of a change will get a shout out. Douche Stank is down 3.44. Let's see what else we have. In the pre-market, that's going to be it. That's going to be the only one I name off. Gold, currently up 1.27%, trending back up. This has been taking some crazy swings, but it's starting to form what almost looks like a nice cup, and starting to retest that level of support that we had from the past. Multiple tests on the way back up here, but it is back up to around 23.30 from 22.95 on that dip. Silver is up 0.97, trending up. Ethereum Classic's up 1.48 and trending up. The US dollar is currently showing up 0.31, trending up. Oil is not yet been traded. SPY is down 0.4. Trending down since market open. It looks like it may have found a little bit of a bounce off of 538.89. Trying to break that downtrend into an uptrend. Tesla is up 1.27 this morning with quite a bit of volatility here. Trending upwards at market open or pre-market open, and then it came down for a little bit and then rose back up to where it was. And I'd say it's kind of moving into some consolidation and around that 182.47 number. Amazon is currently down 0.51 and trending down on the pre-market. Cinemark has not yet been traded. Doge is up 0.5 and is slightly trending upwards. Bitcoin is up 0.39, trending upwards. GME is down 1% and currently trending up. Where was pre-market open? Right about here. I'd almost say, since this is pre-market open right here, I'd almost say it's just kind of consolidating with a little bit of volatility to the downside. HYMC is down 1.83. Actually, that's yesterday's numbers. Has not yet been traded. NCMI has not yet been traded. Hood is down 0.94. Started to move up in the pre-market this morning and then took a tumble. Has not broken that into an back into an uptrend just yet. So still trending down. And AMC is down 1.54 in the pre-market and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day yesterday. We had approximately, let's see here, 5, 8. Let's just call it $7.9 million more outflow than inflow. 17.87 million or 1,000 shares traded so far for the day today. In volume yesterday, I gave you a prediction of somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares traded, and we ended up hitting, I think it was like 33 million. Hold on a second here, I'm pulling it up. What did we hit? I need coffee. What did we hit? Come on, volume. Pull it up. I'll keep moving on until then. On a 4-hour chart, oh, here it is. Volume, 32.7 million. It was really close to 33. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI, 53.08, which is just slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator currently occurring, RSI at 51.07, which is average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.11, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 44.52, which is slightly below average. Taking a look at Ichimoto on a 1-hour time interval. Lagging line is on price line. Conversion is above base, but it wouldn't take much for price to get the lagging line above. Remember, the lagging line is simply a reflection of where we're currently at in price. So if price were to move up, the lagging line would be above price line. Conversion's already above base, which is great. All we need to do is trade outside of this this red shadowed area here, and that should provide us a buy signal for the day today. That's going to be right around $5 and $5.20. Actually, we got to be above the conversion. Yeah, $5.20. That's right. So we're moving on the 1 hour from 560 yesterday to 520 today. Once we move above the conversion, we want to see price staying above conversion. Obviously, the lagging line by the end of today is going to need to get back up over $5.40. But that shouldn't be too hard if we get a bunch of buying volume that kicks in here. On a 4-hour chart, what do we have going on there? On a 4-hour chart, it might not be an agreement. We did bust through this wall here on the green cloud in the trading here. Lagging line's on price line. We got to get in order for this to become a buy signal for the day today. And remember, price likes to move down through green and up through red. We don't have red cloud forming until next week. Maybe like Tuesday, late Tuesday is when that first starts up. The bottom of the cloud for the day today is going to be around 544, which is why I think I was suggesting you guys there's a small chance that we could close out this week just underneath 550. Maybe not enough for, like maybe we see price moving down below 5 temporarily, and then enough for puts to be closing out their positions at 5, and then price rising up, and there's going to be calls that are probably going to want to close on the way up. So it's going to, price is going to fluctuate a little bit, probably between that 5 and 550 range, as people decide what it is that they're going to be doing with their contracts. But you just kind of expect that that's probably going to be what's going to be the case, and then we can move into next week for looking for some upwards potential. However, I mean, there is that $5.20 buy point on the 1 hour chart that may cause some investors to come in and start buying and causing some buying pressure. If that's the case, in order for this to turn into a buy signal for us for the day today, first and foremost, we got to get the lagging line above price line, which means we need to see something probably higher than 660. Unfortunately, 660, and then because we also got to get the conversion above base, and at that point we got to get price above cloud. So we're looking at like 660. That is down though from the 690 that we had yesterday, and that's going to start to look even better as we go into next week. Those numbers are going to get smaller for where that buy point's going to come in and show a buy signal. But 660 is the number that we need to see today in order to get even more buying pressure coming in. But I'd be more focused on seeing breaking that 550 range, perhaps maybe around like Tuesday or Wednesday next week. I think that's it. What's the news? What do we got for news here? We've also We've reset a synthetic price failure. Synthetic price failure. Let me see here. Our last high was 549. Let me just verify, make sure that's correct. 549 back here. Yeah, 549. That reset the synthetic price failures, and a synthetic price failure would occur around $4.41. That's way, way down here. I'm not expecting anything like that whatsoever. What I really feel like we're kind of moving towards here, and I kind of mentioned this yesterday, and I'll get rid of the Bollinger Bands for just a second. I really feel what I see happening is this line really needs to become this. And we have a bit of a wedge kind of going on here that we're trading down into. And that kind of should kind of give you the idea of okay, well, that Tuesday breakout time frame really starting to make this wedge look like a possible breakout point, right? Like that should make this become even more obvious that breakout point's, leaving out just the tip here. I would probably draw a box like this, right? That should be, now that's Monday. That box is actually saying that sometime on Monday or maybe in the pre-market hours of Tuesday, but the Ichimoto cloud, when we were looking at it for the 4 hour, was suggesting late Tuesday. So it's possible. It's possible we trade right up into this wedge here a little bit further than I'm anticipating. This is just suggestive. Again, I'll put up the Ichimoto up here so you can see it, but there's the breakout point here where if you saw price consolidating within this wedge, this level of this rising level of support and this falling level of resistance, and you see price kind of like trending within that range there and consolidating, and then getting that breakout, that push out that's going to cause price to rise up through this red cloud and push us back into that 550 or higher range. So that's kind of what I'm seeing right now. Just because DFV exercised his positions, or 4,001,000 shares, does not mean it happens overnight. You got to go back and look in the history and see how long it takes to cook. But it does happen. All right. I'm going to take you guys back to the main page here. Let's take a look at the news real quick before we go over the back of the Big Tramp. What is the news saying? News: Inside Out 2, Mona 2, Deadpool and Wolverine. Can these three movies bring back Disney's box office billions? Benzinga is saying. Media giant Walt Disney hopes a string of upcoming movies releases put an end... I skipped. Put an end to the box office streak that took a step back in 2023. Here's a look at the importance of Inside Out 2, Mona 2, and Deadpool and Wolverine could have for movie fans, Disney investors, and Disney executives. Then they go on to talk about the box office struggles, and then looks like I don't know. All I know is this. Last night, did we have our Pokestick of Volume art? We did. Damn it. Pokestick of Volume coming in at 141,000 shares, giving us a grand total. Let's see how many shares have we traded. 2, 6, 9, 12, 17, 30, 34. We had about 160,000 shares by our Pokestick. So we're looking at less volume today than we had yesterday for sure. So yesterday we had 32 million shares traded. So I haven't plugged in my numbers yet, and I'm not going to be giving you volume predictions until just before market open when I give you price predictions. But I would expect something less than the 33 million we saw. But anyways, I bought Wolverine tickets for me and the family to go see. I know it's not till like the end of July. I think it was July 25th, maybe. I have to look here again. Hold on a second. My AMC. July 25th. So I'm gonna go see I think that's a Thursday, I think. Let me see. What day is that? Yeah, it's a Thursday. So I'm going to go see it on Thursday, July 25th, and I'll let you guys know how it is. But I already bought the tickets, and let me tell you, I had two. There's 3 screens showing it at the movie theater that I'm going to, and there was multiple times to go see it, but there were only 2. Unless I wanted to go to like a midnight showing, there was only one other time that it was available for seats that were left, and that was like 5 p.m. in the afternoon. And so that's what I'm gonna have to see it in 3D. So like the more expensive tickets in 3D were the only ones that were left, and at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So that's what I'm gonna have to do. But I will be seeing Wolverine or Deadpool and Wolverine in next month. Already given AMC my money. And I swear if they have the popcorn bucket, I'm so getting it. There's no way I'm missing out on that. No way. All right, let me head over to the back of the Big Tramp. Give me a second. All right, I'm in there, I think. Maybe? Yeah. Okay. Yep, I'm in there, and no sound for some reason. It didn't go off. But give me 2 seconds. I need to go hit the restroom real quick. This coffee's hitting hard, so give me a second. I'll be right back. Just got to use the restroom.
How dare you? How dare you?
Where's my money, bitch?
And all the hookers down there
she's
loved
creating
him.
a
He had these
hostile
beautiful
environment in my
golden
pants.
curls.
You are a smelly pirate hooker.
What the hell? Oh my God. Oh hell no.
Did he go take a shit?
Uh, he said butt.
What the hell? Oh my God.
Quack, quack, scooch over, you're too close.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, fuckers. I'm guessing Casey, he said he had to go to the bathroom. I'm assuming it may have been a number 2, or he tripped and hit his head. We had to show the rest of the day, I guess.
Some exciting times.
I know. I'm looking to test the inverse Kramer today.
Okay, I'm back. Whew, I feel better. Good morning, Preacher. Good morning, Quack Quack. Good morning, Apex. Top of the day to you, sirs.
Good morning.
We're seeing a little bit of activity as soon as those shares were lendable this morning, aren't we now?
Yeah.
Lending of shares going on?
Yeah. Why would they do something like that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. What do they do that for?
Yeah.
Why would they need to lend shares? I don't know.
I just don't get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't make
Casey,
any
it's kind of
sense.
funny. We're going to get that inverse Kramer test today. We were talking about that last night as I was leaving.
The black hole?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
quasar or something? Yeah. Let's talk about something real quick here. We're gonna do a little history because so many people refuse to look at this with their own eyes, and so we're gonna go back in history here. We're gonna just look at it together real fast. It's not. I mean, this stuff is just so simple to do. It's really not that hard.
Look at with your special mod.
I feel like everybody just doesn't want to do it because like it's something complex or something, and it's just really not that hard. It's just really simple to come back and look at this. In fact, you know what? I'll post it up again for like the second day now. I will put it up a link here so you can go take a look at this for yourself and see what happened from the past. But this is DFV 3 years ago, and what really, I would suggest going back to like I think it was like July or August of 2020. But I'm just going to take you to the meat of it, and because you really need to kind of see how things developed and how he got to where he got to January 5th. But because that really kind of builds a story for you a little bit. But we'll just look at December 31st. First. Oh my gosh! Wow. I thought putty cat.
You're welcome. That was subliminal. I knew I could get the first thing running.
Firth. What the hell? All right, so look at this. You got his GME position sitting at 10,000 shares, right? He's got 10,000 shares of GME. Then he's got his call options down here, and he's got some that expire 15th of January. He's got some at 10, some at 20, and then he's got some for April 16th, 2021. This is all 21 expiration dates. He's got $12 calls way out there. He's got 1,000 contracts in each one of these, right? So 1,000 contracts is the equivalent of add 2 zeros to this, right? So if you add 2 zeros to this, it makes it why can't I do math right now? 100,000 shares. So is that right? Why do I feel like that's right? Is that wrong? That's right. Math hard morning. Yeah, that should be right. 100,000 shares. All right, so. He's got these 3 contracts set up with 10,000 shares, right? And this is on December. Oops, sorry, go away. This is on December 31st. Then on January 5th, you'll notice he had his GME position and 3 option contracts. And then on January 5th, he has now only 2 option contracts. The ones that are missing are the $10 calls. And you can see the price. You can see the price at the time when it closed. Last price $18.84, right? So his $10 calls are in the money, pretty good on this December date, right? And then you have January 5th that pops up, and you see 1,000 of his contracts are gone. He's gone from 10,000 contracts to 50,000, or not contracts, 10,000 shares to 50,000 shares, right? So he now has 40,000 more shares than he had before. Well, how much money did he have? He had cash of 1.1 million during this period of time. How much did he have before that? He had 1.12 million. It was like pretty much about the same. There's not really much of a difference, or maybe it's actually an increase of about $8,000 ish between these 2 dates, which means he didn't take any money out of pocket to buy any shares. No money out of pocket to buy these shares that he has now, 40,000 shares, which means that of the 100,000 shares in those contracts, a portion of it was positions that were closed, and the other portion of it were exercised. 400 contracts were exercised for 40,000 shares. Does that make sense? We all on the same page here? Maybe? All right. But notice he still has his $20 calls. And at this point in time, it's $17.37. Those $20 calls are not in the money yet. So he didn't take anything out of his cash totals to create the position that he has. And then what you'll notice is that from January 5th going forward, he still has his positions, and he's showing you I still have them. This is for January 11th. Then he has, remember these expire, these January 15th expire on the 15th. So January 11th, January 13th, he still has his positions on the 13th. And then on the 14th, he doesn't have his at the end of the 14th, because he's posting these at the end of the day. At the end of the 14th, or the day before those contracts expire, he went from 1.128 million shares or dollars here to $2.6 million here, which means he has more money in his account now in his cash totals, and he has no more additional shares showing up, which means all he did was close out those calls. Right? January 14th happens. January 15th, no changes. Everything's the same. Then you go to January 22nd. He has his 50,000 shares. His call options are for April are still up here. Cash totals are still the same. Everything stays the same going into. He does. Looks like he exercises, or what does he do? He closes out 200 contracts out of that 1,000 contracts for April at around January 25th. And I would say that he closed them out because his shares didn't increase, but his net value or cash total went from 2.6 million to 4.8. So everything that he did to influence the price, I say influence, but I mean he's not really. His actions are generating something that's happening in the marketplace that's disturbing the marketplace and causing price to start rising. Institutions are having to find shares. All of that took place back on the 5th. And it was a matter of 400 contracts that he exercised for 40,000 shares. 400 contracts. That's it. That's everything. That's all he needed was 400 contracts to cause what happened between January 5th and what we all know as January 27th or 28th. Take your pick.
Can I throw in the excited part?
Yep.
How many did you say he executed?
400 contracts.
Only 400.
Only 400.
Only 400.
Only 400. And he
and
just...
how many did he just exercise with zeros?
He just exercised because if you look at it, the current position, he went from 5 million shares, and last night he posted up 9 million shares. He exercised 40,010 contracts.
40,000.
40,010.
What?
400. Yes. If you do not understand what is happening right now, go shit your pants someplace else because you just aren't opening your eyes. You need to open your freaking eyes and look at history. There's a big difference between 400 contracts and 40,000 contracts.
Yep, my tits are jacked.
Yeah, it's a 100. It's a 100x difference. Just go look at the past. That's all you got to do.
So what you're saying is 2 weeks?
I'm not saying it.
Nope.
I'm not saying anything. But you got to remember this stuff takes time. Remember, this all happened on January 5th, right? The only thing that he did that caused price to move the way that it did was happen back on January. Where is it here? It was January 5th, right? We didn't even see any kind of like major price movements. All right, let's just just hold your hands through it. Let's just hold hands. Let's hold hands.
All right. Walk us through.
Let's go back. Let's go back.
History class.
Let's get rid of the Bollinger Bands too. January 5th. Now remember, everything is 4x here, right? Because they did a forward split of 4 for 1. 4 for 1. So any one of these numbers that we're looking at here, you have to multiply by 4, and that's what price would have been at, or thereabouts. Remember, we just looked at the 5th.
And liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space.
We looked at January 5th, and it was like $17, right? So if we go back to January 5th, which is right here, it says the closing price for the day was $4.34. Multiplying that by 4. So pull up our calculator, a little handy dandy calculator, and say 434 times 4, 1736. What was the value that it showed us on the page for the closing for that day? For January 5th, it shows. Come on, Casey, find it. 1737. It's off. I'm off by a penny. Sue me. Right here, 1737. January 5th. His reported amount, reported last closing price was 1737. So you know I'm right. You know everything that I'm saying right now is right. So 1737 is about where price was, and this is January 5th right here. That's January 5th. It doesn't happen overnight, guys. Anybody who's trying to tell you it's going to happen overnight is not right. Anybody who tells you there's not going to be
cooler if it did.
Anybody who tells you there's not going to be major dips before this is over does not know their history. They need to look at the history. Go back and see what happens. See what happens. Follow the paper trail. Follow the damn music sheet notes that he put out for us a long time ago and realize what's about to happen. Be prepared. Understand the past so you know your future. Don't make stupid mistakes by not knowing your past. Know where you're at. Understand what it is that you hold. this
Whoa, she's creating a hostile environment in my pants.
this movement does not mean it's over. These big, big movements. Now, the buy button getting taken away does not mean it's over. It means we're just getting started. It means we're totally winning. We're winning so much that they have to do things that they don't normally do to keep themselves out of trouble.
Casey, I like to refer to this as the opening act and the beginning is near.
Do not take anything that I just said as financial advice. Do not violate the golden rule number 1. I cannot stress this enough. Remember, golden rule number 1, only buy shares with money you don't need the foreseeable future. Why? What if this plays out and takes much, much longer than you could possibly imagine? And you need to consider that. You need to consider that that's a possibility. Don't make mistakes. Remain calm, know your past, and be ready for your future. Don't make mistakes. If you start making mistakes now, that's going to impact you in the future in ways that you don't want it to. Chris is saying, does the T1 mean it could happen quicker this time? No. Why? That T1 settlement doesn't force anything. It just simply causes people to have to try and get positions closed out in a sooner period of time. It might create more volatility, but that's about it. So I'd say no. The failure to deliver dates have not been changed because of that change of that T settlement cycle of 1 day. The failure to deliver dates have not changed, and it's failure to delivers that ultimately are what cause all of this to happen. So the answer to your question is no. That's why it doesn't happen overnight. None of this will happen overnight. And it's because failure to deliver cycles are much, much longer, 35 days. Robert says, Casey, you're forgetting to put in the new rules. What new rule? There's no new rules that have changed anything at all. All the settlement cycles are still the same. OCC rules do not trump SEC rules and FINRA rules. There's nothing new here that changes the past. Nothing. CP, I can. I'm not. I don't know what you want to look at specifically in regards to. I mean, it's 7:31. I don't even know if these numbers are updated for current markets close right now, so I don't even know if it would be worth looking at. So I'm not sure why you'd want to know now. But I don't do options, so I'm not really sure what I'm talking about. So let me refresh it. If you're looking for last night, I guess these are as of this morning then, for what you were looking for implied volatility, right? Let's see here. Control guy says T plus 35 is today from 5:14. 514 though. Well, we're not talking about 514. We're talking about something that just happened just yesterday. But there are settlement cycles that are smaller than the T35. There's like two different. There's like a T7 or something like that. It's like T7, T14. I don't know. I can't remember what they are off the top of my head. Too many numbers to try and remember them all. But there's a couple different settlement cycles that need to occur within each one of those, and so there are pressures that are put on along the way from the T35. So don't just look at it as T35 is you have to wait 35 days. There are different settlement periods within that T35 that have to occur and will cause pressures. CPE, every single morning I do a snapshot of the entire options chain for this week, next week, of both AMC and GME in the mornings. So if anybody ever wants to go back and just see it, you can just go back to the very beginning portion of every single day and take a look at the snapshot of the morning of those option contracts for historical documentation purposes. IA says, Casey, why do you say? Because I'll tell you why. It's a little frustrating for me to have to hold everybody's hand through this. And I'm not trying to be mean, but I really feel like I shouldn't have to spell this out for everybody. I feel like everybody needs to go look at this information for themselves and see it. Because if you can't see the information for yourselves, then you don't know what it is that you're looking at. You have no idea how to describe it. If you want to learn something, you have to go look it up yourself. Just because a teacher regurgitates shit to you doesn't mean that you're going to learn shit. Actually, that's probably what it will mean, is you're learning shit. Until you actually put your hands in it, until you've actually tried to build something, until you've actually tried to remodel what it is that you've seen, then you understand what it is that's going on. And that's what I want you guys to do, because I want you to understand what's happening here. Not for me to sit here and show you and just spoon feed it to you. It's so much more important for you to actually know what it is that you hold in your hands. Right? I can hand you, you can hand any stormtrooper a laser rifle, and it doesn't mean they're going to be able to hit their targets.
Right?
Right?
Amen,
you can't
Casey.
you can't just
Amen.
hand people rifles and say, "Here you go," and expect them to shoot
Here's a
people.
stock,
Yeah,
figure it out.
here's a
Well, I mean,
suit,
that's
here's a
what-
gun, go shoot.
Yeah.
And so I'm asking you to do some work and go look at what's happening here. Figure it out for yourself. Really get your hands into it so you understand why things are happening the way that they're happening. And that way you with that information, it will help you become better. You can actually maybe hit your targets.
I think you might have to hand out envelopes like Tyler Durden for homework. Just give everybody here's your subject, go look it up. Here's your subject, go look into it.
Yeah.
Right? I get it.
Donald DeVoy says, "Can I clip what you just said and play it for my students?" Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you know this to be true though in life, right? Like we all know this to be true. Like every time you've ever learned something in your life, you either learn from the hard knocks school of education, or you learned it through getting your hands involved into it, or actually being involved in, or maybe even reteaching what it is that you've seen. Right? Even that can help too, right? Because you're having to regurgitate what you've learned, and that helps you to understand it. You need to understand it in order to regurgitate it. So, and I guess that's what I'm saying. I want you guys to be better. I don't want you to just be spoon-fed, because it's going to be more powerful to you to have that knowledge, to understand what it is that you're holding on to in the future, because of the fact that you've taken that time to do the research, to understand how history unfolded in the past, to understand that when price movement drops 70%, that it's not done, to understand that volume is so critical in understanding what's going on here. These are things you need to understand and you need to be looking at going forward, because that makes you better. Stella says, Casey, I can't read sheet music. Can you write out in tab? Why do you think somebody created tablature? Somebody created tablature because they couldn't read sheet music, and they're like, you know what? But maybe I can put this another way that will make more sense to me. And you can do that. You can create your own. You can do it yourself. Create your own language that you understand, that makes sense, that shows you how things are working. I just watched a video the other day on a couch on the couch with my wife, and this I'm not going to say what the lady was saying, but because I think people were trying to make it into something else, but she was pouring window washer fluid into her oil tank. And I was just shaking my head. I was like, no, please, no. And then
they follow up with the mechanic.
Yeah, and then it follows. The video follows up with the mechanic, and he's like draining your engine oil, and it's got the first thing that pops out's the window washer fluid, and then follows that is the oil that's in whatever you call the mixture between window washer fluid and oil comes flowing out afterwards, and I'm just sitting there just shaking my head like, please, like, this is the kind of stuff, like, I don't want you guys, this is what happens when somebody just spoon feeds you and you walk off and like, I know everything, and it's like, you're going to take Windex and you're going to go put it in your oil. Nice job. Way to have a car. You know what I mean? And so my whole thing here is like, I need to make sure you guys understand what it is that's going on here. If you don't understand, if you don't get the power of what it means to be putting Windex in your Windex dispenser versus putting Windex into your oil, you're going to be effed, and you're not going to have a car anymore. Or not at least one without a massive, huge bill that's going to cost you. And I don't want that. I want to see you guys be super successful out of this. Like, that's, the more successful you guys are, the more successful I get to be. And so I need that of you. I want to be super successful in this, and I need you to be better. I need to be better. I'm not even, what am I saying? I need to be better. It's not just you.
Every day,
yeah. Right.
If we're not learning every day, then yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And going around to your favorite talkers in the community, I don't want to call them influencers, your favorite talkers, going around to the community and listening to all your favorite talkers and compiling all these favorite talkers together and building some kind of thesis on what you're going to do is probably the dumbest thing you could do. Dumbest. You need to have your own plan. Don't listen to everybody else. Go figure this out. Use history to learn. Don't even use me. I don't even want you to, I would rather you go out and figure this out for yourself than use anything that I've given to you or said to you.
Break time, Casey.
Yeah, I know. I'm on a break. I'm on a rant. I'm on a rant, and it feels good sometimes, but at the same time, like I want you guys to know that when I'm angry or I'm agitated, it's not because I'm mad at you at all. It's more because I just want to see you be successful, and I feel like you're not learning or something like that, and it's like you need to go look. Figure it out. Yep. Like, it's there. Everything is written down for you to see. And DFE's literally telling you, like, just go back and look, guys. That's it. That's all he's asking you to do. Go back and look. I've got a masterpiece out there for you to go watch and look over and read the documents and see for yourself what happened, how it all unfolded. and we're all over here, you know, twiddling our thumbs, going like, "Well, I don't understand why this is doing what it's doing. Why is it?" MCon comes in here. Why is it down today? It's like, no, please stop. Don't do that anymore. You can't take it. You know, and it's just like,
I'm at
man.
the point with you. I'm at the point with you where it's like, listen, if you don't want to understand, at least just hold on and enjoy the ride.
Can't.
You know what I mean?
Oh man.
Anyway, I'm gonna bounce for about a half hour to get a bite to eat.
Yeah, I need to take off too. Brian, he exercised some of his contracts. He closed some of his contracts for the value that they were worth, to be able to exercise the contracts that he had. So it's a mixture of two different things happening, just like he did in the past. Controls guy says, "I'm not mad. I'm disappointed," to quote mom. That's right. That's right. That's exactly what it is. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. I want you guys to go out there and learn this stuff, because I'm not even asking you to trade options. Like, I'm literally just saying, like, go look at the timeline, go look at like how his positions changed, and understand like what he just did matches the past, but 100x. Like, and it's so simple to see. I just showed you in like, I don't know, probably less than like 15 minutes. All right. I got to go to break. Oh my gosh, Brian. You're killing me, bro. You're so killing me. You need to go look. Is Brian. I'm done, Brian. You need to go learn the past. Go look it up. The link's up top in the chat. I've already laid it out for you as best as I possibly can. You need to go look, because I'm not shooting the laser rifle for you. You need to shoot the laser rifle. And if you want to live as a stormtrooper, then you need to freaking learn how to shoot that laser gun. Okay? Go look it up. All right? I will see you guys in 30 minutes. Let me put up a message on the screen. Who said that? Learn the ways of the Jedi. Damn straight. Right? Don't be a stormtrooper. Be a Jedi. I'll be back at 8:15. We'll do price predictions. I'm not even sure what it is that I'll do for price prediction. Let's see. We'll be back at 8:15 CST. Oh, I know what I did wrong here. There we go. All right. I'm out. I will see you guys back here in a bit.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. We know down, a wind in my head, I embrace the gritty grind. There's my castle, lose my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. See ticker keeps on rolling, stock charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm all in stride. Oh, ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Betting fair, living, crunching numbers all night, yeah. Fan up the beer, tinker analyst, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
All right, guys, I'm back. So let's take a look and see what we got going on here for price predictions for the day today. The way this is kind of panning out here, and I've got like multiple touching points here on the top side. I got 1, 2, 3, 4 touching points on the top side. I know I've got multiple points on the bottom side, just not right here, but from the past that are showing up as well. So I see a very strong level of support and a strong level of resistance here. I know max pain is $5 for the day today. Most of the options are suggesting we're going to close somewhere between, their open interest is suggesting we're going to close between 4 and 6. Everything is pointing towards $5 as being the thing for the day today. I'm not expecting anything crazy at all. And I think that a close at like $4.99 would be probably would put it. So here's the thing. I draw these trend channels all the time for you guys, similar to how I just did just a little bit ago. And oftentimes when the trend channel is suggesting price movement heading, if the trend channel is pointing towards the top of these wedges, it typically means price is going to drop down below and not above. And so something I can use to confirm that, either confirm or deny that, is what's happening to volume and price. So you can see here from the beginning of this time frame period here, you can see that there's been basically a big rise in volume back on the 11th, and then volume's been falling steadily day after day. And then we know for today, I'm kind of expecting lower volume, and I haven't given you a prediction yet, but I think it'll be lower volume than what we had yesterday, which was just near 37 million shares traded yesterday. It was a total of 32 points. I'm sorry, 33. It was 32.7 is what it was. So I'm expecting a lower volume day to day. I'll give you a volume prediction here in just a second, but I'm really leaning towards that $4.99 close to keep us within this this range here of anywhere between $4.90 to $4.30 for a close for the day today. I know the other thing that's kind of troubling me a little bit on this analysis is that on a shorter time frame, we've got multiple time frames here where price has been retesting 524, 1, 2, 3, 4 tests. Now we're on our 5th test of 524, and we're not getting a breakthrough on that just yet. So part of me feels like usually that's on the 4th try we get usually that burst above, but we're not seeing it though. So if we do start seeing price heading down right at the beginning of open, what's going to happen to people who are holding $5 calls? Well, they're probably going to start closing out their call positions because it's Friday, right? Like, so if they start closing those out, that's only going to add more downwards momentum to price movement. So, of course, everybody's not doing what DFV is doing. They're just trying to make their money off their option contracts, and so that'll probably apply more downwards pressure to price movement. So that's kind of what I'm seeing right here. And I think that's what I'm going to stick with as a price prediction for the day today of $4.49 to $5.49. Give me 1 second to pull up everybody else's information. I think somebody's going with the exact same price prediction they had yesterday. Who was it? Yeah, Twisty. Twisty's going with the same thing he had from yesterday, which was $4.98. He's 1 penny below me, so I'm not going to change his numbers. Let's see here. wait a minute. Hold on a second here. I don't know why. I guess maybe I didn't change his numbers from yesterday. 448 to 548 is what he has. 448 to 548. All right. I got him down. Apex is, I don't know if Apex has put his numbers in yet or not here. I do not see his numbers. And then we've got Rex coming in with a price prediction of 502. So we're all stacked on top of each other. All right, so Rex going with a 502 close, so he's going to be 452 to 552. We're gonna have like a 5-cent range between us. It's getting down to that kind of stuff. Let's see here. Brian, you're welcome. I'm looking. Apex apparently did have his numbers in. It looks like he's going with the 5. He's got to be the 525 guy. So he's going to be going with. Is that right? 475 to 575. He's going to be the odd man out. Let me scroll back up here. Oh, I see it now. 475 to 575 up there. I'm going to try and crack this one on the head today. Feeling a close at 525 as I started the week. All right, cool. Very nice. We have a 27-cent range between us. Apex, the only one eligible for an extra bonus point if he's within 10 cents of the closing price for the day. Just to throw this, actually, I don't have time for it. All right, it's time to get this market started. I will see you guys on the other side of Happy Fuzzy Friday morning.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds to launch a space shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1,
1.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those edgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock straw. Remember, it doesn't mean straight up. Never did. Never has. Some of the biggest pullbacks we will ever see is before we ever reach the top. You could be looking as much as 70% pullbacks before reaching the top. As much as 70%. I don't know what the number is. I have no ceilings. I have no expectations of what it could get to, but I want you to remember going forward in the future that the biggest pullbacks that you will ever see will be before you reach the top. It doesn't mean straight up. Remember that. Super important. Know your past. That's all I got for you guys for this morning. For the day today, I just want to remind you guys, every single day I'm trying to give you guys things to think about for the future. Things that you need to be prepared for, things that are valuable to you and your investments going forward. As it stands right now, AMC is looking like it really wants to try and break past that level of resistance that we have, that descending level of resistance. Remember, the 1 hour chart was suggesting a buying point at around $5.20. Now, here's the problem. If the price starts moving down too quickly at any given point, you're probably going to see a bunch of $5 call options rush to the door to try and get out. You may actually be seeing them rushing to get out on this price movement upwards already. I'm not sure. But if those call contracts do decide to close without exercising, then more than likely that's going to help to push price down. If that does occur, then we'll see price starting to head back down to that $5 range again, more than likely. It is 8:38. I'm going to head over to the back of the Big Tramp for about 22 minutes, shoot the shit with those guys over there, and then we'll take a look at numbers for the first time for the day. Let me move over there. Quack, quack. Good morning to you. Good to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Boom, look at that. Look at that little bit of a gap down even on that one. Don't see that very often. How you doing today? Anything special going on with you? Okay. Good morning, preacher. Good to see you this morning. How are you doing today? Everybody pops up into the back of the Big Tram, then they're all silent. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm buffering. It could be me. I see that I am buffering. Let's see here. What do we got going on? Maybe it's me. Hold on.
Good morning.
Oh, there he is. Good morning. How are you doing today?
I need to.
How are the birds going this morning?
I don't know. I was working the whole day, so didn't have a chance to listen in.
Does your so we know that you have a peacock. Does your peacock wake you up in the mornings?
I don't think he has a chance because I have to drive my daughter to kindergarten, so I usually wake up pretty early.
Okay. Wait a minute. How early do kids' school start over there?
Well, I need to get her ready and drive to another city, so
Oh,
it's
wow.
not necessarily about how early they start, but it's how far I need to go.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. Yeah. No school buses, I take it then, coming to your area.
No, we could try to sign up for like a kind of like a minivan that picks up all the kids, but that would complicate things. And
Yeah.
For now, we're still driving.
Gotcha. Well, more power to you. I assume that means that she's going to a school that's probably better than maybe one that's local to you. Yeah. So that's great, man. You're investing in your children's education, and that's awesome, man. I think that's cool.
Yeah.
Do you have your kids in music at all? Like,
well, my daughter likes music, but she's not. She didn't like show any interest into any like instrument so far. We got her like toy guitars, toy drums, like harmonica, anything else that we basically saw that. But yeah, everything is a toy. She plays with it for a bit and then drops it. So
the sooner you can get them reading sheet music, the better. It's really it's important because it's not only vertical reading, but it's also horizontal reading. And so the brain has to do both vertical and horizontal. Well, I'm talking about sheet music for piano, of course.
Yeah.
But if you're doing that bass clef and treble clef reading at the same time, you're both doing a horizontal and vertical reading at the same time, and it's actually really stimulating for the brain. It especially through childhood development, it allows for the synapses to be able to cross lobe regions, and gives a child a little bit better of a chance at being. It's kind of like learning another language. It gives them a little bit of a chance to be able to have like future success in their studies. So science, that's what the science says. I don't know if this is true. I'm just regurgitating what I was told. I don't know. But yeah, sheet music, man. I've also heard that just learning another language is also just as or close to stimulating as well. So multiple languages is an important thing. I hope you're doing that too.
Yeah. I mean, she's, we're living in Poland in a household that speaks mostly English, and she speaks like mostly Polish in the kindergarten and with her grandparents. So
very nice.
That's at least 2 languages.
Very nice. Good on you. I wanted to do that when I was I had dreams and plans of trying to learn a new language with my kids, and never followed through with it. Like I was thinking about buying that whole I think it's called Rosetta Stone or something like that software, so that I could help learn a new language with my kids. And I never went through with it. I kept delaying it. I was like, no, not yet. Maybe I'll do it next year. But they did learn music, though. And so that was good for them, I think. So they could read sheet music.
I've never even tried to read sheet music. So.
Yeah. I tried. And because I started late in life, it was very difficult for me. And so I did read sheet music, but it didn't come easy. It was very, very difficult. I see somebody, Spectre, saying, did you see that DFVX post yesterday after he sold his calls? Yes. You're referencing Riding the Worm, right? I would assume. I don't know if there's anything after that. If there's something after the Worm from Dune, then I don't recall what it was. Let me go over there and see if he posted anything new since then. But yes, I'm aware of. Okay, yeah, that was the one. Yeah, we played that yesterday as soon as it came out. I was expecting his message to come out about 24 hours prior. Some of y'all may have seen me posted like a T-minus 30, and I was kind of guesstimating about when T-minus 30 minutes away from getting a post from him. But after re-reviewing what it was that he would have had to have accomplished, I think he actually did it over multiple days. If you look his posts from his post from Reddit went from June. He didn't post anything from June 10th to June 13th, and if you look at the trading days from that means I think he was actually placing the positions the 11th, the 12th, and the 13th. I think all 3 of those days were days that he was perhaps doing. I think it was more the 12th than it was the 11th and the 13th, but I do think there may have been some positions that may have been perhaps sold off on some of those days. So I think he may have been doing work over all 3 of those days. And I started thinking about it. I was like, you know what, Casey, you got to realize that was 400. That was not 400. That was how many? 120,000 contracts. How long would it take you? How long would it take you if you were doing large chunks of those contracts to sell off 120,000 contracts? It would not be something you probably accomplish in a single day. I'm just guessing. I don't really know for sure, but my gut instinct is telling me that he probably did not do it all in one day. And that's why it took him some time before he posted out that tweet. But I did expect that to be happening during that period of time. And it was really kind of fun. It was fun for me to watch because if you guys go back and you look, I put T-1 on the 10th. I think it was the 10th. I put T-1 very late at night, suggesting that he was going to be selling his contracts starting the very next day on the 11th. That was what the T-1 was meant for. I knew it was coming before he even did it. I knew it was coming, and then I put in the T-30 on the 12th, meaning that I felt that we would be seeing the post coming from him on the 12th. But then we didn't get it until the 13th, and I think that might have been due to the fact that maybe he was exercising positions that day, or maybe it could have been the day before. I don't know when, but that's kind of what I was suggesting there. So now you guys know what the T-1 and the T-30 were. And how did I know these things? I went back in history and I looked at what he did in the past. The only thing that was different about his positions that he made was that in the past he exercised his positions the day before, and not 10 days. The day before they expired, and not 10 days before. So I think there's a reason why the exercising of those positions happened a little bit earlier this time. But we'll find out later down the road. Perhaps maybe why that might have been the case.
By the way, stupid question, but sorry, I'm really not into options and things like that. But can you still exercise if you're in the red? Let's say if it drops below your price, like if his options were at $20, if the price would drop under 20, could he still exercise?
You're gonna catch me in one that I don't know either. I don't.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe he was afraid. If it's not possible, maybe he was afraid that they're going to dump it so hard that he won't be able to exercise. So, but I don't know. It's just an assumption.
I don't think
I can answer that one.
I don't think you can, but go ahead.
I've actually been on the other side where I'm doing the covered calls, and it's been below the strike price, which is obviously below the strike price plus premium.
Uh-huh.
And I've had them called away.
Okay.
But they're losing money doing it.
Right.
But
because they're paying more than what the price is at that time, which means they could have just bought them from the market.
Yeah. In fact, I went to look after the market closed thinking, oh, I still have the stock. And no, it was gone. And I've asked numerous people, and they're like, they thought something else was going to happen, so they called away the stock.
Ooh. I just saw something pop up in the chat here. The first person who's actually gone out and done the DD. I'm not going to say anything, but man, somebody's doing some DD. I love it. I love it. This is what happens when you guys decide to actually go and look for yourself. You come up with the same thing that I come up with, and then you start to go like, hey, maybe that makes sense as to why he exercised them when he did. I think the answer is in the chat, guys. Somebody already figured it out.
Right, now I got to go to the chat.
Yeah. You need to just go look it up and go look at the past and figure it out.
Rank own diluting, or which part?
Go back and look in the past. Write out a timeline of everything that happened that he did from the past and do the math. It'll just be so much easier for you guys. Oh, now Dave Reckoning's throwing in code here. I can't. Hold on a second here. You're gonna make me work for this because I don't just. What is that for binary?
You think that's a message in binary?
Maybe. I don't know. No, it's of course it's not.
Shares?
Yeah, oops, that's not. There's a 9 in there. I missed that part. Yep, it's not.
Isn't
There's
it 8 and 1 or?
Yeah,
or binary is 1 and 0.
Yeah, 1 and 0, so it couldn't be. I just realized there was a 9 at the beginning of it. I just saw all the other 0s and 1s and didn't. Yeah, that's not binary. Never mind. I thought he was putting in binary. I saw somebody else do binary on Twitter not too long ago, and I had to copy and paste it into Google just to kind of figure out what it was because I was curious because I can't just decipher it. It's not easy for me to do. And even though I took a class a long time ago that showed you how to do it, but and it came out to saying AMC and GME. It's kind of cool.
I once read a book on how to read Braille, but I know Morse code. But yeah, sorry, don't remember that. I don't know. I'm just sitting here thinking, at one point we're going to see the price being thousands of dollars, and we're going to be like, so what jokes Yaka's coming up with today, and that's going to be the norm for all these months of years of crappy prices.
Yeah,
we're going to just sit there looking at the chart and like seeing hundreds of dollars at once, like price movement.
I want people to kind of consider the idea too that there may be a point in time in the future where you might. I mean, if you go back and you look at what historically what DFV did, I said GF. I was almost calling GFV. If you go back in history and you look at what DFV did, he kept holding, and you may consider that. I mean, if you look at how much he's holding now and the amount of position that he's been able to increase by. In the future, if there were things like forward splits, if the price got up to a certain amount and stayed there, and there was a forward split, you'd get additional amount of shares for every share that you had, and so your share amount could increase through that. DFV's position sure did. They had a 4-for-1 forward split, which means that he has more shares than he had before. So I want you guys to kind of keep that as a kind of an open mind to the idea that this could potentially just become a savings account for you at some point, to where when you decide that you want to exit your position, some of your position to pay for something that you may have, something that you may want to do. Maybe you want to take a vacation, maybe you want to buy a home, maybe you want to buy a car, whatever it may be, you only sell enough just to get whatever it is that you want at that point in time. DFV certainly has not sold off any of his position and still has a cash value that's in the millions. So, it's consider that as a possibility for your future. I know that that doesn't sound like what you were expecting, but I would encourage you to expect the unexpected.
Isn't this what most, like, Elon Musk and most rich people are doing? They're just taking loans based on their stock holdings. And then
sometimes
basically not paying tax on it, right?
Yeah,
buying stuff without tax.
Yeah, sometimes. I think that's possible. They're good for it. So, yeah.
No, but that's what they're, and I think Pirate would agree if because I saw a lot of videos of them admitting that this is what they're doing. They're basically holding stock or things that cannot be taxed and just taking loans on top of based on those, and then buying whatever they want.
But it's
not getting taxed. So.
It's certainly something to kind of consider going on in the future. I mean, you'll have to gauge it. Everybody's going to have to gauge this a little bit differently and figure out like what's going to work out best for you and your position. And there may be, and the reason I say this is because, I mean, if you go back and you look at anybody who bought into, say, something like Tesla, or somebody who bought into something like Bitcoin, or somebody who bought into Microsoft or Apple, or you name it, whatever it is, one of those companies, if you would have bought in when the price was at whatever average price you have right now on AMC, and then you see what those companies turned into, or those cryptocurrencies turned into, there were people that were holding from the get-go. And some people have these crazy stories of like, I had 100 Bitcoin and I sold it all for 1,000 of Bitcoin, right? And then they're like, I wish I hadn't have ever sold my Bitcoin, and they look back on it. But I would encourage you guys to not live your life like that. Don't look backwards and say I have regrets about what I did. You do what you do, and when you do it, it's final. And just remember that you live with that, and that's something you just go on forward, moving on forward in life and driving forward always. Don't look back on things and say, I could have, I would have, I should have. Don't do that. Drive forward in life, creating a new path for you going forward. Don't look back and say, and dwell on things that you couldn't or do in the past or whatever. Just don't live life. That's a terrible way to live life. But make whatever you do count, right? When you're in the moment, make it count. And you're invested in the largest movie theater chain in the world, who is willing to try and change their business model in order to keep up with times and continue to grow. And that's not something, and you got in at low prices, that's not something to just easily let go and be like, oh, I'm just going to piss this off into the wind. Consider that. Consider it.
Casey, what would you think would be like fundamental, like good price for AMC right now?
I've been asked that quite a few times, and it's hard.
I see it as at least 100 plus.
I've always, before the reverse split, I would have said that it would have been somewhere between like $30 to $50. After the reverse split, and I know it's still $30 to $50, or should still be $30 to $50. But the problem is that I see, kind of like you're saying, I feel like there's some more here. There's some more potential than that now. I see a lot more potential than I was seeing before. So I would probably be willing to up my number, but I'm not really sure what. It's something higher for sure. I mean, go take a look at something like I don't know. I don't want to really name off like other companies, but there's plenty of other things you can go look at out there and say like, the number one thing of something, and say like, is okay, would AMC kind of fit that or meet that expectations, and where is it trading in contrast to AMC, and could AMC potentially be worth that much in the future? And I feel like, I would, let's see if it makes sense. Because you said 100, right?
Yep.
That would be, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Let's see here. That would make the company worth $36.8 billion in a market cap, and I think that's very reasonable, honestly. That I don't see anything outrageous about a $36.8 billion valuation for a company like AMC at all. That seems reasonable. I think it could be higher.
We were at those prices years ago, right? Before 2021, before 2019, we were at those prices. So that's why I don't think it's out of the ordinary if we were in a normal market where it's not manipulated, right?
Yeah.
So buying at these prices is just, even without a squeeze, is just an awesome play, an awesome investment.
Some things could change that too. Like, and I'm not trying to suggest this is going to happen, but down the road in the future, if they do buy back shares at some point or another, that reduces the amount of shares and would increase the, if the price were to move up at some point, as they decrease the amount of shares, it could potentially cause, or price should move up it could potentially make the company worth even more in regards to market cap. Because the shares would be more scarce. I don't know. There's lots of things that could happen in the future, but yeah. Nate Ross says, "Holy shit! Did you know that June 17th is National Take Your Cat to Work Day?" I did not.
What if you don't have a cat or a job? I don't know. Like what do you do then? Or what if you work from home?
Well, then you take it to work every day.
Just a normal day, huh?
Yeah.
Good morning, Casey.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good. How are you today?
I'm doing all right.
The speculation online is GME moved their meeting to Monday because it's Take Your Cat to Work Day.
Wait. Your microphone is like it's like either you're talking too close to it or it's like crackling or something. It's distorting your voice. Try again.
Is any better?
A little bit, yeah.
Any better?
A little bit.
The speculation is GME moved their meeting to Monday because it's Take Your Cat to Work Day, which would line up with possibly Roaring Kitty joining the board because he's in the pocket of the
right, of Steve Carell or however you say his last name. Yeah.
Yes, that's the hot story of today.
Yeah. So I've got you guys want to do a little tinfoil hat before I do numbers? Yeah. Good morning. First off, I got to say good morning, Hayden. Good morning, Rex, and Mason Blue too. Good morning to you as well. Let me throw my.
Good morning, sir.
Let me throw my tinfoil hat on here, and this is obviously this is just my opinions. This has nothing to do with any kind of facts or anything like that at all. It's just me kind of thinking out loud and wondering, like, I wonder what's going on here. So I'm not sure if you guys are aware of some of the rumors about the tokenization of perhaps a created tokenization dividend that would be given out for GME. And if that were to be the case, then it could potentially identify naked shorting positions that are out there. Think about this for a second, and let me see if I can't find my my response because I wrote it out and I'd rather just read it than say it. Here it is. What if GME is exposing how bad computer share really is? Wouldn't it be something if your new business model was to create a business where heavily shorted companies could, for a fee, tokenize their shares through a blockchain by giving their shareholders a dividend and to expose naked shorting against the company? Making your direct registration company look like fools would kind of be like the first great step into leading into creating a system that could potentially provide companies an opportunity to be able to kind of prove what's going on in the marketplace. But I just kind of I wanted to share that with you guys that they are certainly exposing the fact that computer share is not set up to be able to handle large amounts of activity. And if that's the case, then, like, why would you want to continue to do business with a company who can't provide that service? So I feel like, and Ryan Cohen has an amazing history of doing just this, buying into a company and then going and showing how the board of directors and the company are just absolutely trash. He's done this before. And so I think this is kind of interesting what's happening right now, what he's doing. I feel like it's kind of like part of his MO to build a case for why perhaps maybe you might want to do business someplace else.
GameStop becomes G-Stop, Guard Stop.
Something. Yeah. Kind of crazy, right? Tinfoil hat theory only. I don't, I can't, I can't prove anything. But I think
the cut of your tinfoil hat, sir.
Yeah, my conquistador. Let's see here. Let's see. I mean, it certainly would probably cause a lot of business owners to want to take their business over to. I don't even know what those kind of companies could afford to pay in order to have that set up for themselves, but it would certainly protect their company going forward and their shareholders going forward. I mean, if you listen to 401 Doge when he came and talked to us, or when you listen to what he said in some of his previous calls, he talks about like what can the company do to perhaps maybe secure that when we buy your shares that you're getting the money. How do we do that? How do we make sure that our money is going into your pockets because we believe in you as a company? And so developing some kind of business where you can maybe make that possible to where maybe investors can invest directly into the company versus buying rehypothecated shares in a market might be really, really valuable to a lot of companies. Shortstop. Spectre says GME new business line stock registration called Shortstop. That's pretty funny. I like it. But anyways, these are all just tinfoil ideas. I don't know what's the plan or what kind of ideas that they have, but I like considering things sometimes. Blockchain type ledgers, exactly. DM, totally. Yeah, and there's a lot of rumors about what it is that GME's been doing behind the scenes in regards to that. But it is numbers time. It's 9:08. It's past numbers time. So let me get to those numbers real quick here. Taking you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying. So those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to do that, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary. It's good to have backup after backup, right? Multi-level security. Taking a look at, one more thing. Statements. Get your statements from your portfolios. Anytime you have major changes going on, you need to make sure and have that documentation for yourself to know what it is that you hold. If something should happen with your broker, you want to be able to prove what you have. So make sure it's just a couple clicks usually to get that emailed to you. So I highly encourage you guys to go get those statements now. And if you haven't done it, go do it right now. Just stop listening to what it is I have to say and go do it. It's probably way more important than anything else I've said so far. Taking a look at these numbers for the day-to-day in the top left, starting in the top left-hand side, Apex probably was really pissed off. Yesterday, we all watched the price close at 519, which was his price prediction. And then in the aftermarket hours, they corrected it up to 520. So he only ended up getting one extra bonus point for yesterday. But you can see Rex and Twisty are in the lead with a tied at 4 points, so they're going to be doing a tiebreaker today. And then myself and Apex are at 3. The only chance that myself or Apex could get back in and win this is if we nailed our price predictions right on the dot. That's probably like the only way that would work out. Or Apex could also win, I think, because he does have a unique price prediction above the rest of us. If the rest of us missed and he was the only one to get a point, then he would win for the week. So there are some avenues to win. Short exempt volume. What are our price predictions for the day today? Low man on the totem pole. 3 of us are all bunched right up together. Low man on the totem pole is Twisty with 458 to 558. I'm next up from that by a penny at 449 to 549. Then we got Rexin at 452 to 552, and then Apex at 475 to 575. Let's see here. Then we've got. Actually, I just wrote down Twisty as 458 to 558. My bad. Did I just say that wrong? I said that wrong. I'm 449 to 549. Rex is 452 to 552. Twisty is 458 to 558. And Apex is 475 to 575. Short exempt volume for the day yesterday, we only had about 32.7 million shares traded. We ended up seeing 593,000 shares. Anything over 300,000 is a lot of shares. We had 593,000 shares. I am expecting a lower volume day for the day today. I had the I did not give you guys. Oh shoot! I forgot to tell you guys the prediction. 15 to 35 is the prediction for the day today. I actually wrote it down just a little bit ago. Not a little bit ago, but like right as market was opening, I put it down and was going to tell you guys as soon as market opened, and I forgot completely about it. But 15 to 35 million is the volume prediction for the day today. And then we've got short exempt volume, utilization at 75.51%. So there's it was just a smidgen higher than it was yesterday. Day-over-day price increase, we had an increase by 5.91%. That's 1 of 3 now. Max pain is $5 still. Let's see here. Shares traded through exchanges. Where do we got going on here? Exchange traded volume so far. Normally by this time of the day, I expect to see about 44% going through off exchange and EDGX. We have 54.63% and EDGX at 10.36. The combined total 64.99%. That's about 20.99% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. Oh, no, wait. I'm sorry. 10.99% higher. Still really high. CHX volume for the day is at 3,206 shares. That's not very high at all. GME CHX volume for the day today is coming in at... We're going to probably see some really high numbers on CHX today because I do believe that's where delivery of shares occurs. And we know that DFV probably has quite a few shares coming his direction. And if you look, we already have on GME, there's already 114,000 contracts, or not contracts, I'm sorry, 114,000 shares already traded through CHX this morning. So quite a few shares going through there already. And the day's not even over yet. Taking a look at, actually, we're going to look real quick here at the shares available to be borrowed. You can see earlier this morning there was about 4.3 million shares. They borrowed just about 3.6 million of those, and then returned about 1 million. So a lot of borrowing going on GME right now. The stock is now showing, it's not showing hard to borrow any longer, negative 4.32. It's now back up to 4.24 on rebate. And fees have dropped from 9.64 down to 1.08. So somebody got snagged for having to borrow about 3.6 million shares. Quite a few shares there. Let's see here. Moving on. Shares available to be borrowed on AMC earlier this morning. We saw most of our shares get borrowed out, which gave us about 550,000 shares borrowed. And then since earlier this morning when we checked it, another 50,000 shares haven't been borrowed at least. Actually, it's closer to 100,000. So we're looking at 650,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. There's only 200 available right now, and fees are at 2.11 with rebate at 3.21. Institutional ownership, 85.429 is what it's been, and does not look like it's changing. It's still 85.429. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today on AMC. We're probably going to get a lot of call options here, closing at 5, because right now we're at 518 and dropping. So we're probably going to see a bunch of call options on 5. There's actually more at 5.5, surprisingly. That's where the most volume was yesterday. There was 21.9 thousand contracts at 5.5 yesterday. There's now 24.2 thousand contracts already. We're already beating out yesterday's volume. That means that there's a lot of call contracts at 5.5 that are probably either rolling over or closing. One or the other. I'm not sure which. But puts, highest amount of put volumes coming in at a $5 strike. There was 11.9 thousand contracts in total yesterday at the end of the day. 7.4 thousand contracts now. Market suggesting a closing price between $5 and $5.50 by the end of the day today. Max pain's 5. we go from here? Taking you guys over the other screen. Let me move a couple screens around, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Starting with Ortex. So far for the day-to-day on Ortex, we're showing a return of 1.66 million shares on AMC. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float to 15.51%. The cost per hour ends at 2.73. Average is 3.53 and max is 4.33. Let's take a look at what some of our numbers did day over day. Here's our utilization driving up just slightly from 75.34 to 75.51. The on-loan amount driving upwards from 72.5 million shares to 73.51, so 1.01 million shares newly loaned. The estimated short share interest of the free float rose as a result from 15.55 to 15.61, which means that Ortex is estimated about 220,000 of those shares in newly loaned shares were in new short interest. And the on-loan average age per day, 1 million newly loaned shares isn't usually going to make this drop, and it didn't. Continued to rise from 27.31 to 27.51. Security lending volume day over day dropped from 14.84 million to 5.66, and I think we might be having failure to delivers reporting soon. It might be Monday. What day is this up to? May? Yeah, we'll get the last half of May, probably Monday. And we'll get to see how big those failure to delivers spiked from May 15th to May 30. Is it May 30th? Dang it, I don't know my dates. How many days are in May? 31st. May 31st. All right, moving on. So far for the day-to-day, GME is showing 5.77 million shares borrowed. Gee, I wonder why. They don't have any shares that they need to deliver to anybody, do they? I couldn't imagine. SSR trigger price for the day-to-day on AMC is coming in at $4.68, GME at $26.21, and is on already, which means that the price probably dropped 10%. Well, had to from yesterday's closing price. And then on options on AMC, we got 217.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 42.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 64.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 6.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. GME has 393.7 thousand contracts out of the money on calls versus 69.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 225.5 out of the money puts versus 46.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. It's a lot of puts out of the money. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. GME is on the list here with a it's second on the list with a 54.07% buy at a 45.93% sell ratio. And let's see if AMC made it on the list or not. AMC is on the list. Our buy-sell ratio is 48.46% buys to 51.54% sells. So neither AMC nor GME have great buy-sell ratios. And unfortunately, we are over 2 days worth of, for AMC, we're over 2 days worth of what I think is negative buying pressure, which is not good. We don't want to see that. We need more paper hands to show up here. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, we have, or not inflow versus outflow, I'm sorry. MMRI was 275.27. It's now 276.33. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.483 earlier this morning and is now currently at 0.487. We're seeing the 2-year and 10-year bond rate separation occur even further, more inverted. as they are dropping. NASDAQ is down 0.03. Dow Jones is down 0.69. The S&P 500 is down 0.34. We have 4,153 decliners to 1,095 advancers. The market is just really close to going from hot lava on fire, don't touch the floor, it'll burn your feet, to I am burning up in the sun. Do not stare. Because it is looking really, really nasty out there. The only two sectors that are up for the day today are tech, followed by communications. The worst performing sectors for the day-to-day in the market is industrials, followed by materials. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green, one's close to flipping to red. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. We have FRC up 50%. Is this finally never going to report again? This may never report again. That would be cool. I can get rid of Silvergate finally. NYCB is down 2.71. Stank of California down 2.42. Douche Stank is down 2.93. Western Alliance is down 2.44. And that's about it. Gold is up 1.31. What's it doing? Overall, it's trending up. Silver is up 0.6, but looks to be breaking that uptrend into a downtrend. Ethereum Classic is up 0.22, but taking a sharp turn. It did break through this level of resistance and started trending upwards, but now taking a strong dive down. The US dollar is currently up 0.52 and continuing to trend up. It is getting perilously close to breaching 106. I've been waiting for a while to see this happen. I've got an estimated breakout point above 106.78, and where I believe when we start seeing the skyrocketing, the US dollar skyrocketing towards 110, is when we'll see absolute chaos in the markets happening, and it's quickly approaching my target box for a breakout, which is 717. Oil is down 2.4 and is trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.22 to 0.23 and are starting to trend up. SPY is down 0.25. It's been finding an uptrend ever since around 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time this morning, and as market opened, it's continuing to trend upwards still. VIX is up 7.71, 7.87. Gapping up at market open. We were over a full point on the futures on the VIX, and where it was at. The futures are suggesting that it should be right around 13.13. It's at 12.88 now, and jumping pretty quickly from 11.88 yesterday up to 12.89 now. So full point higher, which usually means that the market's going to be heading down. VB is down 1.67, trending down. VBR is down 1.67, trending down. Tesla's down 1.74, trending down. Amazon is down 0.19 and is trending up. Cinemark is down 1.46, trending down. Doge is down 0.45 and was on an uptrend and looks to be breaking that into a downtrend. Bitcoin up 0.04, also was on an uptrend and looks to be breaking that uptrend currently. GME is down 1.84 and trending down. It looks like it may have dropped more than yesterday's close was 29.12. It would have had to have dropped to, hold on a second here. $26.20 is what it should have had to have dropped to in order to trip SSR, and it has not. So I'm not sure why it's, let me just check something else out real quick here. Are we looking at SSR being tripped yesterday and that's why it's on today? Hold on a second. 26.21 is what Stonko Tracker is saying is correct. Let me look at yesterday's. Hold on a second. No, it couldn't have been yesterday. It can't be on right now. All right, I don't know why, but Stonko Tracker is reporting SSR is on for GME, but it is not. There's no way. So, it closed back here right around 25.46, which means it would have gone down to like 23 yesterday to get SSR to trip yesterday, which would mean it would be on today. And the lowest they got yesterday was 25.56. So there's no way it's on, and it didn't drop more than 10% from yesterday's closing price yet, which would have been 26.21 today, and the lowest it's been at right now is 28.12. So SSR is not on GME, regardless of what SSR is suggesting on Socko Tracker. I just wanted to clarify. Currently, they have 28.65 down 1.61% for the day, trending down. Volume at 27.69 million shares. HYMC is down 0.47 and is starting to trend down. NCMI is down 3.36, trending down. Hood is down 0.3 and consolidating after a little bit of an open up. And AMC is up 0.1 and is consolidating from opening price after having had a spike up to 553, which I don't think... Actually, 553 is a new high for us. We had 549 before. 553 is 21.3% up from 456 that we had before, which means that our new synthetic price failure gets adjusted upwards to 445.2. And we will continue to either look for newer highs or a trip of a synthetic price failure. At 519 currently. And I think, let's see here. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, we have about $50,000 more outflow than inflow. Is it 50,000? 500,000, sorry. More outflow than inflow. 12.41 million shares traded so far after 58 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 83.44 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested 15 to 35 million in the pre-market. Let's see here. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure. There's a divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring. RSI is at 55, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 3 hours. RSI is at 54.04, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.36, which is average. And on a 5-minute time interval, it's just slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.87, which is slightly below average. And Ichimoto. Lagging line for Ichimoto is above price line. Conversion is above base, and we are just now starting to try and break out of a red cloud. Now we were above it, but what we really need to see have happen for the day-to-day in order for this to become a buy signal is we need to see price above the conversion line here, and you can see that they're definitely trying to push us through the green cloud that's ahead of us here. So, but that's where we want to be in order to get a buy signal is above conversion line, which is at 525. Earlier this morning it was at 520. That's where we want to be. That's the sweet spot for getting a new some more buying pressure that would be coming in. Obviously, this push down in price movement in here is going to push us in the cloud. Now we're kind of into a point now where we're in the cloud, and that should be a point in time where investors who would have gotten in back here might be looking at this and saying, like, maybe I need to ride this out and see what's going to happen. Maybe they'll let it. Maybe they won't. Maybe they'll sell. We'll find out. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is on price line. Conversion's well below base. In order to get this to move up above the cloud, get the lagging line above price line, and get the conversion above the base, we would have to see prices above $6.60. So there's a big difference between the 1-hour and the 4-hour charts are not in agreement. 520 and 660 are the two numbers. And with that, let's check and see what this news is. What is happening with AMC today? Here it comes. All right. Well, they're talking about. I don't know why they include AMC on this. GameStop holds gains after Roaring Kitty appears to load up on stock. All right, great news. Earlier this morning, there was kind of some cool news though. I was really surprised to see that. Where was it? It was something on there about 3 different movies that were coming up. It was like Moana. And it was in regards to Disney. It was Moana, Wolverine, and or Deadpool and Wolverine, and then shoot, I can't remember what the other one was.
Probably Inside Out.
Maybe, yeah, it could have been.
Starts today, I believe.
Yeah, I've already heard people saying it's amazing.
My son's going with my mother-in-law tonight.
They said it was better than the first one, apparently.
That's the word. Real quick, what was your original correlation to find out that the CHX exchange was where they did all the shorting through?
Well, it's not where they're doing the shorting, but it's more about so CHX hardly ever had any volume, and we had a bunch of failure to delivers that were due during a certain period of time. And I was expecting to see price movement, and when we started getting price improvement when those failure delivers started happening, and CHX just blew up. I mean, it just massively blew up one day to the point to where it put CHX exchange like number 2, or maybe even I think it might have been number 2 on the list. In fact, if we go over to the chart exchange, I'll bet you we can just look at it and probably see the date. Hold on a second, I'll pull it over.
So essentially, one of these things is not like the other.
Right. It was like one day, like you watch numbers on a daily basis every single day, and you go like, you're used to things, right? You see stuff on a daily basis, and you're like, oh yeah, that looks normal. And then all of a sudden, one day, like something happens out of it's very, very unusual, but it's also at the point in time where something else was happening, and you go like, wait a minute, is this correlated? Is there some kind of like, relationship to what's going on here with delivery of shares? And it might have been this one back here. This is, no, it's got to be back further than this. But I can tell you, I mean, we could just go look at it here as a percentage. Let me see if I scroll through these pages. Does it keep, I think it keeps CHX in the same column here. So I'm going to look at it as a percentage. And the reason I'm going to look at it as a percentage is because if it doesn't stay within the same percentages as it normally does on a daily basis, then you've got something's happening, right? Like, why in the world does it go from like a normal 0.01 to 0.04% of our total daily volume to a day where you have 0.41% of the total daily volume going through there? And it's like, wait a minute, what's going on here? Why are some days is it? And then here you go. Here's one out of the abnormal. Back on 5/8, there's a 3.95% increase on, or not increase, but 3.9% increase compared to what it normally does on a daily basis. And so I started looking into seeing if there was like failure to deliver periods of times that were showing up that were corresponding with. Here's a 9.66 right here, 913. 9.66% of the volume went through that exchange that day on 9/13. Look these back here. When did we switch over from when did Ape merge into AMC? Do you remember those dates?
Was it 21st of August or something like that?
Right. Was it the end of August or the beginning of August?
Second part, like I want to say 18th, 21st, something like that.
So on 8.3 and 8.2 on AMC, there was 10.15% of the volume, followed by a day that had 12.02% going through CHX. And then the day after that was 5.08. I mean, these numbers are huge, right? Like, it's just massive amount. I can turn this into an actual number, and you can see it was millions of shares going through that in an exchange that normally doesn't see very much volume going through there. And I'm sitting there going like,
that was when I found out not to play options.
Yeah, there was something weird going on there, right? Like maybe somebody exercised a contract or something, and somebody had to deliver a bunch of shares through there. I don't know, but it certainly.
Yeah, I know there was some really strange stuff going on right around that AMC issue.
Yeah. So I just noticed it one day out of the clear blue, and have been watching it with an eagle eye ever since. Here's 6/16. I think 6/16 was the date that we were supposed to have the conversion reverse split, and then we had like some kind of like lawsuit that occurred. Look, right around that time, 17.16% of the volume went through on that day through CHX. Like somebody had to like suddenly like return shares one day. So that's where it comes from. I don't believe, if somebody were to ask me, like, do you think that all return shares go through CHX? I'd be like, no, of course not. But I do believe that there is some portion of return shares for failure to delivers that are making it through that exchange. And maybe it's an exchange where maybe somebody's trying to report that they've accomplished what it is that they're supposed to accomplish so that the SEC can see it. And they're saying, like, look, we did what we were supposed to do. Here's where we were failing to deliver. Here's the shares that we returned or we delivered as we were supposed to, and we traded them through this exchange. And here you can see that delivery occurred, right? But it stays off the lit market by going through that exchange there, right? Like it's not hitting the tape. But that's where it all stemmed from. Just takes one day to see a flagged event that kind of piques your curiosity, and then you start looking into it. The land before him says, Ariel, Kitty made the Wolverine waking up meme. People tied that to Wolverine being naked short. Wolverine is GME's designated market maker. Andrew Morgan says, serious question, would you ever work for the SEC? Probably not. So, yeah, probably not. Those guys are really, really smart. First, and I'm not trying to say I'm not smart, but I don't give myself enough credit. So I need to go back to school. I need to go to school. Like whatever I do going on in the future, I need to go back to school, and I need to complete the schooling, because these guys are on a whole different level. Like they really are. And for me to sit here and be like, oh yeah, I could be working for the SEC. I could do their job. I as much as it would be really cool and fun to say, I don't think I could. So there's a lot more detail that goes on in their jobs than just investigating, abnormal occurrences in the marketplace and where shares are being traded through the exchanges. I don't think they're really looking at stuff like that.
Yeah,
but
like look at Hester. You need to be able to take money and be corrupt and be a piece of shit. So disclose.
But thank you for the question. I appreciate the fact that you think highly of me like that. That's cool. But I'm not smart enough for it. I could get there. I just need some more schooling.
Okay, well, smart people. Ryan Reynolds. Somehow he knew about Wolverine, and that's why he made the popcorn bucket the way he made it. Because Wolverine sucks. Dot.
I so want that. I really hope that AMC is going to have that bucket in this, because if they don't have it in there, I'm going to be so bummed out.
I think that's their official bucket, right? So.
Bro Julie says the SEC is too corrupt for Casey. You know what? I would be so. Everybody would hate my guts because I would be so stringent on everybody. Everybody, I would. Nobody gets any special favors, and everybody would hate me.
You know what would be the funny part is that once you're too stringent, and well, the hedges and whatever, whoever is going to be suffering from this goes to complain to the politicians, they're going to, you're going to have hearings where they say, oh, you're not working hard enough, you're not showing results. Right? That's how it goes.
Well, I imagine, I'll bet you the head of any of the SEC, Gary Gensler, in this particular case, but I meant for like any moment in time, would probably prefer that they don't have to take things to court, and that's like really, really simple for them to just kind of push through, fines, where there's no contest on the violations. So my guess is that they probably have people that are working for them who can put really easy cases together and just push them through. Right. And so they probably just don't want to go to court very often. I would imagine that if they go to court, then somebody probably didn't do their job right. They probably want to build cases that are textbook open and closed textbook cases where they can just walk in and be like, look, they did this. They're not contesting it. We're finding them this. Judge signs off on it. End of story. Andrew says you would have to up your porn watching hours for sure. Yeah. Yep. Sarah says they would bump you off, Casey. Probably. Do I think the cat will change all that? I think it will make it easier for them to have open and textbook open and closed cases, but probably not, because it'll make things a little bit more transparent, I guess, for building cases. But in regards to stopping things from happening, probably not. It's the price of doing business. You want to stop this from happening. You have to make the punishment fit the crime. Honestly, these little tiny fees and fines that are occurring it's a cost of doing business at this point, and yeah,
that's the problem. You need to have jail time on these things.
Yeah,
you cannot have fine.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like somebody needs to actually feel like they're at risk for potential jail time. Yeah.
And I think even with jail, you need to have the heads of the company go to jail, because if it's going to be just some poor schmuck, they can just throw those at jail, basically. You go as an intern and you're going to just go to jail, right? And they're going to pay you for it. So it needs to be the heads that go to jail. Otherwise, they can weaponize interns and whatever schmucks in the company to go for them.
I mean, I just hate the idea that SEC lawyers, because I think Elon Musk talked about this before. The SEC lawyers do their time there and then get hired on by these financial institutions to do basically to turn from, if you want to call it, from turning from the good side to the bad side. I don't know if you want to look at it that way, but I mean, basically they're buying off they're buying out if you do a good enough job in the SEC, we'll give you a job over here at A, B, and C. And there's something wrong with that. It doesn't.
Well, doing a good enough job means not looking at their bank or their hedge fund, right?
Not being thorough, yeah. Corey says, Casey, I just seen one of those little motorcycles with the passenger side car. Are they even legal anymore? I think they are. Somebody was in here talking about it the other day. New 13F from Wolverine Trading could be interesting to see if they still hold 0 shares. What if a CEO walks in with share intel software info when asking the SEC like Nunez? First of all, I haven't seen any share intel information out there that's... I'm not a big fan. Not a big fan. If I'm not mistaken, we're talking about Share Intel, the group that basically did a GoFundMe where they robbed the people who were trying to help out Share Intel. I think I'm saying the right company. Share Intel, and then people never got their money back. Yeah, not a big fan.
Sorry, I need to drop for a bit. I'll join on later.
The land before him says there's also the fact that ComputerShare uses Wolverine, Citadel, Two Sigma, Morgan Stanley, and UBS for execution. Yet another tie to them. Again, another reason why, if you want me to throw on a tinfoil hat again and talk more about that, the whole reason why maybe perhaps the meeting didn't go well. GME's making some very good cases here about perhaps maybe them not being on the up and up. They can't support large companies holding their meetings. What if they can't hold their meetings there? What in the world? How in the world are they going to be able to manage people who want to place orders in there in large quantities? I mean, I don't know. But I've extensively gone over ComputerShare and what I think of them, and I just don't want to. I'm tired of hashing over stuff I've already hashed over what seems like a million times before. No, it wasn't. Wes Christensen was working with Share Intel, I think. I'd have to go back and look at my notes on it again, but I'm pretty sure it was Share Intel. Let me see here. I'd have to... There's people I would have to probably reach out to and to help refresh my memory. All I know is you've listed off like 2 or 3 names already that I know I'm not a fan of. Like, as soon as I hear Share Intel, I cringe immediately. Whenever I hear Wes Christensen, I cringe immediately. And whenever I hear, what was the other one you said? Chad, I cringe instantly. So every time I hear them, it's just because I know that they have a past with us. And there's other ones too. Like, there's other things that you could name off that probably would, make me cringe too. But I start to get, some of the things start to kind of get jumbled up, and but I know they are my shit list though, for sure. I heard it was the 17th, Jeffrey, at 11:30, but I'm not. Let me. I need to re-verify that. The word that I heard, I think, was the 17th, which is. Is that right? Would that be Wednesday? No, it's Monday. Monday morning. Oh, 12:30? Yeah, that would be 11:30 my time. Sorry. So, Share Intel. There's a lot of history. So, Wolfie, here's the thing. I try really, really, really hard not to talk about people and more about issues. And so without, there's no way for me to be able to tell you what it is that I know without talking crap about people. So you'll just have to know that I know that there were some people that was involved with that group or that organization who are no longer people in this community who are trusted. And that's probably about as far as I'm going to go with it. Maybe you can do some research. I could probably, maybe if you DM me in private, I can point you to somebody who can tell you the story. But yeah. I watch for relationships in this community, and I see who ties to who. And it's almost like building a case sometimes, right? Like a one of those boards for a case. And when you start seeing certain individuals talk about stuff, and here's the craziest part: I've had legit times where I've gone out to people and I've reached out to them and said, like, "Why are you talking about this all of a sudden? What interest is this of to you? Like, why are you bringing this up as a talking point and pushing it so heavily?" And they get really defensive. I mean, like so far, like I'm talking about like somebody who we just always talk normal to each other, always have a great relationship, no problems, nothing, and then suddenly they just flip like a light switch. All of a sudden, I ask a question about like, what's the deal with talking about this, and they'll be like, they just unleash and become unhinged, and it's the craziest thing I've ever seen. And then next thing you know, usually right after that happens, whenever I see that light switch turn on, the next thing I know is that they're hanging out with crowds of people who are very, very, very much not for this community. And it happens every single time this way. And I go like, why is it that works this way? Why do we suddenly start seeing that every time these different little factions, groups of community start talking about these same talking points, that they move into defensive mode, and then next thing you know, they're moving in with the groups of people who are trying to convince us that we need to sell our positions? How does that work like that? And I don't quite understand everything behind it, but I do think that there's money involved, and I'm not sure how it's involved exactly, because I can't get to the root of it unless I were to have some kind of major investigation, and nobody's going to trust me, right? Like I'd have to go in there and like pretend like I was one of the people or something, and then, but it's too far into this game now for anybody to suggest that I would be flipping sides. So, it's not, I'll never probably know the answer, but I do believe that there's some kind of money involved, because I just don't believe that people switch like that overnight. I've never seen anything like it, by the way, either. I mean, I'm talking about people I had like really strong relationships with in this community, and just like a light bulb. Next thing you know, they're like Matt Core's best friend. And you're like, wait a minute, what the fuck happened? I said a name. See, I said a name. I shouldn't have said a name. But you see where I'm going with this. And I swear to you, it's got to be money related, because on a couple different of the occasions, I know that some of those people were hurting for money. So I feel like it has to be money related somehow, but I just can't. There's no way for me to verify. They have an awesome cornhole team. But you should watch out for that, though, Wolfie. Be on the lookout, man. Because if things like share and tell are coming up in the communities that you're in, watch out and start asking questions. I would highly recommend that if somebody's constantly bringing up share and tell in the community of people that you are amongst, start asking questions. Why? Why are we talking about share and tell? They've been around here for a long time trying to push their way in. Why are they talking about it now? And try to get to the bottom of what it is that the purpose is. And if they get defensive with you, that's going to be your first clue. That's going to be your very first clue that something's not on the up and up. Ariel says, Casey, clearly there's at least one team working on behalf of the shorts to undermine us as much as possible. Money likely changes hands all the time. And I would also like to add in that it's not just always, who did you say? You said shorts. It's banks too. I don't know if you know this or not, but there's literally people who've been tied to banks as well. So there's more than just short institutions who are trying to infiltrate and cause us harm. Banks are also, I've caught people who are linked to banks as another source. Like JP Morgan. JP Morgan? Or Morgan Stanley? Shoot, I can't remember if it was JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley. I take it back. I don't remember. I'm not going to make any accusations.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Stockwitz.
So I just want to, just for the records, I'm wearing shorts today. So.
Okay. Was it nice out?
I'm not short the stock, but it's I'm just wearing shorts. It's 22 degrees. It's raining.
Hold on, I got to do a calculation. What is that? Times 3.8 or something? What do I got to do on this? I always forget. 22. You said 22, right?
I gave you exercise. 22 degrees Celsius.
It's 71.6. That's about what I keep my house temperature at. That's kind of a little on the chilly side, but it's not bad. I like 70. I like 72. It's not bad.
Yeah. We are experiencing a strange climate. It's like it's missing seasons. It's like it's how do you say it? It's not summer, it's not winter, it's kind of in between.
Spring.
Yeah, but it's colder than spring. Usually it's supposed to be like it's June, it's supposed to be like 20, 25, like 70, 76.
So you're getting a late summer is what you're telling me, or?
I don't know what we're gonna get as summer because the weather is crap.
Well, good morning to you, by the way, and then also good morning to Funky. I just realized Funky's in the back of the Big Tramp as well. Good morning, Funky. Pro Jiller says, I'm hurting for more shares if anyone would like to bribe me.
Good morning.
Do you realize that there's legit a team of people out there who watch for sentiment on what it is you guys are saying, and then they try to. Sometimes there are people who are contacted if they feel like the sentiment's strong enough.
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah.
Yep.
They're monitoring like all the streams, all the big streams, like your stream, Butcher Wall Street stream. They're on this,
So what happens?
That's such a long time. There's people here that are
one at a time
to infiltrate from within.
So what happens when Yucca starts talking?
Then the hedge funds they probably turn on their porn channels.
Well, I always clap when Yucca starts talking because he's got the clap, and so so I'm hoping that keeps him safe. I don't know.
Yucca screws every algorithm they've got.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kenny might invite him for dinner, to bribe him.
Oh, you never know. You never know. I tell you what, though, I've had so many instances now where people have kind of, I guess, maybe like flipped on me that I feel like I'm numb to it anymore. And now when it happens anymore, I pretty much just tell people like, well, see you later. Have a good one. And I don't even look back. And it's sad. I feel it's kind of sad. It's really sad because I feel like I should care more.
So Casey, let me ask you this something, because you're on blood pressure medication. What's a good blood pressure?
I think like, well, for me, I would say like 85 over like 120, 115. Let's see what I have right now. I forgot.
12.8, right?
I need
12.8
to 12.8. What?
Is that good?
I don't know.
I
What
don't know
12.8 is.
how you guys measure this. Like you have the upper pressure and the,
Yeah, the diastolic and systolic.
And the what kind of difficult?
Well, it's actually the systolic is on the top and then diastolic is on the bottom. Diastolic is the lower of the two numbers.
Medical field. So is that a 128 over 89 good or bad?
It's all right. The systolic's a little on the high side, but it's not terrible. I'm taking mine right now. Chi-Town Turtle says, yeah, Casey, there's no sense in like beating your head into the wall. I know, but I did before. There was a period of time before where I used to like try to, talk sense into people and, be like, what are you doing? Or why are you, I don't understand. And I was trying to be very, I don't know, just trying to get into their heads and try and figure out like what the heck was going on. Cause it was just such an abrupt change. And viewpoints all of a sudden. And we're talking about some people who have been a part of the community for a long time and were good people. I felt like they were good people. And so I felt, there was one time I spent on a personal phone call, and I don't give my phone number out to just anybody. I mean, I really don't. And I did a personal phone call with somebody for like 4 hours. 4 hours of my time, of my life spent talking to this person. And I thought at the end of the phone call, I was just like, you know what? I felt really good. I was like, we had a good talk. I said I'd be there as a support person for them, and help them whenever they needed help with whatever. And next thing I know, and I was committed to sending them messages and seeing and checking up on them, seeing how they were doing. And then next thing I know, it was like literally within less than a week, they were right back at it again. Just saying some bullshit. And I was like, wow. Okay.
Folks.
How's it going?
You put a black rubber dildo in your live stream, next thing you know, poof.
My blood pressure is really, really high today. 140 over 95. That's not good. I got to get those meds going again. I'm 2 days in a row now on meds, so it should be coming down by tomorrow. It's definitely high today. Is that bad? 140 over 95? I think that's kind of high.
So, Casey, are you saying that when you and I are joking about a certain airline on a certain side of Austin, I might be driving revenue that way?
Maybe. I don't know.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's not a good blood pressure.
Hey guys, I'm usually just one of the lurkers in here, but I would just like to say to all the other European apes, just good luck in the Euros, because the Euros are starting tonight.
Marmagu, welcome, and good to hear from you.
Thank you. Scotland, Germany tonight, so probably guessed by my accent which two I'm supporting.
So what's happening tonight? What is this? I missed it.
Like the World Cup.
Oh, the World Cup.
World Cup,
oh, wow. Okay.
For the Euros.
All right.
The European.
What are your chances on winning? Do you think they're pretty good?
Come on now.
Well, I mean, I want to hear your I want to hear your. I almost said patriotism, but it's not really. I want to hear your pride for your team. How is it?
Well, we hope to get out of the group stage. So it's like a group stage. You play 3 different games and then on to the knockout stages. So you get 3 points for a win. and the top 2 teams from the group stage get into the knockouts. So we're just kind of hoping for that. So
Okay.
Germany, Switzerland, and Hungary is who we have.
Okay. Well, good luck to your team, man. It's awesome.
Thank you so much.
I hope you do well.
I just wondered if there was any other Europeans in the group here.
Oh, I'm sure there is. There's tons. Chi-Town says, did anyone watch the Oilers almost come back to win? Is that why censored content's still not up yet? Let's go check here. Let's see what the man. Does that mean they're 3 games down now? Hold on a second here. Are they only 2 games in? Oh, wait. Oh, I see it. Game 1, 2, 3. So, Panthers. Yeah, okay. So, yeah. Wow. Panthers are stomping on them. 3-0 game 1, 4-1 game 2, and game 3 was 3-4. Or 4-3, rather, Panthers. So, last night, yeah, it must have been a really good game. I might have to go back and watch some of the highlights from last night's. But they're already down 3 games. They can't win. They can't lose another one now. This is it. It's do or die on this next game. When is it? Tomorrow at 7 p.m. The final. That could be the final game. I wonder if they get blown out. Man, if they get blown out by the Panthers, gee whiz. That's not good. You know, Two-Share says, I hate to say it, the Oilers look done. Florida is just the better team. Do you think that Dallas would have put up a better fight? A beer fight? I don't know. I need to. So I'll tell you what. I do think that the Oilers probably had to give a little bit more than they probably would have wanted to have given to beat out Dallas. But they did seem like the better team. I mean, I'm just speaking in terms of like just watching the game and trying to be unbiased on the teams. It seemed like the Oilers were a better team when they got their shit together. But if they didn't, then because their passing seemed better, their attempts on goal seemed better. Just they seemed like a better team. But maybe they expended too much. Maybe it was too much on them to play Dallas, and now going up. Maybe if they had a better semifinal round against a team that was easier, maybe it would have played out differently, and they would have been more competitive against the Panthers. I don't know. I have not seen any of these 3 games between the Panthers or the Oilers yet, so I couldn't objectively sit here and tell you one way or the other which one I think is better. There he is. Is that him? Oh no, that's Stockwitz. Okay. But I need to go watch. I will watch tomorrow's game though, because I have Saturday off. So I'll watch tomorrow's game at tomorrow night and see how that plays out, and then I'll let you know. By the way, welcome back, Two-Shares. I gotta ask him. I know it's numbers time, but I gotta ask Two-Shares now because he's here. Can I ask you, Two-Shares, why your name is Two-Shares? Because I feel like I know why, but I just want to know.
Probably only have 2 shares.
I want to know. I want to know if that's the reason. Do you only have 2 shares, or why 2 shares? What's the deal?
Better 2 then.
And then I guess while I'm waiting for that answer, I will start logging into my account so that don't have to give you guys a 2-factor authentication speech. Because I have 2 shares. I bought 2 shares and I'm buying 2 shares. Because I have 2 shares, I bought 2 shares and I'm buying 2 shares.
Buying. So does it make that 6?
Yeah.
2 plus 2.
2, 4, 6. If you got 2 more after that, 8, you would say, who do we appreciate? And we'd be like, 2 shares. I don't know. That's interesting. Okay. All right. That's
fair.
Cool story. All right. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Give me 1 second while I move a couple screens around. I feel like that's like some kind of riddle. I had 2 shares, I'm buying 2 shares, and I will buy 2 shares. What am I? An ape! Alright, here we go. Starting with off-exchange volume and what's being traded through there. Normally by this time of the day I would expect to see somewhere right between about 49% going through off-exchange and EDGX combined. As it stands right now, we see 56.04% going through off-exchange and EDGX at 11.18. So we're right around 67.22% going through those exchanges when I would expect to see about 60%. Because like I said, it should be about 49% through off-exchange and EDGX to be somewhere between like 10 and 11. So we should be looking at like 60, so it's 7.22%. 7.22. There, 2. Hey, there's those 2s. 7.22 higher than what I would expect to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 4,702 shares going through there. Holy crap, what's up with all the 2s? It's like it's on purpose or something here. The world is trying to tell me something. CHX volume for GME is coming in at, it's a new value now, 54,507. I think maybe there was a problem with what I read off to you guys earlier, because I read off to you a 100,000 number a while ago, and whatever it's reporting now is lower than that, and there's no way that could have happened. So there must have been some kind of misreported number that I was pulling up earlier. But I'm refreshing it now, and it's showing 54.5 thousand shares going through CHX on GME, which is definitely a high number, but not that 100,000 number just yet. Taking a look at IBKR's shares available to borrow, showing it around 100 shares for AMC. That's a pretty low number. Not a whole lot of shares to borrow. Fees are at 2.11%, rebate 3.21. On AMC's Ortex data, it's showing here an hour ago that there was 1.66 million shares returned for the day-to-day on AMC. It's now 2.61 million shares. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float. All these 2 numbers. 15.45%. Cost per borrow mins at 2.73. Average is 3.55 and max 4.33. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 73.51 million shares. That's 1.01 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating that about 220,000 of them were in new short interest. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call options so far for the day-to-day, or at least an hour ago, was at a $5.50 strike for calls. There was 24.2 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 38.2 thousand contracts. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. An hour ago, there were 7.4 thousand contracts. There's now 11.3. Market is suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5 and $5.50 by the end of the day today still. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, GME is third on the list here with a 56.89% buy to 43.11% sell ratio. And AMC was on the list an hour ago, and we did not have a good buy-sell ratio. We are the last place on the list now. That buy-sell ratio was like 48% an hour ago, which was on the buy side, which was terrible. But as I've always said to you guys, you got to wait till the end of the day's numbers or the numbers that are reported the next morning, because that's the final number, and that's what counts most. Because as you can see here, it's already increased by about 8% on the buy side. We're now at 56.24% buys and 43.76% sales. But AMC is more than likely going to fall off the most heavily traded 30 most heavily traded stocks list. MMRI was 276.33 as of an hour ago. It's now 275.75. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates An hour ago was 0.487, is now currently at 0.479, so it's coming down a little bit. Oops, dang it, I wrote a number wrong here. Hold on a second. You ever like say a number in your head and then write a totally different number? It just happened to me. I was saying 9 in my head and wrote a 6. Yep, good job, Casey. That's that like really old childhood dyslexia popping in there. Let's see here. We have NASDAQ is currently down 0.1. Dow Jones is down 0.46. And the S&P 500 is down 0.33. 4,210 decliners to 1,256 advancers. The market is more advancing than it was an hour ago. It didn't quite make it into that burning up in the sun range. But it's still hot lava. Don't touch the floor. It'll burn the crap out of your feet kind of situation. Let's see here. Taking a look at sectors, the only two positive sectors for the day today is technology and communications. The worst performing sector is industrials, followed by consumables. Consumables? No. Consumer staples. No, not staples. That's discretionary. Consumer discretionary.
Have a good one.
You too. Oh, the Mag 7, 3 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% will get a shout out. FRC is up 25%. Oh, I was just talking about Silvergate. Down 13.8%. NYCB is down 2.55. Western Alliance down 2.41. And that's about it. Gold is up 1.2 and is consolidating. Silver is up 0.45 and trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 0.11 and trending down. The US dollar is up 0.42. And it looks like it's trying to break. The US dollar looks like it's trying to break into a downtrend. Let me just. It's not quite. It's getting close. Maybe we'll see a bounce on this. I don't know. Let's see. We'll chart it for here. We'll see if this bounces. It's still, I mean, overall, it's still trending upwards, but the current trend is down. If this does drop below this level of support here on the U.S. dollar, then we'll probably see, we'll probably start seeing the market start to rise a little bit with the dollar falling. Oil is down 1.92% and is seems to have found a little bit of a bottom and starting to trend back up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.22 to 0.27 and are consolidating. And SPY is down 0.22 and consolidating. VIX is up 8.96 at 1301 and trending up for sure. For sure. Let's see here. At 1301, the futures are suggesting it should be around 1338, so it's still got room to move. VB is down 1.57 and consolidating after a downtrend. VBR is down 1.48, consolidating after a downtrend. Tesla is down 2.04, consolidating after a downtrend. Amazon is down 0.38 and consolidating. Cinemark is down 1.6 and trending down. Doge is down 1%, trending down. Bitcoin is up 0.13 and I feel like this broke an uptrend into a downtrend, but this is still up. It's still up right now. I'm going to call this an uptrend still. GME is down 3.33 and trending down. HYMC is up 0.93. And by the way, on GME, it did not trip SSR. HYMC is up 0.93 and consolidating. NCMI is down 3.89, trending down. Hood is down 1.35, trending down. And AMC is down 3.7 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today. There's approximately 1.5. Oh, yeah, we definitely saw a swing in inflow versus outflow. $1.5 million more inflow than outflow. That's where our buying pressure came from. And it's likely, you know, we do tend to see more buying when prices moving down by retail. So that kind of makes sense. 19.19 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. We are a much higher volume than I would have anticipated from earlier. But after 170 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 44.04 million shares traded by the end of the day today. And I suggested in the pre-market, actually that's not correct. I stand corrected. Hold on a second here. I just did the wrong calculation. We're at 110 minutes, not 170. We're on a pace for 68.07 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I gave a prediction somewhere between 15 and 35 million. As this morning's pre-market volume was definitely looking like we were going to see lower volume than what we saw. Actually, is that true? Hold on. Actually, it was saying we were going to have more volume than we had yesterday in the pre-market by a little bit. Maybe like a couple million, actually. Okay. The pre-market volume was suggesting we were going to see more volume today than we saw yesterday. But I still gave you a 15 to 35 prediction. That was my bad. All right, so taking a look at a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with the divergence on the vortex indicator. RSI is at 48.25, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.55, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.44, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.79, which is below average. And with that, here we go. Inside Out 2 excites Thursday with best year-to-date previews of 13 million previews. Pixar movie eyes 100 million opening. Bad Boys franchise crosses 1 billion. WW deadline. I'm not sure what that. It's got to be like work week or something like that. I'm not sure what WW deadline is. But anyways, good news on some of how much we're making on some of these movies. It's awesome. Give me 1 second, guys. I want to worldwide. Okay, thank you, Pirate. Sometimes I'm not really good with acronyms. 30. I got to enter in some data real quick here for yesterday's numbers on volume. 32,749,300. And then this one ended up being corrected to 45,701,400. I don't know if you guys ever noticed this or not, but several days after the markets close, you can actually go back and look at the historical volume for the day, and it can change a little bit every single day, which is, and I always, like if I'm doing like a volume analysis on something, I like to make sure that I always have like the final numbers, so I find sometimes I have to go back and recorrect some of the volume numbers that came in that were reported the very next day, because they will, like I said, they'll change for like, it seems like up to a week or so afterwards. But anyways, I just had to go through and correct some of those. So yeah. So I had entered in a pre-market volume yesterday of 191.1 thousand shares at one point. Today's pre-market volume, I was entering in 226. So that's a little bit higher volume, 226,000 than what we saw from previous day, which means volume should be slightly higher than that 32.7, like maybe like, I don't know, maybe 35 million today, 35 to 40, maybe, I don't know, somewhere in that range. So I might be on the low side on the prediction. I probably should have just stuck with the 20 to 40 and I'd probably been okay, but whatever. The Land Before Him says, rewatching the kitty memes, I now understand why bots were spamming about it being in reverse order. Kitty was telling a story and they were trying to hide it. with a little bit of added context, those memes now make a whole lot more sense to me. Yeah, I was whenever he said watch it backwards, I literally sat through that entire, like, I don't remember how long it was. It felt like 48 minutes or something like that, or maybe it was an hour and some odd minutes to watch all of them in reverse, and I was like, but I did. I watched them all in reverse, and I don't know what they were trying to point out in there because I didn't see it. I don't know what the hell they were talking about. To me, it seemed to make way more sense the way that it was in the order that was put in. Although there were certain things that were placed into the middle of the story that seemed out of context completely. But I just didn't know how to. Maybe future down the road, I'll probably understand them better. I don't know. Casey, when do you think we can see a run past 6? Astral, I'm not here to predict the future on where price movement is going to. I'm not here to try and help people play options, man. It's not what I'm here for.
Well, I mean, I can tell you when. It's going to be just after we see 599.
I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. I mean, I know there's institutions here that do not want to see us driving up over $6. I don't see them packing up their bags just yet to leave their jobs because they're no longer hired or they're now fired. So I think there's always going to be a constant battle until we see that kind of thing happening. Could we see a spike up above 6 next week? It's possible, but I'm not a future teller. I think there's definitely a case to be made for on a 4-hour chart. Like if I get rid of all this other junk on the page that I got going on here, actually let's leave it up. I see a very strong case for a potential breakout, but this is a wedge and it could go either direction on this. I'd be heavily looking for, like, I want to see buying volume, starting to go off. But I mean, I'm on a 4-hour chart here. If I get rid of some of the other junk on this page here and I start slapping on like an Ichimoku cloud here, or Ichimoto as we like to refer to it, you can see that there's definitely a red cloud starting to form in the future. And if we were to get a break outside this range here, we could see price moving up as early as Tuesday, maybe even Wednesday next week to break through a red cloud, and that's in the range of around 540. But breaking past 6, that's way up here. I don't have anything in here that suggests where that's going to be, or the magic figure for you as to where that's going to be. I'm more focused on looking at documenting where price is moving and maybe looking at shorter term time frames. I'm not here to play options. So if that's what you're looking for is options help, you ain't going to get it from me. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. I'm not even telling you, I'm not even trying to help you get your buy positions in. If you're looking to buy shares, I don't even feel like I'm helping you with that either. Turtle says, Casey, I will look into the past this weekend and I will use my brain to learn more from said knowledge. Yes. I hope so. I hope everybody does. Kevin Murray says, it sure feels like the criminals are still telling us they can do whatever they want. Just one honest person in government or finance would be refreshing. I mean, it's a dog-eat-dog world, man. Money is...
Would you want to be that person? Like, who would want to be that person?
Not me. I don't want to be that person. You're right, Preacher. You're so freaking right. Like, can you imagine being that honest guy? Like, everybody would hate you. Nobody would like you. Chi-Town says, did MCon say, why are we dipping, kid? No, not yet. But I got my answer ready, though. Max Payne, $5. I like to think back to, we used to have Jimmy Carter as a president, and I feel like he was legitimately, I mean, farmer Jimmy Carter, right? Like the dude was legit trying to perhaps maybe move the nation towards growth from within. I think he had probably some good intentions on where he wanted to take the country. And maybe he wasn't nearly as corrupt as maybe some of the other people that we've seen in the past as presidents. But everybody hated his guts. And all he does after he gets done is go help people build homes so they can have homes for themselves afterwards, right? Like, I mean, the dude's like a wholesome dude, but nobody liked him. No, I feel like nobody ever gave that guy any love, man. And it bums me out a little bit because, and I'm not even saying I like Jimmy Carter. I'm just saying it like, dude seems like a pretty, solid dude. Nobody cared for him very much. Tom saying he gave away the Panama Canal. He wanted to give something back to people who had their own property there, and he was trying to make the world a better place, Tom, and people hated him for it. They're like, no, we need to hoard that stuff for ourselves because we need to make sure our ships go through there, instead of giving it to people who are less fortunate. And yeah, I get it. I understand, man. Nobody wants somebody who's gonna, help the rest of the world out. They want everybody's about me, 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 me. Get out of here, Apex. Anyways, it just, I feel like good people in this world don't succeed because the world is a dirty, dangerous, violent place that is filled with a lot of people who are not on the up and up, and so the good people don't really. It's like the whole adage: the nice guy doesn't always win. They just don't. Y'all are killing me with the why the dip.
It's tasty. What do you mean why? What type of a question is that?
Because it can. Because there's space. Is that what you just said? There's space below? Is that why? That's a good answer. It's a good answer. It's because there's room for it to move down. That's why. Don't you see? Look at all this. Look at all this room here. We got a lot of space down below us still before you get down to zero.
All that space for activities.
There's a lot of space there. You know what, Chi-Town Turtle? You're not wrong. Yeah, I think you're right, actually. Who's that? Okay, it's getting too much. Hey, Funky, can you mute? You got a lot of background noise.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Don't worry about it. It's no big deal. I just wanted to. It was getting to the point to where I was like, "Woof, that's a lot." But yeah. So Chi-Town Turtle. Yeah, man. There was a point in time where maybe it was around the time when I saw the movie Dumb Money. and I saw Keith Gill get up there, DFE get up there and testify before Congress. And I think after I walked out of that movie is probably when I started thinking, like, what would happen if I got called before Congress and said the things that I wanted to say? Because I probably wouldn't do what DFV did. I would probably say the things that I think are right to say. And it would probably get me in so much trouble. So much trouble. And so I'm really, really, really hoping that that doesn't become the case, because I don't want to have to go, because I have a feeling I'm probably going to end up having to go to jail. Damn it. And you're not wrong. But I guess at some point or another, I kind of resign myself to the idea that, maybe that's just in my future. I don't know. And I guess I'll have to be okay with it. Because I mean, when you have that kind of an opportunity or that kind of chance to be able to tell it like it is, that's when you do it, because you only have that shot one time usually when you go testify before Congress, and then you say, like, as a person, as the people, we're tired of what you're doing here because you're failing. And nobody's sitting up there on the financial committee wants to hear that, right? They don't want to hear that they're the ones that are failing. They want to know why you're being successful, because you're gaming the system somehow.
Well, I mean, you saw the statement from old Joe, that we need F-15s if we want to take the government. But it's basically, he made it clear it's them versus you. They're not there for you. They're against you, and that's about it.
Turtle says, there's better places than jail, Casey. You can do better. Maybe stop selling butt drugs. Okay, I'll do that. I hope that if this all goes down the way that I think that it'll go down, I hope that that DF, let's just call him Keith Gill for this purposes. I hope Keith Gill goes back up and testifies again, and I hope I hope this time he has the courage to go up there and say the things that need to be said. I hope he has that courage, because boy, I'll tell you what, I can't think of a bigger target than somebody who may have billions to their name. $10:38. We got about 22 more minutes. Seems like a pretty uneventful day today so far, right? We got VIX up 12.97%, or 12.97. It's not a percent. Up 8.63%. With futures showing 13.58 now on the VIX. Oh, no, I'm sorry. 13.13. I was reading the high. Where's the US dollar? Did it break through?
So Casey, what do you think your bond would be if you got jailed?
I wouldn't want anybody to pay it.
You can call Penny.
69,420.
Yeah, that's right. 69,420. Yeah, probably. I don't know. Because I would imagine at some point there would one AMC share. Yeah, that'll be 6 digits.
Nah. You have to reply, I ain't selling.
Robert says, I was told, save your first crime for Fed time.
I have a feeling it's about time for that something's gonna happen. What Thomas Petrify said.
What did he say?
Let me play it for you, in case you forgot. Give me 1 minute.
The name sounds really familiar,
second.
but I'm trying to remember who he is, and I just can't remember off the top of my head.
Wait. I don't know if you can hear it.
No, I
I'm
can't.
gonna play it. Hold on. In case, just a reminder for everybody.
Oh, yes. I remember him now. I just had to look him up. I haven't even looked him up yet, but as soon as I started saying it enough times in my head, I remember him now. Yep. I know what you're talking about. Yep.
The following day, it closed at 148. The following morning on January 28th, it's up open at 355.
No, it's good.
And traded.
It's a reminder for everybody.
At the same time, Game had 50 million registered shares outstanding and a short interest of 70 million shares. In addition, there were about 1.5 million calls, which would call for 150 million shares. The longs repay their margin loans and exercise the calls, their brokers would have been obligated by the rules as they are today to deliver to them 270 million shares, while by only 50 million shares existed. So when the shorts cannot deliver the shares, the broker representing the longs must, by the rules of the system, go into the market and buy the shares at any price, pushing the price into the thousands. So as the price goes higher, the shorts default on the brokers now must cover themselves. They push the price further up. So the brokers default on the clearing houses, and you end up with a complete mess.
Yep. Just a quick reminder, everybody.
Yeah. And remember, this didn't start like just this week. This started back on May 3rd.
It's not only on GME that it applies. It applies on AMC as well.
Mm-hmm.
Just know what you're holding.
And we had tons and tons of call contracts going into the money. I mean, 100% of GME's call contracts in May were in the money. And we're talking about futures, leaps. We're talking about everything. Everything was in the money. 100% of it. Like 95% of AMC was in the money on call contracts. It's insane.
Do they have time until 4 o'clock or until 11 o'clock tonight to buy them back? Like 8 o'clock your time?
But it's not all unfolding today, though. You got to remember that. And that's part of the reason why I said it doesn't mean straight up. There's time.
I know. There's T+1, right?
So the original May 3rd was like the big day where there was a lot of volume. But if you want to look back to where it was really big, was around like I think the 13th or the 14th. So then you've got 7 weeks from that point going forward. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks going forward puts us in the first week of July. So and then historically speaking, if you want to go back and look at what happened from the original period of time, somebody already gave you a date earlier this morning that
I wasn't here.
May help you to understand why DFE exercised the day that he did. Because I was not anticipating him to exercise until the day before the contracts were going to expire. But then when I suddenly realized what was happening, I was like, holy shit, he's timed this perfectly for some specific date here, and there's a reason for it, I think.
What date was it?
You got to go figure it out your own. You need to go look and see.
Okay, see, and I think a lot of people forget with the T+1, if they got to come up with 4 million shares today, they borrow 4 million shares, trade them in, do the same thing repetitively every day.
Yeah, but these are all turning into failure to delivers. Yeah.
Yes, and that's where it comes in.
Yeah.
So because they have 4 million shares where they have to cover today with the T+1, they borrow 4 million, give him his shares, push it to Monday, then do the same thing, and then everything stacks on top of it.
Right.
So the T+1 doesn't mean it has to be done today. It just means they could push it a little bit further,
right,
and keep stacking FPDs.
Right, which is why this takes time to play out.
And then that's where the blows.
Yes,
exactly.
Yes, this is about blowing up a balloon. and eventually it pops, and that's when they, you know, like Petterfee was just talking about there, they had 200 and some odd million shares that they had to buy, that they had to go and buy that day.
So they're doing the same thing.
Yeah. Well, yes, the same thing is happening right now. Yes.
They're pushing the snowball down the hill.
It's unfolding. It's unfolding.
You know, they should get rid of the T35 rule. Just put it at T+1 or T+0, like instant payback. Or like, you know, give them 10 days. 35 days is too long. Just imagine. Yeah. So every week has a T+35, you know, possibility, you know, like, and then it creates more options in the money, more buying back, and it, you know, it means they're fucked. Pardon my language.
Pirate coins up today? Does that mean gold's up? Gold must be up. No way.
By how many percent? 1,600%.
Oops, I clicked on the wrong one.
Pirate coin.
1.01% on gold, but it's currently trending down. All right, what to do here? Let me see. Let me look up some news real quick.
Is it true, Casey, that next Wednesday the market is closed? Am I correct?
You said next Wednesday?
Yeah, June 19th.
Oh, I think you might be right. I think you might be right. Yeah, I think you might be right.
4-day
Got
trading.
the holiday notification from IBKR, so.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
4-day holiday, 4-day trading week next week.
Yep, June 19th for Juneteenth. And then the next one after that would be July 4th. And we have a half day trading on July 3rd.
Every day that is closed is a day one.
Fireworks. Fireworks.
Maybe fireworks. Who knows?
Well, Stephen, that doesn't necessarily appear to be true. I mean, there does seem to be, there will always be paper hands, Stephen, every single day. Like, I mean, there's always going to be new people who buy shares at any given point, and then there's going to be days where we have people who sell shares. Ultimately, though, what you want to have is just more buying than you have selling going on. That's the key goal, right? Like, you want to see just consistently more buying. But there's always going to be.
Don't affect the price.
Huh? Well, not on a daily. Good morning, Yucca. Not on a daily basis, but we do have an impact on overall on the overall price movement over time. So, and that's really the more important part that you have to kind of be focused on is that since time's on our side, and we have an impact on a greater portion of time, then that's the key thing that you're looking for is that impact over time.
I'm just saying what Kensler said.
Mm-hmm. No, it's true.
You know.
We don't affect day-to-day price movement. We just don't. And we're too small. We're at 10% or less. I just noticed something. I'm watching my live stream from earlier, and I just noticed that on the daily for the was it for the VIX? No, what was this for? What was I just seeing? Hold on a second here. What is that? Oh, the US dollar. Oh, hold on a second here. Hold up. I'm gonna pull something up on the side over here, and this might be interesting. Let's see. Names are escaping me right now. Okay. All right, check this out. I'm going to have to play around with this picture just a little bit here. How do I do this? Duplicate.
I'm okay. You?
DXY. Hey, you might be on... Are you... Stockwitz, you're live?
That's not working.
Stockwitz, you're live. Okay, I gotta move him. Let's see here. Index. Okay, put this on the daily. Get rid of this. Wow. I wonder if this is going to overlap. Give me just a second, guys. I got to try and figure out how to flip this picture here that I've got going on. Yucca.
Yes.
How you doing today?
Oh, good, good.
McDonald's?
Nah, Dunkin'.
What's that?
Dunkin'.
Oh, Dunkin' Donuts?
Yeah, Dunkin' Donuts.
What the heck? Coffee?
Oh, yes.
Why don't I have access to 3D Paint? Anybody know what happened to MS Paint? Why is my computer suddenly not able to use MS Paint anymore?
What windows do you have?
I didn't change anything. It should be the same as I've always used.
I'm not aware of any changes with Paint, but...
Yeah, me either. What the heck? Let's see here. So, copy. Paste. Okay, now I gotta flip the image. Rotate. 180. There we go. And flip. There we go. Now I can copy that. So here's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the U.S. dollar. And I was drawing out an Elliott. I mean, it's kind of was looking like an inverted Elliott, inverse Elliott wave pattern to me a little bit. So I took a screenshot, inverted the picture. Actually, you know what? I wonder if that works. Wait, actually, let me try something else here. Anyways, with doing that, undo. Let me try something different here. Anyways, with inverting it, I was kind of looking at this, and it kind of felt to me like on the U.S. dollar that we were seeing a little bit of what kind of seemed like an Elliott wave here. The only problem is like this big move right here in the middle does not correspond with what I would be expecting to be seeing. If I were to blow this up just a tad bit, maybe like this. It does the exact opposite of what I would be expecting here. From like basically point 3 to point A. And then everything else seems to be fitting in kind of sort of the same. But there's definitely some weird or some familiar, I guess familiar is probably a pattern taking place here, and I'm gonna have to take a look at this and see if I can't find something that's going on here, because it does look like it's forming something I've seen before, but I can't quite place what it is. What I'm thinking this is, though, is that this is going to be the way that this plays out is that it ends up playing out with a big increase in this moving upwards. If this is true on the U.S. dollar, then if the dollar starts rising back up again into that into what we saw from the past back here, this is October of 2022 time frame, where we were running the U.S. dollar in the range of somewhere between like 112 and 115, and that's what I'm kind of looking for, is a break above 107 as a potential move here, and is also, I think, very, very close to what I've got drawn up on the daily on Webull here, where I've got oops, that's AMC. The daily on this is getting very, very close to where I have a potential breakout time frame here, which happens to be right around the end or the middle of July on the U.S. dollar. So I don't know if this may be an attempt to drive back up into that high 106 range, but never actually break through just yet. We might have like one more pullback down and retest levels around 105 before seeing the actual breakout going over here. But if the U.S. dollar is going to start rising above 107 or thereabouts, we could see, a run on the market, a run down in the market. No worries, Astral. It's all good, man. $11:01. Let's do some numbers, and then I'm going to go to break and grab some lunch. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Interesting. Okay. I didn't have to log into my account. Make sure you guys are getting statements for your portfolios through your broker, because you never know when your broker is going to accurately report what it is that you hold. So you need to have your own documentation. It's usually only a couple clicks to get that emailed to you. So please take the time to do that. According to what we're seeing right now on off exchange for AMC, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60%, 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got 54.82% going through off exchange, EDGX at 12.19. The combined total 67.01%, or about 5.01% higher than I would normally anticipate. CHX volume is 5,625 shares. Nothing quite unusual about that. As of right now, GME CHX volume for the day is 54,507 shares. It's already over 30,000, which is quite a few shares. Shares available to be borrowed, according to IBKR, is showing about 10,000 now for AMC, and fees at 2.11. Rebates still positive. An hour ago on Ortex, there was 2.61 million shares having been returned for AMC. It's now 6.38 million shares. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float down to 15.19%. The cost to borrow mins at 2.73, average is 3.57, and max is 4.33. Shares on loan for the day today is at 73.51 million shares. That's approximately 1.01 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating about 220,000 of that is in new short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a strike price of $5.50, and that is still the case. It went from 38.2 thousand contracts to 44.3. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $5 strike. There was 11.3 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 14.4. The market is suggesting a closing price somewhere between $5 and $5.50 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. GME is third on the list here with a 58.17% buy to 41.83% sell ratio. And AMC was last on the list an hour ago. May have fallen off. It did. But our buy-sell ratio is way better than it was earlier this morning, which is good. But I won't know if it's not on this list if we got back over 60-40 ratio. Taking a look at MMRI, an hour ago it was at 275.74. It's now 276.37. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates is 0.475. It was 0.479 an hour ago. Just a little bit of a drop. NASDAQ is down 0.16. Dow Jones is down 0.35. S&P 500 is down 0.29. We have 4,276 decliners to 1,275 advancers. The market is just ever so slightly more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago. But still on hot lava fire. Do not touch the floor. It'll burn your feet off. Nasty looking. Two sectors are doing well for the day-to-day. The best performing sector is communications, followed by technology. The worst performing sectors for the day-to-day are industrials, followed by consumer discretionary. Of the Mag 7, 3 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% or more for the day will get a shout out. FRC is up 25%. Silvergate's down 13.8. NYCB is down 2.55. Western Alliance is down 2.7. And that's about it. Gold is up 1.14, and looks like it's trying to break a downtrend right now. I'm not going to call it just yet because it is breaking the downtrend right now, but it's not. It just printed a TD9 and is looking like it's going to make a reversal off this, so it might just be setting like a newer top on this trend here. So, but it's down a little bit from where it was earlier. Silver is definitely, holy moly. Silver taking off here a little bit just a minute ago, so maybe gold is making a break here. Maybe it will. Silver is definitely making a break to the top side all over Bollinger Band. It's very, very rare to see full candles outside of the Bollinger Bands here. Now you can see the Bollinger Bands are widening up here as the volatility is increasing, but there is, this entire red candle right here is completely outside my Bollinger Bands. And so, for those of you who've watched this channel enough, you know that I've got a 3 sigma set up on this, and I also have it looking at a much larger time scale on the Bollinger Band where it's looking at 50 periods, right? 50 length periods, so 50-minute time frame. To be breaking past a full candle beyond this means something significant is happening here. Very, very significant. It is well outside of normal conditions, and taking off. Like there is something massive going on right now. Gold.
What is this? Gold?
Silver.
Oh, okay.
And Ethereum Classic is taking a massive dump. It's
Bitcoin as well. I got notification that it dipped below 67,000 again.
It looks, because gold and Ethereum Classic were actually coupled as of a couple days ago, to where they were looking very similar. So apparently Ethereum Classic and gold are no longer coupled, because gold is now starting to rise, and Ethereum Classic is down 3% right now as it's taking a tumble. The US dollar is up 0.33 and trending up at 105.81 for a high just a minute ago, and it's now at 105.56, so it's coming back down a little bit, still trending up. Oil is down 2.16. What time is it? 11? Okay, 11. Oil is down 2.16 and consolidating, so nothing really going on there. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.12 to 0.18 and trending down. SPY is down 0.2, and we're not really seeing any major impact going on with the SPY currently, but the overall trend is slightly upwards. Currently, VIX is up 7.29% and is consolidating a little bit after an uptrend at 12.81, with futures suggesting it being somewhere around 13.18. VB is down 1.58, consolidating. VBR is down 1.44, consolidating. Tesla is down 2.15, went on a little bit of a downtrend and then started trending back up again. Amazon is down 0.28. Amazon is seeing a rise in price along with silver, gold, and is trending up and breaking the downtrend it was in. Cinemark is down 1.4 and consolidating. Doge is down 4.55%, taking a big tumble here on Doge. Bitcoin is down 1.07%, taking a big tumble. It looked like it got down to as low as 65.5. GME is down 4.55 and is consolidating. We are not seeing, if this is a liquidation of cryptocurrencies to bolster things that may sections of the market that might be recessionary type areas. This does not so far look like it's a market-wide event. I'm not seeing it moving everywhere. It does look like there might be somebody who's kind of rushing away from things that might be considered safe and running into things that might be considered more safe as of right now. HYMC is up 2.64 and trending up. NCMI is down 4.62, trending down. Hood is down 2.06 and is trending down, and AMC is down 4.64 and is consolidating on after a trend down. The reason I say that about safe and more safe is that Amazon is one of the reason I've got Amazon on my page is one of the ones that I look at is two reasons. Amazon is, if you want to know how the backbone of the American economy is doing, Amazon is probably one of the best places to look in regards to how the economy is doing. Number one, and number two, it is not a heavily shorted stock. It's my golden. There's only one other company that I've found out there that I would use as a gold standard for a not shorted company. So Amazon is not a heavily shorted company. It would be seen as a very strong safe haven. I know that if we went to the Mag 7 and people would probably say, well, what about NVIDIA? It is. I think the market knows it is on a run up on NVIDIA. But I think the market knows that that this is a risky investment right now, as there may have been some shenanigans going on in some of their books. So Tesla is. Let's just run through these real quick here. NVIDIA is taking a little bit of a turn up. Microsoft is definitely taking a turn up. Meta is sort of just kind of consolidating. Google, I mean, it's trending up. Has been. Apple trending down. Amazon seems to be the most out of the group. Seems to have the most impact from this current move on gold and silver. Looks like it might have subsided here a little bit, starting to slow down. Maybe might be in a little bit of a consolidation period before getting a continuation upwards. Well, you know what this means. Time for me to go to break so we can see something fun happen. Hurry up, Casey. Leave. I'm using Fidelity to just kind of review the options chain. Fidelity's options contracts page. Astral says no Chick-fil-A. Nope, no Chick-fil-A today. Not feeling extravagant. All right, let me see here. Yeah, break time. I'll leave the back of the Big Tramp open, and I will see you guys back here at around 12:10. And I got to. I wanted to let you guys know I might head out a little bit early today. If things start going crazy, I won't. But Melissa had said that they were thinking about going over and doing some bowling this afternoon. So she wanted to go at 1, and I was like, well, can we make it just a little bit later? So I might leave like an hour early today. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. Go ahead, Yucca. Say it. What are you gonna say? Have a good time. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. That's awesome.
Yeah, great time with the family.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. That's awesome. I'm so happy you care.
Fucking part timer.
Don't forget to pick me up on the way.
All right, we'll do.
Yeah, enjoy your break.
Well, they got food over there. They got some really good pizza at that place, man. I want the pizza, man. I'm gonna go light right now so that I can eat some pizza later.
Pizza.
Please. It's good stuff, man. There's nothing better than like sticking your fingers in holes that everybody else is stuck their fingers into, and then eating pizza and licking your fingers afterwards. It's the best thing ever. You want a surefire way to never ever get sick again? I found it.
Especially putting your hands in those shoes.
That's right. Yeah. Right after you get done putting on your shoes, your bowling shoes that everybody else has touched.
Yeah, that everybody has.
Best pizza ever.
Best ever.
But see, here's a trick though. I know what the trick is on this, and it's all about the alcohol. If you make sure you wash everything down with alcohol, you're fine. You're never going to get sick. You get it's like the doctors like to say, it's dead viruses that you're consuming, and therefore you're not going to get sick from them because they're dead, but your body sees them and says like, oh, I can fight that in the future.
Dead. Okay.
Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. That was so funny to me. I snorted.
Enjoy fingering your balls.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm snorting coke. Casey.
Casey's a genius. Can you, Tom, share some good news, man. Come on to the back of the big tramp and share some good news with us, man. Come on over here. Do it live. Don't make us read it. Dr. Casey. Move over, Fauci.
Oh no.
That's pretty funny. I hope somebody out there just kind of puked a little in their mouth right then.
Dr. Shaw.
Dr. Casey.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you want to take Foo's temperature?
Hey, Casey. No. What's up? What's going on, Tom?
When I was in the military, I got jammed up in an accident. We barrel-rolled the vehicle about 165 feet, and I was thrown out at about 50 feet.
Holy crap!
And after that accident that happened, I broke my shoulder. Needed 2 surgeries. Both hips were replaced. 4 discs in my lumbar were jacked up, and I got metal rods, screws, and pins holding up my vertebrae. Lumbar going into the pelvis area.
Well, I got just the thing for you. Pizza from a bowling alley. Keep going. Sorry. Keep going.
I'm getting that.
Yeah.
I'm definitely getting that. But today, after fighting with the VA and everybody for multiple decades and everything, they finally, I don't care about the money, finally recognized, yeah, that accident really screwed you up, and they gave me 100%. And I just found out about 5 minutes ago.
That's awesome, man. I'm really glad to hear that. I know that's a big deal too. I'm really happy for you. Because I mean that. I'm not trying to speak. I'm not trying to speak poorly of the military, but you and I both know the VA, kind of sucks sometimes. But but at least you have the full coverage though on what it is for your disability, and that's awesome, man. And I'm really happy for you, and congratulations.
I've been fighting them for the last time. I've been fighting with them over 20 years, man.
I hear you, man. I hear
Congrats, man.
You get back pay from that as well?
Yeah, you should.
I can donate that money to the homeless and everybody who needs it. Yeah.
That's awesome,
send me some. Send me some money. I need it.
You
need some AMC shares.
You do what you think you need to do with that money, man. Don't let anybody else talk you into anything else. You fought hard for it, so you use it how you want.
Yeah. You can buy more shares.
For your service too.
Thank you.
If you want. Yeah, thank you so much, man.
Go Tom!
Go Tom! Go Tom!
I'm gonna drop off and cry, but
all right, man. Happy cries. Happy cries.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Hey Tom, thank you for your service, bud.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Where's the pirate at?
Man, I don't want to leave now. I feel like I ain't doing enough around here. I need to do more. Damn it.
Thank you for your service, Casey.
Seriously, I feel like I hear stories like that. I go like, what the fuck have I done my whole life? Shit. I ain't done nothing.
What do you mean? You're doing it right now.
This ain't nothing, man. This ain't nothing in contrast to what he's gone through. Shit, man. I tell you, this is a walk in a park in contrast, This is easy stuff.
Levels of service. We understand that it's a different type of service. But you're doing something.
That's right. Play the.
Not that type of service.
Yeah. That's really cool, though.
I mean, you know, if it wasn't for you, Tom wouldn't have come and let us know his experience,
yeah,
his story.
Yeah.
Tom wouldn't have a place to come. Where is it? He wouldn't have a place to come.
Yeah, hold on a second here. Hold on, I got you. I'm slow. Oh shoot, where did it go? Hold on. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. He wouldn't have all these weird friends.
Yeah, weird friends to share with.
Yeah.
All right.
So you are doing something.
Well, thank you, but nowhere near as much as that service that all of our veterans have put in.
Said that. I got a question.
Go for it.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I had to stop. I had to stop in the middle of washing my car. What the hell is that? Where's that sound clip come from?
Are you on a phone or are you on a computer? A pooter?
No, I know it's on the sound. I know it's from the soundboard.
Oh, you mean like why do you recognize it so much?
No, I don't recognize it at all. I've never known where the hell it's from, and everybody else does, and I'm like, what the heck is that from?
Do you want to know where it's from?
Sure. Is your wife standing by you? Is your wife in the room?
We can give
We
you
just found the purest guy alive.
I just want to know: is your wife in the room or not? Is she standing in the room with you?
No.
No? Is your kids standing in the room with you?
No, I'm by myself.
That's from Pornhub.
Give you a link.
That's from Pornhub. It's yeah.
I have no idea.
Where does that sound come from? It sounds so familiar. I just can't quite place it. I just don't know.
Somebody get this guy a ginger ale.
Yeah.
But the fact that you're like, I don't know, like I think the first time I heard this was on 9gag, and I also didn't know what it was and stuff. Like your exposure to memes and to like, this type of stuff is also limited, apparently.
Papa Max says, I thought it was from Seinfeld.
Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to.
Oh boy. You know what you needed to play, Ecker, when he said that? You needed to play That Man Back There Is Not Real.
I should have.
Yeah, you missed out, man. You had like the perfect opportunity.
Yep.
Play it. All right, I'm out.
We should get that one on the soundboard.
What's that sound? You mean this sound?
That motherfucker back there is not real.
That's the best.
At the same time.
Oh man, that was great.
We did it at the same time, Casey.
You gotta replace that with one of the other ones. I don't know which one. I don't know. You pick. I don't know.
Want it available?
Yeah, you should put it in there. Like it's a really good one.
You just have to sign up to my my Discord. I charge $19.99.
No, that's not happening. You know what? Go ahead.
I'll put it in there.
I was gonna say, will you take a pirate coin?
I'll take anything.
I bet you would.
Okay, when you come back from your break, it'll be updated. There's a space. There's one space available because I took. Nah, you're not. What is his name? Nah, why? I took that one down. So I'll put this one.
Yeah, put that one in there because it's perfect. I love that one. That one's like, I feel like it could be used so many times.
That's right. All right, go on your break so you can come back sooner.
All right. So, well, it'll be the same time, but yeah. All right, I'll see you back 12:10.
Go on your break so you can come faster.
All right, I will do that. Yucca.
Faster. All right, later.
Do you think, like, if one day I just randomly said Yucca, do you think it would register, or do you think?
It would register.
You think so? Would it make you happy or sad or?
I don't care.
I don't
Should
care.
we go with the Polish version?
What's
Yeah,
that?
how does that sound?
How's that go?
Utah.
Utah.
That sounds like
C is a t. C is t in Polish, so it would be Utah.
that sounds like Gangwin talk. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Nie wiem, co tam mówisz.
Yitza me favorite person. Oh man, I hated that. I felt like Star Wars died that day for me when I saw that Jar Jar. The Gangwin.
Really?
Yeah, I just there was something about the character that just was so bad that I just could not all of a sudden I felt like I couldn't relate to Star Wars anymore.
How dare you?
I know. I was not a Jar Jar fan. I was so happy when he wasn't going to be as heavily profiled in any of the other movies. I was like, thank goodness. I thought I was going to have to live with Jar Jar for the rest of my life, and as Star Wars being one of my favorite, movie series of all time, and one of not the best, but yeah.
Your sound is ready. I don't know if you have to come in and get out. You took too long.
That motherfucker back there is not real.
There you go.
Yep. All right, I'm out of here. See you in a bit.
I confirm that it works.
I'm glad you added the JK, Apex. I thought our friendship may have to part ways over that last statement. And the theory that Jar Jar was really like the drunken master, that was the only thing that potentially could have saved that character, but it said no thank you from me. Yuka, are you working on getting the Seinfeld soundbite?
I'm sorry?
Are you working on getting the Seinfeld soundbite for the soundboard?
No, not really.
Oh man, that'd be a good one to have when somebody comes in the room or changes subjects or
We don't have any more room.
we're so dang popular. Oh, got a phone call, gotta go.
All right.
Yeah, you have to just get rid of one that doesn't get used too often.
Hey, how y'all doing? Are we live here or not? I'm just gonna make me an espresso here. Here we go. Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
going?
Hey, how y'all doing, Yaka there?
What's happening?
I'm just making me another espresso today.
All
So,
right.
hmm
There's a little liquor in there.
I do like. I used to use almond milk.
Oh,
I'm one of the lactose intolerant people.
it's all
So,
right.
but I've switched to oatmeal milk. I like that one a little bit.
Oats.
I like to oat, 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 oat. Wait, no.
How does? What about you pour some bourbon in there?
Uh,
Yeah.
I mean, maybe later. I'm getting ready to travel out of town for a couple weeks. I'll be working remotely the next couple weeks and heading back up north once again. With this time with the family though, the old ball and chain and
Yeah,
the little irritants, children, you know.
I hear you, man.
Hmm. Man, woo. A lot of stuff is down today. A lot of stuff. I can't say what's down, but there's a lot of stuff that's down.
A lot of tickers.
Lot of tickers. Yep. We're doing. Today's the last day of school for the kids in Virginia, anyway. At least in our county. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Out here as well, some schools.
Mm.
Last week was the public school system. Last week, today is the private schools.
Oh, okay.
That's what I've noticed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Who's in the chat? We're pirate. Pirate busy out in the out working on the land.
Most likely.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
I think his prediction is going to be. I hope it's wrong, but I don't know if we turn this ship around. We started off pretty good.
I posted a TikTok. I don't know if you have TikTok on the bubble of some guy. He makes good sense. He's been
Let's
around.
see here. I don't have
Pretty good.
TikTok.
Oh, you don't have TikTok.
You
know
that
him?
guy. I've seen this guy. Yeah. Let's see. How long is it?
Yeah, I'm surprised it's pretty like long. Like 5
Okay.
or less than 5 minutes, I think.
Okay.
That's not a
All right.
good stuff.
Not a. Okay, I'll check it out.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can, he's just talking about the shorts, how they try to bullshit us last time when this ripped. Oh, they got out. Yeah, no, they're stuck. They just rolled everything up into some complicated swap, and they can't get out because they're just screwed. They're just they don't have the money.
You know, I don't know if there's rinsing out the thing. I was reading, the penalty on failure to deliver on like certain bonds is like a lot cheaper. I'm wondering if they use those for swaps. You know, and I'm not sure how that would work exactly, but
Yeah.
if they, I don't know.
The person that's collecting the penalty, isn't there like a point where they're like, hey, you keep paying the penalty? Shouldn't it bring like a
Yeah.
red flag and say, hey, why you just keep paying it? You can't
Right.
continue this way, right? It's like,
Right. Yeah. I don't think the penalty is, shall we say, stiff enough.
yeah, like shouldn't something get suspended eventually? Like, if you get a
Yeah.
ticket, keep getting tickets, you keep getting,
Go to jail.
the DMV is like,
Eventually.
hey, you have too many tickets, we're gonna suspend your license.
Yep.
Yeah.
But so I know we tend to place a lot of blame on the certain market participants, but really it's a lot of those that make the rules that and I know there's influence from the market participants, but the rule makers are the ones ultimately that are the ones that need to be holding these people accountable, and I don't think they are.
And then who's holding them accountable, right? Like the rule makers, like who?
Well, supposedly legislators are supposed to be,
But they're not.
ultimately, yeah, but they're all in,
Yeah, they're all paid.
they're all in, yeah. So that's a problem. That's a problem. You peel back the layers. It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Oh, Pirates recuperating today. Okay. Ariel's talking about laying concrete block for a little pump room for the pool. The little pump room.
Little pump room.
I would think that like the Playboy Mansion would have like a little pump room next to their pool.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The little pump room.
Okay, Apex is posting a message. This is interesting. South Korea is extending their ban on stock short selling through March 30th of next year. It is threatening life in jail for naked short selling, per Bloomberg. Wow, I like that. Very
like
nice.
that too.
Thank you, Apex. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. we need to bring back. We need to adopt some of these Korean type, Singapore, cane these people. They should be caned. Remember that American that got caned many years ago? I think they need to bring, for every failure to deliver, you get caned.
Yeah.
It'd
But
be
they're
nice.
not.
No. Has to be a consequence.
That's why the world doesn't take us serious.
Well, I think as we were talking about the other day, I think that we've seen this gravitation from these other countries toward this BRICS um, currency, and which is supposedly backed by gold. And why would they be gravitating toward that if it didn't appeal to them more? And I'm not saying, of course, I like the dollar being the world reserve currency or whatever, but if you keep manipulating the things and then the markets seem rigged, and people need to, if people lose trust in America, then that's not a good place to be.
Yeah,
So,
they're not gonna invest. They're not gonna put money.
yeah. So I think maintaining integrity um, throughout our everything is important if we want to maintain our position in the world. If maybe we're not even maintaining it, maybe we're already lost it. Who knows? Not to be too negative, but my wife's doing the she's the classroom mom at her older daughter's school, so they're doing like all this stuff for their last day today, like she's doing the thing with the like black lights and stuff.
Black lights?
Yeah, black lights, black lights.
Oh.
So I don't know. They're doing like little crafts, different stations in the room.
It's like a hippie school or something.
It's actually it's a public school actually, but
Okay.
it's but yeah,
These kids, how old are they?
Probably about 9.
Okay.
Is it 3rd grader? Yeah.
Okay. I said if you're gonna, I would say maybe high school students would.
The black
You
light.
wanna, yeah, you
Yeah,
wanna scan them through black light.
So she got like glow in the dark ping pong balls, and she's not doing any Thailand type things. So don't, you know what I mean? I know exactly what you think, but but then there's like these little games that she made using like paper that gets bright under the black lights. And
Fluorescent paint or fluorescent
yeah.
paper, yeah.
She if she could be paid to do all this stuff, I think she would find a new
hobby. Or
yeah.
like it's a hobby, but it pays you.
She
It's the
just like
people that love doing it are the ones that have a passion for it, that invest in the kids. So
yeah.
we gotta appreciate that.
Yeah. Maybe we should be in the entertainment business. Besides OnlyFans and all
As
that.
long as you don't compete against AMC, they're in the entertainment business. No
Yeah.
conflict of interest.
Good call. Good call there. Yeah. Hmm. We should all go down and visit those Russian ships that are off the coast of Florida there.
Oh yeah,
Maybe they'll let us go on board and have
they're
a tour.
down here, right? They're already supposedly they're down the street.
Yeah, I'd love to fly my drone over one of them, see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Are they really out here, or is just I keep hearing that?
There's a fleet.
What is it,
nearby.
99 miles off or 199 or what is?
Well, they're in that Cuban Bay area, so yeah,
Or like
probably about that.
Cuban Missile Crisis.
Yeah,
It's 90 miles.
That's
It's
what
90
happened
miles
last time.
U.S. to Cuba.
Isn't that what happened last time? The Cuban Missile Crisis. It's like playing over again.
Well,
Like,
exactly that. I think that was the symbolic nature of what Putin was doing.
I read that there were no nukes on board, supposedly, and that the last time this happened, where their fleet came in, was 2019, and there actually was an opportunity that people were allowed to board and check out the ships, and then the USA at one point they took their fleet over there and let Russians aboard theirs. So
fucking one of those parks. What are they? They charge to get in. They make money.
Yeah.
Both sides.
Tourist attraction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Casey was talking about how it smells real good on some of those Russian ships.
Ooh,
Yeah, a lot of real strong musk going on there with no deodorant.
My 19-year-old son is dating a Russian. I don't guess you. I'm not sure if you. I guess call her a foreign exchange student. She's been here for about 6 years.
Spy?
I joked about it when we first started dating that she's
Yeah.
in the Russian mob and all this stuff. But I've quit making those jokes now. They've been together for a few months, but
Yeah, my wife's sort of like half Russian. I guess there's like a. I don't want to sound weird, but she doesn't. Very much I think a maiden. Her mom's maiden name is Straczynski. So. not
yeah, I
that
couldn't
weird.
even pronounce my son's girlfriend's last name. I've figured out her first name. I got that one down, but it's not too difficult. It's kind of common, but
Mm-hmm. Come on, let's see what's the market doing here. Trying to turn this thing around. Come on.
GameStop's got a little life coming into it.
Little fluffer. Mm-hmm.
I guess AMC's trying to stair step up too. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
$5 back to $5 on AMC and $28.52 on GME.
Yep. See people saying here.
I just took my mom to get her hair done. She hadn't done that in a long time, and so maybe that'd be what the catalyst for the MOAS. Getting
Oh,
her hair,
that's like the haircut.
hairstyled, whatever.
Yeah.
And they're watching the lady put on the hairspray. It's like I couldn't believe how much product. It's
Yeah.
got to last 2 weeks, I guess. So
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah, that stuff makes me nauseous. It's too much hairspray and smell that. I mean,
I know.
obviously.
Normally don't go into the shop, but it's my nephew's wife's mom that's now going to be doing her hair, so we know her, and so and my mom's getting where I have to literally help her walk all the way to the chair now, where she used to kind of go on her own. But so I sat there and watched, and I just could not believe the cloud of hairspray that was involved.
Yeah. Flight of Matt. Yeah, that actually happened one time when my friends and I were messing around in his driveway with like a lighter and some hairspray. And man, did we get in trouble with the parents? And they actually, one of the parents actually had called up the fire department, local fire department, had them come and talk with us.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to check next time I go in there to make sure they've got fire extinguishers all over the place in this salon, but I'm sure they do. But
Yeah. Flash fire.
Mhm.
We used to use that in our potato guy.
Oh, hairspray?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
As
not
as
bad.
propellant, yeah.
Yeah.
It did.
it's
Sounded
funny
all
because
right.
I think if hairspray is holding things from moving, and you're using it to launch things. Seems counterintuitive, but
I'm pretty sure Panera got rid of the chocolate chip bagel. I am disappointed.
you ever had the chocolate chunk cookie from Jimmy John's?
No.
That's
They
one of my
good?
favorites. It's
Yeah.
one of my favorites of the fast
Ooh,
food joints as far as desserts go.
nice. Where's Mr. Food Dog been actually?
No.
He's still asleep somewhere.
I deleted that stream finally. His
Oh,
humiliation could go away.
Uh,
He can get his life back now.
I hope he's all right. Tomorrow, a lot of driving tomorrow. I'll be like an extra hour and a half on the road because I bring in all the family. But oh well. My mother-in-law is having her 80th birthday. She actually already turned 80, but the party's on Sunday.
Hopefully, it's not a surprise.
No, it's not. It's
You
gonna
don't
be
do it
super.
at those ages. You don't do surprise parties.
No, it's gonna be. She said she wanted it to be super low key, which is awesome. I appreciate that,
Yeah.
but it's gonna be a little busy there probably. So we're kind of like looking at grabbing a deal on a last minute Airbnb reservation. So be surprised. There's some pretty good deals you can get if you're willing to wait the last minute. You know, they want.
Yeah, I felt like we got a pretty good deal on one in Colorado, and we were just a couple weeks out. We decided to do it and felt like it was a pretty good deal.
And yeah, and sometimes they'll even let you extend your stay for a little privately, but I'm not sure if you're supposed to do that or not, but well,
So you pay the whatever the rate was, but then you say, "Hey, is it all right if we get one more
oh,
night?" And
yeah,
they
sometimes they'll make if they haven't booked it for another person. I had a guy that we just kept extending it like 1 or 2 nights for like 10 days.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I was just working remotely. This was during COVID, so it didn't matter. I didn't have to be in the office, and he just
They're like, we don't have anything going on there, so it's not costing us
yeah,
anymore.
we're already there, and it worked out very well, and negotiated a much lower rate. It was really good. This was up in Stowe, Vermont. Okay. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. There's, I think hotels have their place, but I also think that when traveling with family members and kids and stuff, that Airbnbs do have a place. Just you got to watch the fees, the cleaning fees and stuff. Those can get very high. So you have to almost stay enough nights. So if you divide it out over the cleaning costs, that it makes sense.
Yeah, it's gotten to the point where the comedians are making jokes about these cleaning fees and this fee and that fee and the other fee,
Yeah.
and it's like getting almost, like I said, ridiculous in some
Yeah.
cases. But
Yeah. So, and it's things like you'll look and like, oh, it's like $200 a night, and then you get to checkout, it's like $900. Like, oh my god, this is all fees. So that's depending on
yeah,
how many.
resort fee is the term on Expedia when you got to be careful when you book places, and it's like you got to look at there's a resort fee. Oh, it's because it's a place that has a gym or whatever. Now they're going to charge you another $40 a night. Like I ain't using the gym, I don't need
Yeah,
that
right. Yeah.
like, resort fee.
Yeah, we recently went to what's it called? Wolf Lodge.
Oh
Wolf
yeah,
Lodge. Um, what a I was
that's the
baffled.
indoor water park, right?
Yeah, yeah. But there's a lot of fees there, but the kids loved it.
I mean, that makes sense when you're going to an indoor water park that
Yeah.
you're going to expect that that's not going to come at no cost. I mean, that's a pretty big deal.
It was so bizarre. Like I'm there, I'm getting in the lazy river waiting for two single person rafts for me and my daughter because she didn't want to share a double, but I had a double in my hand, and I'm trying to hand it off to somebody. The person I tried to hand it off to that was entering the pool turned out to be like my wife's cousin, and so they lived nearby. I didn't have my glasses on, couldn't tell right away. I was like, oh, it was weird. It was weird. But,
I'm back. Wait, hold on.
hey, where's your sound? Oh, there it is. Is
Sorry.
it a little delay there?
Yeah, I just didn't play it. Sorry.
He's sneaking up on us.
No, it's supposed to be automatic, Casey. We know now what you're doing.
Well, no. I already told you before. I mute myself when I'm in the back of the big tramp, and in order for you guys to be heard, I have to be
that's
here.
Right. Oh, it's because you're not rejoining. Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right. I take it back.
Yeah, no, I'm not spying on you. If I wanted to spy,
Nothing nefarious here. Nothing nefarious.
Yeah, I have no idea what you guys are even talking about. No clue.
Oh, we're just giving travel tips to to your viewers.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Inside information on Airbnbs and resort fees and how to save money. Travel tips.
Nice.
So you can buy more shares.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh.
Very, very nice.
Do you have a place booked, Casey, for yourself?
I
that
do.
You're going to?
Yeah. Well, you mean for after this is all over, or for my vacation?
Just your upcoming vacation.
Yeah. If we do, we have and the unfortunate thing is we were going to be thinking that there was more people coming with us, and now we have less people, and so we have like this. We have more room now than we. And so it's kind of lame.
Paying more.
Yeah. So
kind of lame. And it went up.
Yeah, you tell them there's a cancellation fee there.
Yeah.
You gotta, or at least tell them they each buy 10 shares.
Well, Bradley was one of them. He already had to pay for his tickets to fly out here, and now he can't make it. So he's already out plane tickets. So that's enough. I'm not doing him any more damage. Yeah.
Oh. Too bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he made the mistake, so he has a promotion hearing. I guess I don't know what they're called. There's some kind of something some kind of test he's got to take, and some kind of interview or something like that. And he didn't know he had that for whatever reason. That's his scheduling. He didn't see it. And then when he realized it, we found out that it cut into his vacation with us by 2 days. And I'm like, well, just come with us anyways. We'll reschedule your flight home to go out of like San Antonio, and I'll drive you up 2 days early to San Antonio, and you can fly out of there, and we'll call it good. And he's like, okay, fine. And then he came back, I don't know, like this last week, and was like, bad news, Dad. They're telling me I got to be there the week at work before I have the interview and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess it is what it is. So unfortunate. Yep.
Hey, I'm seeing here that Pirate's talking about how his friend rents out his boat. Do you think you'd rent out your yard and you could have the KC Shaw live
experience
on like Airbnb,
you can come and eat dinner here.
You could have the pulled pork. You could watch KC, do the yard and the flip flops and pet Bruno, and you could, do all those things, and that'd be pretty cool.
It's so silly.
Kind of creepy, but yeah.
It's so silly sounding. Like the idea of that, it almost sounds like a.
Could you imagine that though?
Like a theme park or something. It just seems so ridiculous.
Yes, absolutely.
Hey, hon. They want to know if we'll open up the house as a place where they can come and do a Casey Shaw experience and have like dinner night with us and stay the night and camp out in our backyard.
And pet Bruno.
Oh, and pet Bruno.
See
me outside in flip flops. They said pet Melissa.
Yeah, thank you. That would be that you'd pay extra fee for that. It's a surcharge.
She said we'll have to get a maid.
Get the extra fee to oil the beard.
That's so weird. So weird sounding. Yeah, no, that's not
that
gonna
would
happen.
be cool. Yeah.
Have to bring our own internet.
Well, you know what the positive side is to going down to Port A with extra room is that Bruno's going to get his own bed now. We'll have to give him a room and be like, here you go, it's all yours. You can sleep on a bed. All right, numbers. Should we do it? Man, I moved Stockwitz earlier over to the Shawshank hot mic Jill, and he hasn't even moved out of it yet.
Really?
I think that's the longest I've ever seen somebody over in the hot mic Jill.
Yeah, I popped over there and he was still talking. It was funny.
Oh, seriously? Wow.
I'm kidding.
Oh, I believed you. I'd have believed it. All right, I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device and you just won't be able to get access. So having said that, also please make sure you guys are getting your statements. It's usually only a couple clicks to get them from your broker of your portfolio so that you know what it is that you're holding. Anytime there's major changes to your account, you should probably think about doing that. I got to do it, actually, from last week. I haven't done it from last week yet, so I need to do it on my account as well. I'll probably do it this weekend. But yeah, get that stuff done because it's really important to have those numbers on your own records. So, all right, starting with me moving three screens around real quick here. Give me 1 second. 1, 2, 3. All right, off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We currently have 54.12% going through off exchange, EDGX at 12.42, the combined total 66.54, or about 3.54% higher than I would expect it to be. CHX volume is 5,638 shares, nothing unusual about that. GME CHX volume for the day-to-day is coming in at 101,897 shares. It is definitely elevated. Can I have that other one, please? Yeah, do you mind? Thank you. Yeah, where was I? IBKR reporting. Thank you so much. A little parched here. IBKR showing shares available to be borrowed at 950,000 shares. I'm looking at GME right now. Let me go over to AMC's and see what those are real quick here. Hold on 1 second. 8,000. So they borrowed another 2,000 shares here within the last hour. I'm not going to count that. I only do increments of 50. Fees are at 2.11%. According to Ortex an hour ago, there was 6.38 million shares having been returned. It's now 6.63 million, so slightly increasing on the amount of shares returned. That's going to drop the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 15.17%. The cost per hour is at 2.73, average 3.35, and max 4.33. Shares on loan for the day today on AMC is at 73.51 million shares. That's 1.01 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex estimating about 220,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at GME, 4.41 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Crazy how that number is very, very close to what somebody now holds in their account or what's owed to them. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two we're looking for on this list. GME's third. It's got a 58.42% buy to 41.58% sell ratio. I'd like to see 60-40 or better. AMC fell off this list last hour. We did move up to like a 56 or 57% buy, I think, ratio. So not really exactly where we want it to be for AMC right now, but it was worse earlier. Let's see. MMRI was 276.37 as of an hour ago. It's now 276.73, so slightly higher. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates. .475. That's exactly where it was an hour ago. I love this barcoding right here. Middle of the day barcoding. NASDAQ is down 0.01. Dow Jones is down 0.15. The S&P 500 is down 0.11. We have 4,220 decliners to 1,422 advancers. The market's more advancing than it was an hour ago. But still looking pretty nasty. Hot lava, don't touch the floor, it'll burn your feet kind of situation. Let's see here. Sectors that are doing poorly for today. We've got 4 now instead of just 2. The best performing sector is tech, followed by communications. The worst performing sector for the day today, or two sectors, is industrials, followed by consumer discretionary. Of the Mag 7, 4 are now green. One of them borderline. Financial institutions plus or minus 2.5% or more will get a shout out. FRC is up 25%. SI or Silvergate is down 13.8. NYCB is down 3.18. Western Alliance down 2.66. And that's it. Gold is up 1.29 and trending back up again here. This is our sharp pivot or turn that we had, I guess, a little bit ago before I went to break. And it's been trending up ever since. Silver up 1.4%. Here was our sharp trend up here, and it's still trending upwards. Kind of cooled off a little bit, but it's still trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 3.05%. Took a bit of a tumble there and fell back below this level of what should have been turning into support after it was resistance. But now the price of Ethereum Classic has dropped below it, and it's probably going to act more as a level of resistance again. The US dollar is up 0.31 at 105.52. It did fall a little bit earlier as many things were trending upwards in the metals. Oil is down 0.96 and is starting to trend up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.07 to 0.15 and trending down. Just want to note here, I mentioned earlier that when we saw the liquidity or when we saw the value escaping from crypto, I was mentioning before I went on break that it may take a little bit of time before we see this flowing into either commodities or securities in the marketplace. And I was suggesting maybe towards the end portion of today, we could start seeing that money flowing back in. And it's starting to look like that might be the case already, because we can see here the SPY is starting to trend back up. So we might start seeing random things getting pumped at the end of the day today. VIX is at 12.49 and is trending down. What's up?
You said random things getting pumped. I just got me excited. Sorry.
VIX is up 4.61% for the day today, and at 12.49. Futures suggesting it. Uh-oh. Can you guys still hear me? Hello? Test.
I can.
Okay.
Yeah. I can hear you.
My computer locked up for a second there. All right. Currently, VIX is at 12.49, and it's now at 12.98 for the futures. So it does have room to move back up, but it seems like the VIX is trending down, leading the futures again. VB is down 1.42 and trending up. Go figure. VBR is down 1.28, trending up. Tesla is down 1.67, trending up. Amazon is down 0.51 and consolidating. Cinemark is down 0.36, trending up. Doge is down 5.11 and trending down. Bitcoin is down 1.91, trending down. GameStop is down 3.37 and slightly trending up. HYMC is up 3.37, trending up. NCMI is down 3.05 and is... all right, fine. It's making a reversal off of a downtrend into an uptrend. Hood is down 2.6, also making it a reversal or a trend up here. It does look like it's moving into like a very wedge type pattern, or and consolidating with Bollinger Bands kind of tightening up here. So it looks like it's about ready to break. I'm not sure if it's going to be up or down. You have rising price with falling volume. That usually means a break to the bottom side, but we'll see. AMC is down 4.28 and is slightly trending upwards. Maybe more recently consolidation after a trend up. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, there's approximately just a little under 5 million. We're looking at like 4.4 million dollars. I mean, not 4.4. What am I saying? Is that right? Yeah, $4.4 million more. That's not right. 4.5-ish. Anyways, currently more volume. The volume right now is at 25.92 million shares so far for the day-to-day. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. After 235 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 43 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I suggested that we should be that we would be somewhere around 15 to 35 million shares. I wish I'd kind of left it at 20 to 40 from yesterday, but I lowered it a little bit. We'll see what ends up happening. I'm kind of expecting a little bit more volume than what we had maybe from yesterday. The pre-market volume was a little bit higher. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with the divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 4 hours. RSI is at 48.1, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, currently more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 42.45, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.06, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.72. Which is average. And the news is saying they're talking about life imprisonment for short selling in South Korea. They're extending the ban and harshening penalties. Maybe they ought to do that in the U.S. I'd be for it.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
Yeah, I'd be all for it. I mean, it's you're stealing money out of people's pockets, and when you get fined for something like that, that doesn't go back into somebody's pockets somewhere. I mean, it does, but it's not the general public. Like, we don't get anything for it. So, yeah, throw them in prison.
Yeah,
I say yeah. It's stealing money. And where else do you go in the world and steal money and not go to prison?
That's fair.
Yeah. It's very fair. I can't walk into a store and steal money out of the register of a store and get a penalty of well, maybe I can. I don't know.
In California, you can.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. That's what I was thinking.
to do it.
Maybe it depends on where I'm at, but But seriously though, I mean, that's how usually the law works. You know, you steal. Yeah, JW
Are you going
just.
down? Is your internet?
I don't.
Is it just my internet?
It's showing up fine for me right now. Oops, I just realized I'm not on the right page. Sorry.
There you go. Okay.
Yep.
you're
Sorry.
fine.
Sorry about that.
What is this JW stand for? Jehovah's Witnesses? What is it?
Well, JW is saying the same thing you were saying or somebody was saying in California you can.
You can do anything in California.
Yeah, where is Danny? We need to get Danny back. Poor Danny.
Where is Danny and Food Dog?
Yeah. Pro Jeweler's in here. Morning, Pro Jeweler. Parrot, good morning.
Good afternoon.
Lurkers.
You know what? It is afternoon. Damn it. 12:29. Fine. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's semantics.
They are lurkers, Casey.
Hey, lurking's okay, man. I don't have a problem with it.
Did you say we're workers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Workers. Ladies of the night.
Play it again. I heard if you play this song 2 times in a row.
What happens?
Foo will pop up.
No, I heard you gotta rub your lamp, and then he'll pop up.
Mm.
He's popped up. He's just not on stream. That's all.
I don't have a lamp to rub.
Oh, come on, man! You don't know what that means?
No, I don't. What does that mean?
Everybody has.
You gotta let your genie free, Casey.
Yeah.
I have a genie tree.
Rub your own lamp, man.
I thought you knew.
You have a
what
genie
that
trapped.
meant.
You gotta set him out.
Oh, damn it!
I
Come on, Disney movie. You
I was
know sexual.
I was unaware that was considered a genie lamp.
That is your genie. You rub your lamp. You lay your genie out.
I did not know this was a thing. This is news to
Maybe
me.
a California.
Only in California.
I'm just saying, my lamp doesn't look like all the rest of those lamps out there.
It's not supposed to. Oh,
Really?
man.
Lamp
Everybody
on.
has different lamps. Lamp on. Damn it.
Jana says, I've been lurking all week. That's all right.
Really? Jana, you rub your lamp?
Wow.
Lurking ladies done.
No, she's back to lurking again.
It's an innocent question.
Yeah. I don't have any lamp. I don't think I have any lamp. Do I have a lamp? I don't think I have any lamps. No lamps. Yep, no lamps. Is that weird? How many people have lamps? Hold on a second. I feel like I need to poll this. Do you have lamps? Is that still a thing? Lamps?
If you live in Florida, you have to have hurricane lamps. So when the power goes out, oil, put the oil in them.
Yeah.
We keep about 6 of them in the house at different places. Candles don't last long enough.
We use whale oil in ours.
I want the truth. I want the truth on this, guys. No fibbing. I don't know why. I have no idea why I even put it in the numbers that I just put in here, but I'm curious.
Yeah, but you're talking about real lamp, not general.
Yeah, I'm talking about real. I'm talking about lamps. What do you? I don't. You keep talking about this other stuff. I'm talking about a lamp. How many lamps do you actually have in your house?
Lamps or lanterns?
Well,
Hmm.
lantern?
It's got to be. It's got to be a lamp. A lamp.
Oh, just a regular lamp, like
Yeah.
with a light bulb in it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Everybody has a lamp.
Everyone's got that.
I don't
Like,
have
which
one.
room are
I
you
don't have a lamp. Every single one of my
You have no
rooms
lamp
in
in
my
your
house has a light bulb in the ceiling. I don't need lamps. What do I need a lamp for?
Okay, so you got those.
You don't gotta get nasty, Casey.
No, I'm just asking a question. I'm saying I don't have any
question.
lamp. I don't have any lamps because I've got light bulbs in the ceiling. What do I need a lamp for?
You want me to count how many lamps I have?
Yeah, I'm serious.
Okay.
I'm serious. How many
In
you
my
have?
office here, I've got 2.
Oh,
We've got
about
a half.
10.
We got a half
10
a
or
dozen
11.
here. Got some electric lamps, and then we've got a double handful of the oil lamps, old-fashioned oil.
I got
My lamp. My lamp.
three
is-
lamps.
You have old-fashioned oil lamps?
Grease them
Yeah.
up.
When a hurricane comes and you lose power,
Mhm.
they are worth their weight in gold. They're worth their weight in gold. I mean, keeps you from stumbling around a dark house for 3 days.
Why don't you just have a flashlight?
Candles
What's wrong?
Obviously, you've never gone without power for 3 days in a row. One
Dude, I
flashlight just
I had
don't get
no
it.
power for like a week, and I had light. I had
You
flashlights.
just stumble around the house with a flashlight on.
Flashlight. Yeah.
No, we have a hurricane lamps. We have 2 hurricane lamps in the living room and the dining room, and then you just light the lamps, and your house is illuminated for the whole evening.
You know, you can set a lamp on the or you can set a flashlight on the floor.
You're gonna sit and eat with a flashlight. You can put like a headlamp on your face while you
maybe
dig
you don't
into
know
your
this, but if you just
Cheerios.
pointed a flashlight at the ceiling, it acts just like a lamp. It's crazy. It's really cool. You should try it sometime. Put it on the floor.
Having a having a generator.
I just light it. I have an elegant looking lamp. They're not very expensive. Light it with it. Somebody's got.
You'd also be able to cook with that lamp.
Who's got the feedback here?
Walmart, you pick up a nice hurricane lamp at Walmart. You put a little oil in it. You light it with a lighter, and you put it under, and you adjust the flame. It puts a nice little elegant glow in the room.
I have
And
a
you can
lamp
burn
here.
it. You
Even
can burn
at
it.
my
You can
shop.
turn it off, blow them out before you go to bed. You can have lights for 3 or 4 days. You know, it's a soft glow. Yeah.
Casey, look at the lamp. I even bought this at a yard sale
Let me see.
a few months ago.
I don't
Let me
see.
turn on my
Okay. I see. it.
camera.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Hold on a second here.
Do you want me to share this with everybody so you can see?
Yeah,
So-
you
okay.
can share with
Oh,
everybody.
okay. Okay.
It's no big deal.
I didn't want to.
It's
I didn't want
fucking
to.
lamp.
Yeah. I just wanted to see. Ask first.
It's not my actual lamp. It's my other lamp.
Oh. Let's see.
Okay. How do you flip the phone? There you go. There it is.
Holy crap! Yep, that's an old lamp. That's a pretty cool looking lamp too.
Is that a cat?
Is that a kitty?
That is a roaring kitty.
Wow. How much does that cost?
You see the eyes?
Yeah, Roaring Kitty might want that from you. How much does that cost?
He doesn't want this from me. What are you talking
You never know. How much is it?
about? I've definitely customized this. Put the GME logo here.
How much is it?
Lights up. How much is it? I got it for $20.
Seriously? That thing looks
Yeah,
way.
that-
That thing looks way worth more than 20.
Oh,
Look at
is it a
that.
balloon knot?
Oh yes, but I'm glad that it's got no bunghole sitting out there in the back there. Yeah, that's.
I'm gonna paint one.
You're gonna have to polish it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've
What?
had it here at the shop.
that is one heck of a lamp.
It is.
Chi-Town Turtle says, "Yucky, you look taller than you sound." I don't know what that means, but okay.
Yeah, I do.
Yucky is tall.
How the hell do you turn this off?
Hey, okay, that's pretty cool. You can either customize and put GME
I am
on the lampshade.
Yeah, and then turn it on, right? Oh, change it to a green one.
JJ, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. As I was clicking back when I heard Yucca on, I saw somebody had given me a heads up that there was a pickle con in KC, and I'm not that big a dork. I appreciate it though,
I should mail it to Roaring Kitty. I don't have his address. Unless you have it, I'll mail it to him. You think the post office would know if I just put RK?
Actually,
oh, this is Roaring Kitty. Yeah,
I wonder if the kids have a lamp. I need to ask. I might need to say that maybe the kids might have a lamp in one of their rooms.
Oh, they know what that means. Be careful. They'll be like, "Oh, Dad."
I need to ask. I do have. I should
They have
clarify.
desks?
Yes, they do, and so that's why I'm thinking that one of them might have a lamp on the desk or something like that. So I'd have to go back and look and see. So I guess I shouldn't say I don't have any lamps. I should just say that in the rooms that I live in, there's usually not a lamp in it. So I
think that's a good. The amount of lamps is the footprint that the woman leaves in your home. Because I wouldn't have a lamp either. I wouldn't have one.
Yeah.
So what are you trying to say?
I'm saying that there's big footprints all over my home, like stomp marks.
In the house you live in?
Yeah. Well, the house that I occupy and pay for. I wouldn't say that I live there.
Yeah. You get to live there.
I mean, I'm gone 15 days a month. I kind of have a small. I'm told to leave my shoes outside.
You're more like a roommate.
I should clarify that I do have outside in the garage for camping purposes a battery
lamp,
LED lamp. We only use it for camping, and sometimes if we do, there has been occasions when we have had power go out. We'll use a flashlight to go out and get it, and use that to illuminate instead of the flashlight. But that's only because people want to walk around with the flashlight, and you just put the lamp up in a room. But that's usually for only camping purposes. I don't want to break that. I don't just break that out for just any old reason. So I guess maybe I'm probably in that 1 to 5 category. Probably not the 0, but
hell, someone's in the restaurant.
Yeah.
Hopefully, if I whisper, the algos won't hear me. Are we doing this lamp thing to try and see if they're really listening to us? Is that what we're doing?
LAMP.
I don't even remember.
Nobody can hear me, right? Okay.
I don't even remember how it started exactly. We just started talking about lamps.
All right. I thought maybe we were trying to throw something in, and then Yucca was going to take the lead and see if they follow him or they follow the pole. He's the pole.
Oh, now see that somebody just says I have a small rechargeable lamp that I use as a bed night. We actually have a lot of those plug night lights upstairs, so we have a lot of those. I feel like there's like probably at least 3 or 4.
Do you have a bedpost?
A bedpost.
No. Casey, I got off my lazy ass and I just went in the living room and took 2 pictures for you. I sent them to your DMs.
Let's see.
You want to share those with the class? You can get those at Walmart. They're not very expensive.
I have nothing.
They look pretty.
Why do I show nothing?
You know, when a hurricane gets to you in Austin.
Thanks. You're good, bud.
What? I mean, JJ, I'm not that tall. When you met me, I was wearing high heels. So,
well, you look sexy. That's for sure. Hayden and I right now are driving to a lacrosse tournament up in Asheville.
Oh.
Yeah.
How far is that from the house?
Pirate, maybe it's still
4
downloading.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a long one.
I just clicked on the Discord and then your name, and it shows them on my end. It might take it a second for it to get through.
Yeah, they're probably still
I don't
sending.
know how that thing works.
Rogue Trooper.
Hayden's truck though. I'm gonna let Hayden's truck drive. He's got that one with the Super Cruise, so I'm gonna let it drive most of the way on the highway.
Cool.
Rogue Trooper, welcome.
The Tesla.
No, better than that. I'm telling you. GM one's way better. GM one.
Thank you. I think that was me giving you feedback. I had the TV on as well, so sorted it.
Oh, no, big deal.
Oh, no, big deal.
No, it's a big
I
deal.
might just screwed it up, KC. I tried to send it to I sent it to Discord General this time. I think it went through that time.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got rid of the feedback now.
Oh, I see lamps. Yes, I see them now. Look at that. You really do have one of those really old. My parents used to have one of those. I thought only old people had those.
Oh, easy now. Easy now.
Like the legit, like really old style oil lamps. Yeah, I'm pretty sure my parents had at least one, maybe two of those.
Yeah, you can buy the oil for those.
That motherfucker back there is not real.
But I mean, let me ask you a question though.
You
Like,
can buy the oil. You can buy the oil for those, and it comes in like a gallon jug, and you can put that in your garage. And you can buy the wicks. The wicks just like a little cotton wick, and that's an absolute fallback. We use the multi-fuel Coleman campers. You can put gasoline in them, kerosene, any number of things in them. But these here, the two that I showed you, and the two that's in the living room, they run specifically on oil.
I just,
of course,
I don't know. Don't you worry about this ever breaking at all, or and the oil spilling everywhere, or no?
Oh, I've knocked one over, and no, I dropped the lens. Sometimes you pick the top off of it, that glass globe at the top.
Yep.
You lift that off, and you light it. And I have dropped them and broke the glass globes, but no, in 30 years, I've never broken one with the oil in it. The biggest difference is the Coleman camping lanterns are far more efficient and they give off much more light. But you don't want to have.
Rex literally posted up a lamp. I love it, Rex. That's awesome, man. that's pretty funny. I think we used to have a lamp, and then we put it out in the garage. And I don't even know if it's still sitting out in the garage or not. I think it was supposed to be slated for a garbage dump run. I don't know if it's still out there or not.
You don't believe in lamps?
They just don't. I've got enough lighting in the house. Otherwise, I just don't need them. Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
Right. You got something against lamp on?
No, I just don't. I don't. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. I just. I'd rather flip a switch than. All right, here's an annoying thing for me. I'll tell you what's annoying. To have to walk over to a lamp and turn it on. It's so annoying. Like when you could just walk into a room, turn on a light switch. Like to have to walk to someplace other than where all the light switches are at, and like have to turn it on.
Add an adapter to it. You can add an adapter.
What, like clap on, clap off?
They wire the plug in. Usually the plug for lamps has a light switch on it now as well.
I don't.
You have a plug. You have an adapter on the plug that's Bluetooth. You can
the lamps. You just turn them on and off with your phone.
Yeah, you just add the adapter. Casey, come on, man.
I just don't like. What's wrong with the light switches? I just like the light switches.
Yeah, a lot of the houses now, when they put a light switch in, or excuse me, an electrical switch in, the top receptacle is looped into a light switch.
Mm-hmm.
So if you plug a lamp into the bottom, it's hot all the time. But if you plug it into the top, you can leave the lamp turned on and then turn it on and off from the light switch by the door.
Well, Yale's saying, okay, real fireplace, gas, or electrical. I have, well, that's kind of weird you should mention that. Because you gave 3 options, and I guess I just always considered like gas. Weird. I don't know why I thought of that differently.
Yeah, they have some that give pretend flames, and then they have a big blower motor behind it. It runs off of 220 electricity, and it'll put out a lot of heat. And then, of course, you have your natural gas or propane, and that's flames with the pretend log. And then you have the regular old grab some firewood and build one.
So I've got gas in mine, but the piping, I don't know what happened to the pipe. Something happened to the pipe on there, and now it's like I think it got wet or something. So I can't use the gas anymore. So it's just a real fireplace now, to where I have to light a fire and get it going. And I usually probably use like one of those starter bricks or something. Sometimes just depends on if I have any kindling or something like that. But yeah, it's kind of annoying a little bit. I need to go out and buy another pipe for it so I can
You mean the little burner, the diffuser with all the little holes drilled in it where
Yeah.
the gas comes out?
Yep. So when we first moved into this
Yeah.
house, it was bent, and I think somebody tried to bend it after it was being used for like a couple hours, and so it cracked. So it doesn't. Yeah, it's not really usable anymore. So I need to go buy a new one, and I just haven't. I don't know why. I guess I just don't mind lighting up a fire and getting a fire going the old-fashioned way. You know, starter brisket or
They got some
briquette.
fancy ones with the natural gas now. They got remote controls. You don't even have to get up. You just point to a remote control like your TV and click it.
Yeah.
It lights itself, and then you can do small flame, medium, or high.
But that is nice to have during the wintertime, though. I really do enjoy that fireplace. In fact, we've got a stack of wood in the house. I bought a wood stacking metal frame thing and put it not right next to the fireplace, but a little ways away from it. And so we've got all the wood just stacked up right there, and it's nice. It's nice to just have it right there. We don't have to go walking outside when it's cold, and it looks good. It's a nice little presentation of wood in your house, which is probably really terrible to have, but we haven't had any issues. I do. Why, yes, I do, Yucca. How'd you know?
Is it hardwood?
Sure.
Casey, do you use it for ambiance or do you actually use it for heat?
Both. Yeah.
Is it mahogany?
More often than not. No. It's actually. But for there was a period of time for a long time that I didn't realize this, that I think I might have had cedar. But I'm going to go ahead and recommend to everybody here that you don't use cedar firewood. It's not a good idea.
Yeah.
Some people are allergic to it. Did not know this. And I had cedar for years. And we had to kind of people would have minor allergic reactions every time we'd light up a fire. But now we have whatever it is that we can just buy at the store usually that we have stocked up. And I don't know what that is though. It might be, it's probably oak, if I had to guess. Maybe.
When you want to bring the heat, you want to use a nice hard wood.
Yeah. Right. Do you prefer hardwood versus softwood?
How does your propane fireplace get rid of smoke when you use logs? It has a chimney. I feel like that's a trick question or something. Is that a trick question? What's going on with that question? Like, how wouldn't they always have chimneys? I don't know.
You can run propane ventless. That's why you're allowed to have a propane stove in your kitchen. That's why you have propane fireplaces that don't have flues.
Propane and propane accessories.
Right.
Stella says, do you have a nice fireplace poker set too? It came with that frame that I bought for all the wood. When you say nice, it's probably pretty it's not nice, but it's good enough for me. That's all I need. What?
Talking about wood.
Oh.
Talking about his poker.
Yucca, you're killing me.
Oh, a nice poker set. He pokes around in his wood when it's on fire.
Well, I need to get the thing cleaned out because it's. I think since we've lived in it, I don't think we've even had one chimney sweep come through yet. That's probably not a good thing.
Burning a lot of wood, yeah.
Yeah.
We owned a house one time that had a modern furnace in the basement, and right next to it, it had a wood burning fireplace stove self-contained, and it was tied in with a plenum so that the heat went through the entire ducts, through the entire house. And you had to throw firewood through a window into the basement. But it was a little tough. You had to carry the ashes in and out. But it was a way to augment the natural gas, or excuse me, the propane with the occasional use of wood through the hardest part of winter to keep the bill down. It's kind of cool.
Brandon, thank you for that.
Casey.
Yeah.
Are you still excited for the 4th? For the 5th?
Man, 4th of July is, I love the 4th of July. It's always fun.
Sorry?
Yep, 4th of July is always fun.
So you think we'll still see fireworks?
I'm going to see fireworks on the 4th of July. I don't know about you.
God damn it, man. You know what I mean. You know, 2 weeks out.
Is that 2 weeks? No, it's not. That's more than 2 weeks. How long is
We gotta
that?
count the weekend.
Talk about the damn chain, man.
That's two. That's like 2.5. That's almost 3 weeks. Almost, not quite.
Options chain. Exploding in your
Almost.
face.
Almost 3 weeks. We get to do, unfortunately, you know what's real funny, Yucca, is that I always laugh because like fireworks aren't supposed to be legal where you're at. And yet you go down there and everybody's lighting off fireworks. And it's like, what the hell? Why do they even have the law if they're not gonna enforce it? Because everybody's lighting them off.
Because that's what laws are. They're meant to be bent or broken.
No, I guess so. But anyways, here in Texas, they don't have any laws like that, which is awesome. So we can all go down to our local fireworks stand that pops up, during that period of time, and we can buy our own fireworks and light them off out in the street, and nobody really cares too much.
Do they have any cannons out there?
Cannons?
Yeah, like cannons. For the big.
Oh,
like
for the
big
big ones.
Yeah.
So I'm not. I'm gonna say. So I'm not sure what this place is exactly, but there's a house that's near where we live, and I think they might be like professional fireworks people. Like that's what they do for a living. Because at least once a year they'll put on like a show at their place, and it's not even like meant to be a show, but I think they're testing out different fireworks to see what they're going to look like. And so that if you go cruise over there, they do have, I think, cannons over there because they're doing like the official like really big stuff that you would see at a show. And but over here in the neighborhoods, the most I think everybody is doing over here is just those tube launchers or whatever you want to call those things. There's a name for them. Mortars.
Yeah. You know, I was reading through the chat because I had missed some. Who put clap on? Jana put clap on. You know, the clapper that you can put so it can turn on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Clappers.
Yeah.
I wonder because there's women that can clap.
Yeah.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
not with their hands.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that would pick up.
Maybe.
If they clap with that.
Yeah, so you should just look for homes that are always lights are flashing on and off all the time.
Yep, there
Mm-hmm.
you go. They're like, oh, we know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, see, does your subdivision as anal as mine? If you do fireworks any time other than the 4th of July, they're like, why didn't you let us know? Our dogs go crazy. But you need to let us know if you're going to do fireworks.
Oh man, I don't even want to go down that whole road of talking about like animals and fireworks because so many people get so upset about it, and I just don't want to.
Our neighborhood has got a lot of animal lovers, and my dog's one of them that goes nuts. But I don't get on Facebook and blast people if they do them whenever they do them. But
Bruno goes out there with us, and he loves it. He thinks it's like a hoot. He wants to. If I gave him a Roman candle to hold on to in his mouth, he would do it. Because he absolutely loves, and I've never seen it before, but he'll look up and watch them blow up in the sky and get excited with us. He'll run out in the middle of the street with us as we go to light one and run back to the side of the road, and he's all
like
about
thunderstorm.
They don't bother him one bit, not a single bit.
Oh.
Yeah. I feel like, see, this is where I'm gonna like get people pissed off. I'm just gonna keep it to myself. I don't know if you've ever heard this or not, but if you ever watch The Dog Whisperer, he talks about like how like your animals will pick up the same fears and concerns that you have, or if they feel your anxiety, and then they kind of will project whatever anxiety you have, but to an nth degree, right? And so I tend to have this feeling that, you know, a lot of people who own animals who, and everybody's going to disagree with me on this, I know they will. I just feel like some people are a little oversensitive about fireworks, and their animals kind of pick up on that and get hypersensitive too. So I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I love fireworks, and Bruno loves them, and I'm like, it's a perfect match. You know, no problem.
We had done, my brother had done a video project for a fireworks stand here in Missouri. It's actually, they have the largest indoor warehouse of fireworks in the country. Anyway, he did a commercial for him. He paid my brother in fireworks. So we had, I don't know how many thousands of dollars in fireworks. We did them at my house, my old house. And the next day I had a neighbor come over and just rip me a new one and say how the neighbor across the street, he was an ex-vet, and he had post-traumatic stress disorder, blah, blah, and just read me the riot act.
I try to be considerate. I only do them when, you know, 4th of July and New Year's.
On the 4th of July.
Yeah. But, you know, and I get it. You know, there's a lot of people that are sensitive to that kind of stuff, and so I try not to. But, you know, give me at least my two days a year, you know? Let me have my 2 days. Because I don't do any fireworks the rest of the year, so at least let me have my 2 days.
Only 2 days?
That's
you
all.
4th of July.
Yeah.
4th of July, Memorial Day.
I
New
don't do
Year's
fireworks
Eve.
then. No. New
How
Year's.
about your birthday?
New Year's Eve fireworks and 4th of July is mainly, but Memorial Day don't really do fireworks. No.
Independence Day.
No.
You don't do anything.
Yeah.
I honestly pick a day any time in the summer if I'm feeling it. During a weekend, I got a campfire rolling in the backyard, a barbecue.
Wait,
you know what?
did
It's
you just say
nothing to stop
Independence
me
Day?
for, like,
Wait, did you just say Independence
Yeah, he
Day?
did.
I did.
I just wait till the 4th of July.
Yeah, okay, yeah. 4th of July, I do. Let me restate again. 4th of July, I do.
Sorry, yeah, 4th of July and Independence Day and.
I was going to say, how many people you get to, but it took you a minute.
It didn't register at first, and I was like, wait a minute, did he just say Independence Day? I'm like, then I did, yeah, it didn't register at first.
Yeah, we got an annual car show coming up this weekend. We'll probably set fireworks off in the backyard this weekend. Have a cookout after the show's over. I'm actually taking the whole day off Sunday. I might even go to a state park and hang out. Haven't done that yet this summer. Oh, it's Father's Day this weekend, guys. All the dads in the room.
That's right.
Have a great weekend.
That's right.
Don't do
Totally forgot.
fireworks in the
Yep.
state park.
Yep.
I always forget until my kids are like, "What do you want for
hold on a
Father's Day?"
minute.
I'm like,
What-
"Leave me alone."
When's Father's Day?
This Sunday.
Sunday.
Right.
Yep.
So how is it that our Mother's Day in the UK is different to your Mother's Day in the States?
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. We should bring that up.
Father's Day's on the same day?
I guess so.
It's always a Sunday. No, it's always a Sunday in June, like the second Sunday in June. It doesn't fall on the same number date. Yeah. And then Mother's Day is the same way. I think it's the third weekend of May or the second weekend of May. It's always on a Sunday.
And my birthday's the first week of June, and then there's Father's Day a couple weeks later, and it's like having a birthday near Christmas. It sucks.
Yeah, right. Oh no, you see the negative side of it. I see.
My kids are like, "Well, we just got you a birthday gift." Like, that's fine. We're good.
I'm like, Father's Day, just leave me alone. Just see the living room and the TV and all this. It's mine. Don't enter this domain until tomorrow. Or if I'm outside by the grill, if you see this area, don't come near it. It's my area. Go away. What do you want? How do you want it? Okay.
Is there really a Father's Day? Isn't that just saying that the gun's loaded? You know, isn't that what, it actually fires? Isn't that what Father's Day is?
Listen, I could get in a whole debate on who is the bringer and creators of life between men and women and really get a hot topic going.
Oh, man.
I just kind of, hey, it's Father's
Numbers
Day.
time, Casey. Numbers.
Numbers.
Yeah, look at that. Numbers. How about that? Amazing. What timing?
It's just Sunday. It's like celebrating my birthday at the age of 59. Really?
Yeah. I hear you, man. It's just another day now, right?
Just saying. Yeah.
Let's
like-
not
like
celebrate it anymore. Let's just pretend it didn't happen.
If you guys didn't say anything, I wouldn't even know.
Well, I don't.
Now, if
I'm
it's
not.
Mother's Day.
Yeah, I'm not that far yet gone, but I'm with. I'll probably be there in 10 more years.
If you forget Mother's Day, God help you.
Yeah.
Tell us about those numbers again.
Yeah. Back to numbers.
Man, that was a wet foul. I apologize. I'm sorry. I felt the whole show right there.
Oh, it's too bad.
No,
he's
I'm sorry.
getting roboted out. That's rough.
Probably for his own good.
Yeah. That's
No,
all right.
no, I was apologizing. I feel like I just brought the whole show down.
Oh no,
I'm
you're good.
sorry.
No, you're all good. Numbers. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about, let's see here, 64% going through off exchange and EDGX. We got 54.51% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 12.23. The combined total on that 66.74%, or about 2.74% higher than what I would expect to see by this time of the day. CHX volume is 5,738 shares. Nothing unusual about that. GME's CHX volume for the day is coming in at 116,564 shares. IBKR is showing no change in the last hour to shares borrowed, with fees at 2.11%. Ortex an hour ago reported 6.63 million shares having been returned for AMC, and that is still the case. So no change to the estimated short-term interest of the free float or any of the cost to borrow numbers. Shares on loan for the day today is at 73.51 million shares. That's 1.01 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 220,000 of that is in new short interest. GME has 6.25 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Definitely elevated borrowing going on for sure. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a strike price of $5.50 with 44.3 thousand contracts. That's now 48.8 thousand contracts. Highest amount of put volume for the day is coming in at 14.4 thousand contracts. It was 17.3 before. Market's still suggesting a closing price between $5 and $5.50 by the end of the day today. GME and AMC are the only two I'm expecting to see on the orders by Fidelity customers list. GME is third with a 58.24% buy to 41.76% sell ratio. AMC fell off this list 2 hours ago. Our buy-sell ratio was underneath 60-40, but it was like 56, 58, somewhere around there. It wasn't too terrible. MMRI, as of an hour ago, was at 276.73. It's now 276.77. Really not much of a change. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.475 as of an hour ago and is now currently at 0.475, so no change in the last, actually it's like 2 hours now, no change. NASDAQ is breaking even for the day today. Dow Jones is down 0.39, 0.4, and S&P 500 is down 0.2. 4,338 decliners to 1,329 advancers. The market's down by about 100 securities now. And still hot lava, don't touch the floor kind of pace today. Looking kind of nasty in the market. Sectors that are doing well. We're back down to two. Technology followed by communications. The worst performing sector for the day-to-day is industrials, followed by materials now. Close runner-ups are consumable, discretionary, and energy. Mag 7, 3 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% will get a shutout. We have Coinbase down 3.1. FRC is up 25%. Silvergate's down 13.08. NYCB is down 3.66. Western Alliance down 3%. And that's it. Gold is up 1.32 and trending up ever since that run that we started to see. When was that? Around like 11:20-ish, 11:30, somewhere around there. It's like, actually it was 12 Eastern. Let's see here. Silver up 1.53% and trending up. Ethereum Classic down 4.2 and still trending down. The US dollar is up 0.34 and I'm going to call it trending down still. Oil is down 2.16 and starting to trend. I'm going to call it consolidate right now. Maybe a little bit of an uptrend earlier, but it's consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.07 to 0.13 and are trending down. SPY is up, or down rather, 0.17, breaking an uptrend into a downtrend. VIX is up 6.03 at 1266, starting to break that downtrend here a little bit. Not quite there just yet, but is moving in the opposite direction from where it was. At 1266, the futures are suggesting it should be around 1313 still, so maybe we'll see this start heading back up before the day's over to maybe like 1290. Single point higher than where it closed out the day yesterday. VB is down 1.59 and is trending back down. VBR is down 1.46 and very slowly still trending up. Tesla is down 2.4, trending down. Amazon is down 0.43 and is trending up. Cinemark is up 0.34, trending up. Doge is down 6.12, trending down. Bitcoin is down 2.37, trending down at 65.1K a coin. GME is down 0.11 and trending up. HYMC is up 3.54, trending up. NCMI is down 3.05 and consolidating, maybe a slight uptrend. That is down 3.39, trending down. And AMC is down 3.75 and trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately actually a little bit less than that, $4.6 million more outflow than inflow, or more inflow than outflow. 27.13 million shares traded so far for the day today. After, let's see here, 280 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for about 37.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's probably we'll probably end up finishing out the day higher than my prediction of 15 to 35 million. I realized my mistake after the market had opened and I already read off the numbers. That the pre-market data today was actually showing a little bit higher than what yesterday was. Yesterday was when I took the values and recorded them. It was showing 191,198, 191,198 shares, and we ended up pulling yesterday 32.7 million shares traded. Today we were showing 226,536 shares when I pulled the data, and was suggesting higher amounts of volume for the day today. So I shouldn't have lowered my prediction. I should have kept them at 2040, but that was my mistake. So not my numbers. My numbers were actually looking good, and I should have just paid more attention. Let's see here. What do we got going on? Elsewise, on a 4-hour time interval, we have currently more selling pressure than buying pressure on the RSI, 48.41. Which is just about average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.89, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.42, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator currently occurring at RSI at 46.29, which is slightly below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the Big Tramp.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. And let's see. All right, lamps. Let's see. I'm going to say that we have somewhere between 1 to 5 in this household. Let me ask and see. Hey, hon, how many lamps do we have in the house, do you think? Yeah. One's in the house, not in the garage. One in Kelsey's room? Candle lamp? Yeah, we can count that, I guess. 2 more?
Candlelight.
3? So 4 in total? Okay, she said we only have 1 real lamp. The others are like scented candle kind of things that you turn on. It's supposed to heat up the candle, and just instead of lighting the candle, it just heats it up, so you can smell the smells.
That old farmhouse that we lived in, KC, with the cattle place, it was built during the Civil War. It had 4 fireplaces in it. It had 2 chimneys, one at each end of the house. The fireplaces were on the first floor. The chimney went up, and then there was fireplaces were on the second floor, and the same chimney went through them.
Oh wow!
It was really cool to see. Yeah, so
What?
it's like
So
one chimney with.
Does the smoke go to the backside where you can't see it, or does it actually pass through? Does the smoke pass through where you can see?
It goes straight up through, but because of the draft, it goes all the way up.
Weird.
And that's why they made the chimney. The chimneys were taller than the peak of the house.
So what happens when you light the bottom?
Because you want the chimney to be up where it has air, no matter what wind direction the wind's blowing from, and it creates a vacuum. Of course, we didn't use it; it was all just decorative. Once we modernized the house and put a furnace in it and all that, but it had 4 fireplaces.
Yeah,
2 on each floor.
But you don't ever get any, like, say you only light the bottom fireplace, you don't get any like smoke escaping from this the upper one.
On the second floor. Nope, it's the weirdest thing. The way the heat rises, so it creates a vacuum. It creates a vacuum going up. You might get a little puff, just a minor little puff when you first lit the fire on the first floor. But can you imagine cutting enough firewood to feed 4 fireplaces?
No.
8 hours a day.
Nope.
You know.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a lot of wood.
But it was considered, high end.
That's
as
a lot
opposed
of
to having one fireplace and letting the heat radiate throughout the house. But yeah.
Wait, are you telling me that was the only way to heat the house?
In the old days, we modernized it and put a modern fireplace in it and all of that, and just left all the ornate, the decorative woodwork and the all of it intact. But when we lived there, we heated it with then there was a room addition built onto it with a modern, what's called a buck stove with blowers on it, and it had like a plenum where it would suck cold air through the bottom and blow hot out the top, and we used that to heat it. But we personally never used the old 4 fireplaces. They hadn't been used in many years. They were just decorative. But yes,
Yucca must not be listening, because Casey said wood 3 times. You said suck and blow a couple times, and I haven't heard Yucca chime in. I'm sorry.
I was thinking the same thing, but I wasn't going to say it, though.
I got you.
I was going to let it just slide.
They have big boiler systems now up north where the whole fireplace is outside. It's a water boiler, and you can put a whole bale of hay in it, like a round bale, like those giant round bales you see people feeding horses. It's big enough to put an entire round bale in it and burn it, and it heats water, and then they run the water through radiators in the house. They'll heat their barns, their workshops, and their house using nothing more than old scrap wood and bales of hay. Pretty cool to see.
What was the number that you said needed to hold in order for Bitcoin to not continue to fall through?
I was seeing 64.6 as support, previous resistance.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm looking at as well.
Yeah, I was looking at that earlier today on one of my breaks I took.
Yep.
Like I said, wait till I see them pushing it till Sunday, because that's the end of the week, and they have all their same nonsense we have in the stock markets in similar fashion. So they got their leverages and this, that, and the other thing. But that's what I'm seeing anyway. If it doesn't hold 64.6, I see a little further, maybe 60.
Well, I
58
see a lot of droppage here. We could be moving back down in the previous Fibonacci retracement that I've got set up. If it passes that, we could be looking. Then the last hard stop for that's going to be about 59.2, 59.3. If it breaks past that, it moves into the next Fibonacci retracement gap that we've got back from way back between August of 23 to February of this year.
Yeah, I feel like they're running on the halving hype, and they're like, now the halving hype's all said and done, not away. No one's talking about the halving; it's all over. Now it's kind of like trying to price discovery at this point.
It really does have. I wonder if there's one more swing back north on this though before like an actual breakout, and maybe we're looking for like something kind of like in the range of like the 18th to the 26th maybe.
Are you looking at a weekly?
Daily.
Start zooming out on that one and look at an even bigger fib on it, and then because I look at that as weekly and monthly anymore. Because it's not something that I, follow on a daily basis. I just happen to catch, the attention. It catches my attention every now and again. So I'm like, oh, I wonder what the weekly looks like. I wonder what the monthly's looking like. Because, yeah, if we get a pullback on this weekly on Sunday night, it would make sense to let it pump a little bit and then try to do another pullback for the monthly. That's, again, just speculation, my opinion. I not a whole lot of real skin in the game, so it's no big deal. I'm just saying. It's just what I see.
I mean, it's got a real feel for something that we saw back here, where it was kind of like a run up, a quick run down, maybe testing something right around the longs of like 43.8 or something like that, and then driving back up again later on down the road to an even higher level, maybe into like the 80 range or something like that. But it does have something. It's looking a lot like kind of like the time frame between like January of 2021. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
What's that? I mean, you got to look at things like and then look at the Black Swan event we had with Sam Bankman-Fried. You got to look at all these different big pullbacks. They were like major events that wouldn't have normally happened. So you look at the track it's supposed to be on, and then look at that Black Swan. And it's trying to climb back to what its original path before then. It's just how I see it when I zoom out. Like anything beyond Sam Bankman-Fried and where we are now is all fabricated price, in my opinion. They're just trying to get their pieces, you know what I mean? Since his ordeal, they dropped it, they gathered up, and now they're like, all right, we'll let it go, do its thing again. They front ran the whole ordeal in a sense. And by they, it's the whales, people with lots of money in the game. Again, my opinion.
Very interesting.
Yes, I don't follow this stuff nearly as much as I used to. It's all the emotions gone. I have no reason to look at it like I used to, and it's like, fucking whatever. Until they say it's below 17,000, I don't care.
Interesting. Okay. Sorry, I just
I
do feel like, in case anybody's wondering, I feel like this is definitely related to what's going on with us. I think that this is a store of value for institutions, and it'd be very difficult to convince me otherwise. So I feel like seeing some kind of indicator here that suggests that there may be a breakout going down could potentially mean that somebody's expecting to need to tap into their store of value, and
Yep. That's how I see it sometimes. Most of the time.
All right.
Casey, I don't know if you saw 401 Doge's tweet just a little bit ago.
No.
Reiterating what you keep preaching to us. Better keep track of your portfolios, because he said Fidelity basically cheated him out of 1,000 shares that he'd bought back in January, not showing up anymore on his portfolio now. He's having to work with them to figure out how they lost his shares.
Wow. Yeah, keep track, guys. Very I legit hope that that nobody has to suffer through that. It's not going to be fun. All right, I feel like I should end the poll on the lamps because it was just for my curiosity. I wanted to see how many people actually had. So apparently,
You love lamp?
I mean, yeah, apparently I'm like right in the I'm average with everybody else at that 1 to 5. But I mean I don't even use the one that we do have. So I feel like Seth has one or something. I don't know. Anyways.
I only have one, but it's a genie lamp, and I can ask my genie for as many lamps as I want if I save my third wish.
When I popped back in here, I saw that poll, and I'm like, what the hell did I miss? I was going 45 minutes. What, a lamp poll?
Yeah. I was just curious. I don't know why. We started talking about it, and then I said I didn't have any, and then next thing I know, everybody's like, you're crazy. And I'm like, what's wrong with flashlight? And so then I'm starting to think, like, am I normal, or like, what's the deal here? And so I wanted to see how unnormal am I, or this household. And but I think we fit right in the majority of the people here. 56% said 1 to 5. So if you have 11 plus lamps, or if you have 0, you are on the far end of normalcy. So just throwing that out there. Things are different at your place.
There's no way how could people only have 5 lamps? That's impossible.
I have 1.
In your whole house.
Yeah.
God.
You got lighting built into the entire structure. The lamps are unnecessary. I get it.
I must have a foot on my throat right now. That's all I can say.
Oh. It feels like that.
Ooh, yeah.
I am inundated with lamps.
You're kinky.
Yeah. Yucca, you've seen it. I'm a beaten man.
That's right.
More than a
You're a
lamp.
I think
You're a lamp.
JJ, stop shaming everybody else. Not everybody's a pilot, okay?
Lamp.
Everybody can afford 50 cents mansion or shit like that.
Over here
Well, I'm
bragging about our
starting to
lamp.
think I don't think I'm bragging. I'm thinking I'm insecure that I have that many lamps.
You're just not in control of your lamp inventory. That's all.
I feel threatened, actually.
I
Now.
feel
Big deal.
maybe you're compensating. I don't know.
After no ass, he'll build a house, and every step he takes, the whole section of the hallway will light up.
Oh, I don't think it's compensating. I think I need.
No, you're all missing the point. He's too cheap to pay the builder when he built his house to put ceiling fans and lights in. So every room he's got just has a plain ceiling. So you got to read between the lines on this.
Yeah, that's actually kind of what I was thinking too. It could be. Well, I don't think he has an older house though, right? How old is your? Do you don't mind saying how old your house is? Do you?
No, I don't mind. 2005.
What's in your house?
5?
2005.
That's not too new, but it's not too old either. So.
It's new.
My house was built in 1902.
Sometimes
It's like 120 years old.
1960s.
The can.
Your house, Casey.
I'm not sure. Han,
lacking.
well, how old is our house?
It's 2000 and.
She said 20. So same time frame.
Oh, I thought you were asking me.
No. Go ahead and say what's yours.
Oh, you said hun. Okay.
Oh, hun.
Oh, hun. Oh.
She's in the background going, what?
Rugged gets the hung thing. Oh, hi, hun. Oh, I get it now.
My name is Hung.
Oh,
That
yeah.
Hung. Like
One hung rugged.
Ooh, he's hung. Are you saying Rugged is hung?
Hung. How hung?
I bet you Rugged got his song on his
It's really
birthday.
funny.
I feel like the next thing I should ask is how many ceiling lamps have you installed in your lifetime? I feel like that should be the next question.
Oh, shit.
30. How many light bulbs does it take?
That should be interesting to see. Should we put a... Let's do it. I'm gonna.
Here's a good one, Casey. Here's a better one, Casey. If I went to your house right now, how many burnout light bulbs would I find?
All right, yeah.
Zero.
No. How many?
Honest,
how many
people.
beeping smoke detectors?
Yeah. Or that, yeah.
there you go.
If I went to your house right now and made you stand in the front yard while I did an inspection, how many burnout light bulbs would I find? Because I know I'm not the only one out there who lets it get way out of hand before they go onto a light bulb rant.
I'm 0 there. I could definitely say I'm on the extreme 0. I can't take it.
0.
I changed mine out also.
I'm gonna get kind of crazy on this on the numbers here because I feel like I kind of need to widen the spread here a little bit. Because I think if I put 1 to 5, 6 to 10, and 11 plus, I think that's gonna. Well, actually, no, that's not a bad range. Let's do that. Let's just do the same numbers.
And,
This-
and
this-
the beeping sound, that's too much to work. If I hear a beeping sound,
Oh,
I
yeah.
assume I've lost hydraulic.
It
So it
well,
has to be fixed.
I immediately have to I can't stand the sound of those things going off. Like I can't. I don't know how anybody can live through that.
I don't even like to see a red flash on it. I see the red flash.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
already putting
me.
my-
That's
yeah.
that's me, Captain. Mrs. Pirate and I first got together. We'd have like a VCR player or a TV, and the power went out and it come back on that with flash. And I would. It's one of the first things I told her. I said it gives me anxiety because that means really bad things on an airplane.
Yeah, I'm putting on my oxygen mask and I'm looking for it at home.
Oh shit, Casey! And one of the other things here, I shared something in a bubble. I don't know if you, I know you follow Unusual Whales and shit for some shit. Yeah, they just posted up a new data set has been added to the website. The data examines the impact of Fed speakers, the impact that Fed speakers have on markets in the immediate aftermath throughout the remainder of the trading session. I thought something like that'd be interesting to look at if you'd want to.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. I like it.
Yeah, it's in the bubble.
It's like kind of like the whole moon theory.
Yeah.
How do you know when there's a TED Talk?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's Fed speakers,
or
Fed
Fed.
speakers, not TED Talks.
Oh,
Fed,
I
FED.
you know I thought you did say Ted. I thought I heard Ted.
Oh, my
I thought
bad.
you said TED too.
Yeah,
I was gonna say,
I-
how would you know?
I was like, that's kind of interesting.
Fox
Yeah,
Echo
TED
Delta,
Talks. Huh?
Fox Echo Delta. Fox Echo Delta.
Okay, well, I don't care about that. I know it's down every time when that happens. I thought we were talking about
but
TED Talks.
They have a database to measure it now.
Yeah,
so you can
TED
see
Talks
how
was-
bad one speaker knocks shit down.
TED Talks was more cool because I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting and unusual. But now that you say Fed Talks, now I'm sitting there thinking like, well, that's every time. So I don't need it. I don't need to see those stats.
Never mind that. I'll just remove it from the bubble then. You can see if I can find a TED Talk data set.
Yeah. That's some highbrow listening. Oh, I wait for the TED Talk. Oh, bougie. I just surf Reddit and porn.
Where is it? Where is it from?
I'm gonna back out of the back of the Big Tramp and leave you guys at it and take a little break here, and I'll be back in a bit.
Oh, you got a little quickie, huh?
What's the matter to you?
Perfect.
Nice.
He's jealous.
Why? The wife.
To hold your hand. What?
All right, I'll see you guys in a bit.
See you in a bit, Casey.
So are we still live or are we just by ourselves?
Say it again. Yeah, we're live.
We're live.
It's just us. Go ahead, JJ. Say something really.
Yeah, well, say what you were going to say. That incriminating evidence.
Nobody. So you're saying nobody can hear me right now? Oh, okay.
It's just us. It's just between us.
Oh, good.
Us thousands.
Just between like 199 at the time.
Oh, well. Who else would be listening?
Yeah.
Yucca, were your ears burning this morning? When Casey said that there are people that monitor the feed, and I said Yucca must throw him off the trail every time.
Yeah, it sends everybody straight to Pornhub.
Why is this channel on AMC all they talk about is porn?
Who was it this morning that was like, what is that sound? Why is that so familiar? That was fucking classic. Like, that was
fun.
great. That was
I
fantastic.
thought it was the opposite. I thought he'd never heard it before. He said.
Yeah, and we're like, okay.
Was it the
That
standard
mother
chicken
effer's
Wawa?
not real. Yeah. Or it was the Pornhub, but it was this one. Yeah. Why ain't my soundboard working now? Casey turned her soundboard off.
Oh, I know what the poll I wanted to hear. Oh, he said poll. How many people have ever ran out of gas?
Does it count on golf carts?
No, because they don't have a gauge. Because the guys at I mean, all the times I caddied for Hayden, every now and then those guys just slammed a cart into the line, and you could get on hole 12, and it just starts chugging. And you're like, oh crap.
Well, I have a 6-passenger golf cart that I drive around in my subdivision, and it's electric. And twice now I've been burned where it just has a amp meter thing, and I haven't figured out how to know when it's about to go.
I say no on Well, I mean, if you have a Tesla, it'll basically, I think, drive you to a battery thing if it thinks that you're gonna soil the image.
I don't think I've ever had to put gas in a car, like go to a gas station, get it in a 5-gallon thing and take it to a car. I don't think that's ever happened to me that I can remember.
I have never, and I'm 59.
I'm 60, so.
14 years I've been in a relationship with my wife. She's ran out of gas 3 times. Once was last Friday at the gas station on the wrong side of the pump. with about $70 worth of food in the car.
Did she let me ask you this. Did she go, I don't remember what side it's on? You go, didn't you just look at the gas tank thing on the console? And she goes, what does that do?
Yeah.
Some people don't even know there's an arrow there.
To be
what's
fair,
ridiculous
$70.
is she did it about 2 years ago. Got coasted into the gas station, didn't get to the pump. Both times on like the edge of a hill, tried to buy a gas can and try filling the vehicle. So she didn't call me originally on this one. She was about an hour late, and she was trying to get somebody at the gas station to help her. So then she finally called me and said, "Hey, can you come help me out?" What are you talking about?
I'll bet no dude. I bet no dude on this channel has ever ran out of gas, but they can all say of a significant other they were either married or
I
dating.
ran out of gas. I ran out of gas.
You did not.
I did. I was younger. I was like, yeah, I ran out of gas. I ran out of gas once only.
When? Where? I don't believe you.
Yeah, after work in the night at night.
Describe it. You're starting to make it
I understand if you're like a teenager and you're broke. I understand that.
Yeah, run out of money is different than running out of gas.
No, I didn't have money, and I just, you start working. I was working at Circuit City, and I was driving my 5.0 Mustang, and I was like, okay, I think I can make it, and then I can, get home, and then tomorrow morning I'll go pump gas. Halfway home,
What year Mustang?
It was a 91. 1991.
No, I do not believe you, Yucca. Nope.
I'm not lying. It
was dinging at you the whole time.
No, so then I freaking.
He thought it was a seatbelt.
It ran out, and I just stalled right in the middle of the street. Some guy passes by in a truck. He's like, "You all right?" I'm like, "I'm out of gas. Do you think you can give me a ride to my house? I just live right down the street." So he gave me a ride to the gas station. We got gas. Put it in my car. Then he followed me home, and then my mom gave him a check.
Where'd you get the gas can?
He had one in his. Oh, come on! He had one in his car. Like it's one of those like Toyota Tacoma, old Toyota Tacoma. I think he was a gardener.
What was the license plate number? Did you get a social security number? Come on, we need to validate.
Did he say give me a handy all the way to your house? Did he say that?
Warm me up through your mom.
House, and I said, I'm gonna go upstairs and get cash. It was like $20-some of gas. So my mom gave him a check.
We'll let it slide, Yucca. I'll let it slide.
California, so that's 2 gallons.
That was the only time I ran. After that,
okay, how big was this gas can?
Check. We need the check.
$20.
$20.
Did you have a 30-gallon gas can?
It was $20. That's what I gave him. Give him
I don't
20,
believe
it was like
you.
20. It was like 23 or something like that.
There's
no
way. 13 for himself.
Yeah, it was something like that. I kind of vaguely remember, man, but I remember it sucked.
Well,
again,
no,
I was
keep talking.
I was like I was 21 years old, so a young kid.
I didn't have any money. He said, "I've got some gas. How are you gonna pay me?" Okay, now it's getting believable.
Ass. Yuck is like, here, light this. Take me there.
And it's an old car, so it tricks you. Remember how those cars? You're like, oh, it's okay. I've been here before. I can make it. But it's like, no, you already went through your reserve.
I'm not believing. Absolutely not. I've met you. There's no way you ran out of gas. No way.
Dude. Okay,
I'm
fine.
giving you the
Hey, we'll take it for a good
doubt.
story. We'll take it for a good story.
No, man. Why would I lie about something like that? Damn it.
My wife has called me and said, "Hey, I bought her the lesbian Subaru Crosstrek, so nobody pick up on her." That's right. And post MOAS, she gets a new car. I'm afraid what she's going to ask for. But
another one?
She called me up and says, "I have one bar. Do you think I can make it home?" I'm like, "No, absolutely not. Why would you even ask?"
The light flashes on and I'm like in a panic. I get like 50 miles after the light turns on, and it's as soon as the light's on, I'm like high anxiety to get gas.
I got about 30 on mine.
Yeah, on my F-150 at 36, the light comes on, and I already know where I'm going to go. I already know. In fact, I kick myself going, why didn't I go already?
Yeah, my car's yelling at me. It's like, you got 40 miles of gas left. Would you like me to find a gas station? I'm like, no, I know where the gas stations are. Quit being my wife.
Yeah. Right.
No, but
now
you know
she'll
what
tell me. I'm sorry.
You know that lesson that so now all of my vehicles, they're always full. Like I don't let them get to like, it traumatized me. So it's like they're always full. And plus hearing. And plus hearing.
Yeah, what did you have to do to learn a lesson, huh?
Yeah. So and now hearing
You
stories.
did learn today.
If you get into an accident on an empty tank, the car can explode because of the gas.
I know I saw that in the movies.
So
I don't know about that.
You know,
That's what I said. My wife's done it 3 times. I'm like, when are you going to learn? I was so hot. I was so mad.
You're messing up the car like that. You're actually, because the tank, it's like it's sucking in, right? It's like contracting. Is that what it's called?
Well, at the bottom of the gas tank, you might have some sediment. If you run it dry, you could pull some sediment through the filter.
Or worse, you've got everything's fuel injection now, so you're just pumping dirt through your injectors.
Yeah. So I mean, I learned everything's always to the top, man.
Yeah, but always don't leave it past the quarter as well. Don't leave it like try not to run on what's on the bottom. I've only had the light come on once, and another time my father-in-law asked me to refill his car, and it was like empty, just fucking empty. You know, the light was on. I was like running on fumes. The most stressful fucking drive I've ever had, and it was wait, what was it? I think it was a diesel. So basically, if that thing was running out, it was fucked. You couldn't just add fuel, because once air goes through the pumps, I think you need to have a mechanic do it. Whatever.
Hayden and I went out to Vegas and we rented a Tesla. I got anxiety because I don't know this whole electrical thing. You know, if it's at 40%, is that bad? Is that good? So we dropped every time we went into a casino. We'd stop where there was a charger, just left it because I never knew what to. Is it like a regular battery? Like once it gets to 30, does it just race down to 5? I didn't know.
You know what would be cool if you can sell the power back to the plant on your Tesla. Like you're overcharged, and then you just go and pump it, and you make money when you come back. You just an extra $100.
That's the idea of those solar panels on your roof.
When you rented that Tesla beforehand, did you think you'd ever want one?
Yes, and that's why I rented it.
And then after
The
running
white-
it, how did you feel?
Gay.
Have you sat in one before?
I have, yeah.
Okay, we rented a is it the Y? The Y is the SUV. The X and the Y are SUVs, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So we rented a Y, not the X, and so it didn't have the gull wing door like the X does. But driving it around, I thought it was really cool the way it's so open inside. And I thought the air conditioning would suck. The air conditioning was incredible in Vegas.
Cold.
It was awesome. But not being used to how the battery drains, maybe another week I'd have it down.
How much mileage were you able to drive with it? What was the range?
I couldn't tell you because I just kept charging it. Everywhere we stopped was a charging station at a casino.
Stockwiz, you're asking the wrong
220?
question. You need to ask him how loud was the blinker?
Yeah, that too.
It's quiet.
Did you use the autopilot at all?
JJ?
You know, the problem with Tesla is before he was the only one that was producing the
Yeah, Hayden doesn't trust the AI thing, but when we bought his pickup, I don't know if I told you guys the story. We went to St. Louis, Missouri, because that's the biggest, I'm sorry, the highest volume GMC dealer in the country there. So we flew there and drove the car back, and it's the one with the GMC with the Super Cruise, and I let it drive. It was an 8-hour drive. I let it drive for 3.5 hours doing 80.
Holy shit!
And it was pretty yeah, it's pretty impressive.
You can control. It does a thing. It's like a scroll wheel.
Yeah.
and it's
like what is it?
automatic.
What is a Super Cruise?
It's a cruise control AI thing that's powered by the scanners in the rims of the car.
Yeah, it's got the rims. I think it might even use a little GPS.
Yeah, because it has to have information of the roading.
Yeah.
Because you can't change out the wheels because it's connected to the same thing as the Super Cruise, and it uses the lines and the lanes as almost like a border for how it'll do it.
Yeah, so it has a HUD, as bougie as this thing is, and you can tell it how far in front you want it to pass. So it'll use the information, it'll hit the blinker, it'll change lanes, and when it's passed, it'll change lanes back with the blinker.
That's awesome. So it does the blinker itself?
Yes.
Stockwitz is out.
Damn, I need to have it.
Now here's the other part too. Where the steering wheel comes out, there's a sensor that can tell if your eyes are open. So before we left the lot, well, I shouldn't say before we left the lot, we were with the dealer. I actually covered it up in a corner, and first it vibrates the steering wheel and your seat, and it flashes some colors, and then in the turn, it slowed the car down and stopped it in a turn.
Which model?
Which was pretty. It's the pickup, the Sierra 1500.
Oh.
Do they ship it to Europe?
I don't know. You got to go onto the GMC's. Now here's the other thing too. When I drove it back,
you can do anything you want.
Now you got to keep your eyes open. But it did bite off. We went through some road work where they kind of like offset from the highway, and it bit off on a line that was in the road, like they spilled some paint. It bit off on that real quick, and I already had my hands on the wheel. And then in a corner, it tries to pass, but it's not as smooth in a corner. Now, granted, I had to do an 80, but it's pretty impressive.
Stockwitz, I'm glad to see you're out of jail. I came and visited you in Hot Mic Jail, and you didn't answer, so I was kind of worried about you. Glad to see you back.
I was in Hot Mic Jail? When?
Yeah.
KC put you in there
I was
earlier.
there for a long time.
So I went to visit you, and you didn't respond. So I'm glad to see you back.
I was busy, I think. I don't know. I might have left the app open.
Yeah, he put you in there, and then he put a butt plug in there as well. So.
Okay.
And we can't find the
Wow.
I got butt plugged.
Yeah.
Sierra 1500, you say? Wow.
Yep. What do you guys think about
I brought you a
Hyundai?
fake with a file in it, Stockwitz. So
You guys like Hyundais?
nothing.
JJ, how do you like that compared to your F-150?
Oh God, it's not even. When we went to go now with my company, we get a discount through Ford because we buy a ton of Ford vehicles. So
Yeah.
I was all prepared. He wants something kind of sporty. So we looked at that the Tremor, which is a cool car.
It's not bad.
Yeah, it's a cool car, but so then he liked the Dodge, so we went and test drove the Dodge. And these are all pickups.
Mhm.
Which was the Dodge one? No. What's the Dodge one? Rebel.
Ram?
The Rebel. And that was cool.
Small one.
One step down from the TRX.
Yeah, it's the one down from the TRX. And then we went to we didn't go into a Chevy. I said, well, if we're gonna get a Chevy, we might as well just get a GMC. So we got, as soon as I opened the door, it's a whole different vehicle than those two. It's not even the same class of truck. This thing will last 15, 20 years easy. It's not even it shouldn't even be called, those other two shouldn't be called pickups compared to this thing. It feels better driving. I don't know how to say it. It's just so much of a better car.
Who makes it? Toyota?
No, it's GMC.
GMC is owned by Chevy.
No, Chevy's owned by GMC.
Yeah.
I think.
They have electric.
I don't know about the whole electric thing with a pickup.
They have. It's cost
Yeah, especially if you're towing stuff. I live in
$97,000.
Michigan. We go up north all the time. You're looking at 300-400 miles each way, and you're towing something. It just doesn't sound feasible to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, driving this thing, it is such a nice drive. Well, I mean, right now we're taking his truck to go. How far are we going? 200 miles. There's no way I'd take my F-150 with the chance to drive this. It's not even close.
What year F-150 is it?
15.
I'll say because the ones now are unbelievable different.
Not that expensive though.
I'm telling you, if you have a Ford, and I own a Ford. I've had 3 Ford.
Yeah,
pickups.
I'm a Ford family. My dad, grandpa, aunt, sister, uncle, everybody worked for Ford. So.
Yeah.
But I've driven in a bunch in Detroit.
I've gotten it. And now, granted, the whole thing where people said, "Oh, it's an aluminum body." To me, the 2015 had the aluminum body. I think it's the first year.
Mm-hmm.
I could tell that it not breaking action. That it stopped faster than the other one. And I'm sure it's because it's lighter. I'm positive. But as far as like driving, it's night and day driving this GMC. It's
base sound system is Bose.
Yeah, the sound in it, the driving. It's as soon as my Ford. I tell you right now, post MOAS, that thing's on the chopping block.
Which model? I'm checking now. Which
go to it's a Denali Ultimate.
Denali. Yeah, I'm seeing here. Yeah, yeah. 82,000. It's gonna be like $5 after MOAS. You know.
Yeah, it's any of their Ultimate ones. It's yeah, he'll have this car for 15 years easy.
Lucky kid. You adopting it all?
What's that?
I said, are you adopting it all? I cut the grass and clean and cook. Shit, I'll take a used vehicle.
Yeah, the next. In fact, I even called the Laura's GMC is where it's at in St. Louis. I'd already put in a call to him. I said, "Hey, in another 3 or 4 months, how tough would it be to get one?" He's like, "Just order." I said, "I'm hoping some good things happen in the next 3 or 4 months." No dates. Like we went down to the beach for the past couple of years with a bunch of families that he goes to high school with. And last time I took the time before I took my F-150, whatever. But this time I went to Hertz and rented a Suburban. So I think my next car, I'll trade in a pickup and just get a Suburban. The short one, not the long one.
Interesting.
Hey, Yucca.
Yeah, okay, it's gone.
No, I dropped the post in a nut house forum. He'd like to see a butt plug being removed from an elephant. I think he'd like to see that. It's in a nut house. It's disturbing.
GameStop turned green. Yep.
Power hour incoming.
I think I'm gonna order like 5 of them. Like
Denali's.
Yeah. 5.
They're fucking nice looking vehicles, man.
I'm just gonna order like 5 or 10 of them, and I'm gonna donate.
Just put them in your cart for now.
Do a car giveaway.
I'm telling you, man, driving this thing, it's so nice.
Have you guys towed anything with it?
No, and it's got the bigger. Now you can get I think the Ultimate only comes with the bigger motor. You can get the diesel, but I haven't driven enough diesels to know anything good or bad.
Yeah.
So I just got the 6.2. And you can tell too, when you get on it, this thing goes. But I'd never driven a GMC until this one, and I think I don't think I'd buy anything. But as far as pickups go, I would stay with these. And there's no add-ons. There's really nothing on this package. There's really nothing to get. You can't change the wheels. You can't raise it. You can't level it because it affects. You'll void the warranty because of the Super Cruise. And actually, it's funny. I'm on a new asphalted highway. It'll tell you if you can do Super Cruise. It'll give you a little green image. Oh, there it is. On this new highway, there's no reflectors, and it's not giving it to me. So it'll tell you if it'll do it or not.
My son said he'd change a flat tire on my trailer for me. I said, great. Then I had to go out. It's 900,000 degrees out there. I had to get the impact gun. I had to find him a socket, show him show him how to open the toolbox up to get a 4-way. By the time I got done with all that, I could have changed the tire.
GTS.
Yeah, it's
hotter. It's Africa hot out there.
Why would you change a tire? You just call AAA, USAA. They just do it for you.
He went to the landfill with a load of debris and he picked up a roofing nail.
Nice.
I pulled the roofing nail out and I tried to plug it, but it was still, I spit on it and it was bubbling a little bit. We got a Firestone store at the end of our driveway. I told him to take it over there and tell him to dismount it, put a patch on the inside, do it right.
If you had to choose, Captain Hayden, what kind of Porsche would you buy?
Porsche?
If you could buy any one, which model would you do?
It has to be a Porsche?
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody I know that's had a Porsche has worked on it more than any other vehicle they've ever had.
Okay, post MOAS, that is not my first choice. but if I have to get a Porsche, all carbon GT3.
I second that motion.
They don't make cars for guys my size.
You wrap your ass in fiberglass, man. Get an American-made Corvette and be done with it.
That's with the Lamborghini hinge for sure.
Fiberglass is not carbon. I mean, you can't say it's the same thing.
You know, one time in
Yeah,
Florida,
they had an old saying though, it was wrap your ass in fiberglass. You can't rhyme with carbon fiber though.
one time in Florida, I was in, what was it, near Ruskin, and I went to a Lambo dealer and asked him to do a test drive, and he wouldn't let me.
Wrap the driver in carbon fiber.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, that might work.
I'm a songwriter now. Those rhymes just come to me.
My post Moas car, my first one, if it happens, McLaren Senna.
Oh, I like that too.
You guys are going crazy.
My first.
You guys are all out.
My first car is going to be a 1969 Dodge Charger Hemi.
Nice.
Oh, now you're talking.
Yeah, there you go.
Pirate, have
And
you
it
been
has-
in the new C8 Corvette yet?
No, I've seen them, but I haven't got to sit in one yet.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I've got the new DuPont registry. They got the was it SC Yanko, the 1,000 horsepower. That thing better come with about 15 sets of tires.
Some beautiful cars at those times.
I think the new Corvette's awesome, but I want a McLaren.
You want a McLaren? Where you gonna go with McLaren? Like, you're gonna have to go to a racetrack if you want to drive it.
I have one. I have one here.
Where are you from, Nate?
Post
I'm
Moas,
in-
he's
I'm
going
in
to
it.
build one.
No, in Atlanta, there's two road courses in Atlanta. You've got Atlanta Motors, well,
Motor
not
Speedway?
AMS, but no, the Atlanta road course up north,
The
and
Motor
then where we
Speedway
go.
in Hampton? Is it in Hampton,
It's
Georgia?
The Motor Speedway, the oval is, but there's what's the Atlanta up by the golf up by
What?
oh Christ, it's not Atlanta Motor Speedway. It's where Paul Newman used to race.
You know, mine is easy. I've told you this before. I just go to Germany and I go. Like,
Oh yeah, you get on the Autobahn and off you go.
yeah, I did that once. One time, I drove like. One time we took a Porsche. A friend of mine was a dealer. He took the Porsche, and then he also took a Mercedes with the how do you call it, like those doors that are like wings. That car was like 700 horsepower. 700. It was clocked. Overclocked. Yeah, he took the car. He drove like I think he drove it to, what was it? Like 260, 270. It was crazy. I wasn't driving
Miles
that.
or kilometers?
Huh? Kilometers.
Miles.
Mm.
I mean, I've done 220 in a Honda. So.
If you take it a McLaren.
What?
I've done 160, but it was on a street bike.
Yeah, but that's
160.
miles, right?
Miles
Yeah,
per
but
hour,
it's
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
With a street
there it
bike, I did 292. 292 with S1000 BMW RR.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's a lot.
Road Atlanta is the big race course. That's where Paul Newman invented the salad dressing.
Yeah, in Georgia. I see it.
Yep. And then the other one is up in Dawsonville, Atlanta Motor Sports Park.
They got one in Ohio. They got one at Mid Ohio. They got that one there, and then they got Yeah. So I'd like to go to Nuremberg. I'd like to go to Nuremberg. Is what I'd like to drive if I could do that before I die.
In Germany.
Nuremberg or Nürburgring.
Yeah. If I could have my one wish for a racetrack, I'd go to that. That's one.
Okay, that's the one from the that's from the Need for Speed game, right?
What's that?
I know about games. I just know about racetracks.
That's right.
Need for Speed
Right?
game.
Yeah, it's a Need for Speed. It's true, right? What I'm saying?
Yeah, so
No, it's not off a game. There may be a game, but it's a real racetrack.
That's like saying you want to buy a Lamborghini from a game instead of saying it's an actual car. You know, it's like.
Do you know
You
that
can design your car off Gran Turismo, the game.
BMW owns this track? They're the owners.
Which track?
The Nürburgring.
Also, JBR, I forgot to
No,
mention.
Nürburgring is not owned by BMW.
It's stated in Google. It's false information then.
I thought it was
Owned by-
BMW, or is it Mercedes?
Owned.
Then the information is not correct. I'm just Googling it right now.
I don't know. I was never aware that.
It's saying the owner is BMW Group. It's located in Nuremberg, and yeah, it's one of the
Don't all the European car makers though use Nuremberg to test out their cars?
Could be. I don't know. I'm not. Probably, like.
Well, apparently now it's owned by some Russian billionaire.
So the information is not up to date.
I saw when I was surfing the net on a layover, there's a place outside of, I want to say it's outside of Palm Springs, a couple hours, maybe it's Vegas, where they've got a big racetrack school. I'd like to do that.
Just purchase, purchase a racetrack. It's simpler. Then
I
you
did
own
a course when I was in go-karts, which sounds kind of funny until you're doing 90 about an inch off the ground. But I'd like to do it in a big car. Take Hayden out and we go race some cars and do some donuts and figure out how to do that.
Oh yeah, they are. I think Laura.
Here's a little update, guys. GameStop's at $29.83 and AMC is at $5.07.
Yep, I'm seeing that.
Thanks for the update.
Here we went from
They're gonna
talking
start-
about changing the world and stuff to buying racetracks and 5 cars at one time. Oh god. We don't even have the money and it's
Saw yesterday for a giant race park that's for sale. I forget where it's at. Maybe Nevada, but it had like an oval track, a drag strip, a motocross track, a drift pad, a burnout pit. It had all kinds of stuff. It was like a complete motorsports park. I think they wanted $30 million for it or something.
Preacher, you got a dream, baby. You got a dream.
I like to put a campground in there.
You call them part. You ask for the price.
It was printed in the ad.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And instead of talking about it, just buy the track. You can go whenever you want.
Tough, man. My friend owns a track in Pensacola. It's called Five Flag Speedway. They have a famous race that's been held. They've had a race there since the late 70s. It's called the Snowball Derby. All the big heavy hitters from Talladega and Daytona, they all come in the wintertime to race there. It's kind of like a Bush League track for the young up and coming drivers. A lot of the professional drivers like Dale Earnhardt and them would bring their sons here to race, but it's called Five Flag Speedway and it's just a little oval track, Pensacola. But they bought that 15 years ago. Man, it's been a nightmare to try to keep it from going bankrupt. They just, you have one big race a year and they have races on Friday and Saturday nights, but they don't charge much to get in and they don't have a real big attendance. But the racing business is hard, man. It's really, unless you get in with, like I said, where you got a big draw with a big crowd and all that.
There's only one person that is successful in the racing business. It's how is his name? The old guy from the F1, Ecclestone, right?
Ricky Bobby.
Well, the family that owns the NASCAR circuit, they're doing pretty well for themselves, and you got Roush Racing and all the big race teams in America. They've done pretty good for themselves, and then Indy teams, and you got the Formula team. So, but as far as a hometown track goes, it's pretty tough. Just when I left Cincinnati the last time, I take it back. When I went back to Cincinnati about 15 years ago, they built a brand new track in Kentucky, just across the river from Cincinnati, where they could buy the farms, and they put up a NASCAR track, and they had NASCAR trucks there for the first 10 years until NASCAR finally agreed to give them a cup race.
Mm-hmm.
But that was I forget how many hundreds of millions of dollars they spent on that. You know, you got to have parking. You got to have a parking lot for 10,000 cars. And they had to redo the interstate. They put in 2 interstate exit ramps. Can you imagine just sewage and water? I mean, it's a big endeavor to build a place like that.
I guess
Sparta. It's called Sparta, like in the movie 300, Sparta, Kentucky.
I guess owning a racetrack ain't a good investment.
Well, if you got pockets that deep, Mrs. Pyre and I were going to build a campground right next to it, because people come in there for the race and they stay the weekend campers. But it's a one-hit wonder. You'll have 1 week a year where your campground's full, and the rest of the year it's empty. I couldn't make the numbers work on it. Ooh,
like
Mark said now the Kentucky Speedway is a parking lot for unfinished Ford trucks. That's really cool, Mark. Because, well, I guess it's not cool, but I know Ford has a big truck plant in Kentucky, but I had no idea that they were parking trucks there at Kentucky Speedway. That's interesting.
One of the courses Hayden used to play golf tournaments at was near that road, Atlanta. I think they make up, like you were saying, Pirate, they pick up the slack as they've got car instruction, and the bigger one is they've got super bike lessons up there.
Yeah.
They're racing them motorcycles all the time.
Got a interesting little article that just came out from Benzinga. I could read a couple of sentences from it that I think you'll all like. You want to hear it?
Yes, sir. Go for it.
Okay, so the headline, this is from Thinkorswim. GameStop has better valuation metrics than all NASDAQ 100 companies? Question mark. So basically, as of June 14th, GameStop's price to cash ratio stands at less than 3, number 3, which is a figure that outshines all 100 companies listed in the NASDAQ 100 index. This metric, which compares a company's market value to its cash reserves, is a crucial indicator of financial health and stability. And with a price of $27.50 per share, GameStop's low price to cash ratio underscores its potential for being undervalued relative to its cash position.
That sounds really impressive.
Wonder why.
Yeah, wonder why.
I wonder if that's before or after the cash that they just raised recently.
Oh, I'm sure it's as of June 14th, so that's today.
Okay.
But still, it is what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Welcome back,
you
Casey.
You know who also says it's not Benzinga, but he says Bazinga?
Who?
Bazinga.
It's from the TV show.
Yeah.
Right? Bazinga.
Yeah.
Sheldon Cooper.
Yes.
Chick-fil-A.
And then normally I don't like their.
You remember?
Chile.
You remember, Casey. Maybe if I buy a car, I can ask the car dealer to install special blinkers, like very loud ones.
Ooh, extra loud.
So they can hear me coming from.
You mean buy a car? You're gonna buy 5, right? Or the same model.
Huh?
You're gonna buy 5 cars, right? The same model.
Yeah, 5. I'm gonna give away 3. I'm gonna do a big giveaway. Yeah.
Well, I have. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, remember, Laura's GMC. Tell them you know me.
Yeah, I'm gonna call you when it's up there. When it's
Oh.
the moment. Just give me your phone number and I'm gonna call you.
It was so convenient. We did everything online. I signed 2 papers. We were out the door.
You ordered the car online completely? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
Because there's nothing to add to it. And then the guy calls you up. They have internet. Their whole dealership is basically guys on the phone doing internet sales. That's all they do.
I didn't try to upgrade you on the fabric stuff and the bed liner and all that.
There's nothing to upgrade on this model. Nothing like that.
Well, I mean, the fabric protector, or they'll say they want to put a special bed liner, or they'll want to undercoat the car.
No true coat. Not like Fargo. No, there's only one interior for this model.
All right, guys. How about some numbers? What do you think? Should we get these numbers out of the way?
Is it numbers time?
Yeah, go for it, man. We're
All right.
waiting for you.
Before I
You're gonna
do
do it and leave.
Before I do, I just want to make mention that I now have 10 shares. I purchased the remaining amount that I needed to have 10 shares now. So I did make an order. So in case if anybody wants to ask, like, when was the last time you purchased shares, Casey? I don't think you purchased shares at AMC before. You can say, well, on 6/14, Casey announced that he bought some more shares. So.
All right.
Congratulations, Casey. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Casey.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah. I know. I feel special. It's nice. It feels good. Yeah.
It's
Welcome to the whale tank.
It's way more than the 2 shares. Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
Welcome to double digits.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Yeah. It's a nice feeling. All right, I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here in regards to what's happening with exchange-traded volume for the day today. Oh, yeah, by the way, as somebody mentioned earlier, well, I'll get into that later. Off exchange, by this time of the day, I expect to see about 66% going through off exchange. Right now we're at 54.88% going through off exchange. EDGX at 12.03. The combined total in that 66.91%. Those numbers look really close to what we had yesterday as well. That's 0.91% higher than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume for the day is currently at 5,743 shares. That is not higher than 30,000, so not a very big number on that. CHX volume on GME is at 142,995 shares. Lots and lots of shares going through that exchange. Borrow fees on AMC for the day today, we're seeing no change in the last hour. 2 hours actually now. There's 8,000 shares available. Fees are at 2.11%. An hour ago, there was 6.63 million shares having been returned. It's now 6.49. That means there was a few shares borrowed within the last hour. It's going to leave pretty much the estimated short-term interest of the free float pretty much at the same value at 15.18%. The cost per hour mins at 2.73. Average is 4.33 and max 8.6. Shares on loan for the day today is at 73.51 million shares. That's 1.01 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating about 220,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at GME an hour ago, or actually as of right now, they're showing on Ortex 7.72 million shares borrowed for GME. Here goes that short interest rate back up again here. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this page. GME's in third right now with a 56.68% buy to 43.32% sell ratio. Not 60-40, but it's close. AMC did not make it back up onto this list here by the end of the day, but we'll see on Monday if that changes in the aftermarket hours. Taking a look at MMRI, it was 276.77 as of an hour ago. It's now 276.14, so that dropped down a little bit there. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.475. And is now currently at 0.477. So this is how we're going to end the week here. The spread was 0.426 beginning of the week, and ending the week, it's 0.477. So we definitely saw an increase in the two bond rates between the 2-year and the 10-year being more inverted than it started off with. Taking a look at, I don't have you guys on the other page. You guys never say anything to me. Taking a look at, what are we going at next here? NASDAQ is up 0.04. Dow Jones is down 0.23. S&P 500 is down 0.12. We have 4,277 decliners to 1,420 advancers. The market is just slightly more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago. What's that, Stockwiz?
He was hot micing.
Oh, okay. So we have just a few more advancers, but it's still looking pretty crappy, though. Hot lava fire, don't touch the floor. It's nastiest. There's 3 sectors up for the day today. The top 2 sectors are communications, followed by technology. Worst 2 performing sectors is industrials, followed by consumer discretionary. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. 2 are borderline. Financial institutions, plus or minus 2.5% or more of a change since yesterday's close. We'll get a shout out. Coinbase is down 2.65. FRC is up 50%. Silvergate's down 13.08. NYCB is down 3.98. Let's see what else. Anything else? Western Alliance, maybe? Western Alliance is down 2.98. And that's about it. Mortgage-backed securities, gold is up 1.3 and is, for the most part, consolidating after an uptrend. Silver is up 1.79 and still trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 4.01%, but starting to consolidate after a downtrend. The US dollar is up 0.33 and starting to consolidate after a downtrend at 105.54. Oil is down 2.16 and is consolidating after an uptrend. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.1 to 0.14 and appear to be consolidating. SPY is down 0.04 and starting to trend up after finding a low at 541.17 earlier. It's not a low for the day. The low for the day was 539.85, and it's still trending up currently. VIX is what kind of volume? 24.39 million shares. This is kind of low volume. VIX is up 4.77 and is started to trend back down again. It's at 12.51 with futures suggesting it should be around 12.98. The futures have come down a little bit in the last hour, and VIX has kind of stayed roughly about where it's been, because an hour ago would have been about here. Let's see, 13.10 would have been right around here. So it's really close to where it was an hour ago. So maybe even though there's a lot of volatility within the last hour, it's still just kind of consolidating right now. VB is down 1.4% and looks like it's starting to trend up. It's been on a slow trend up. VBR is down 1.28, trending up. Tesla is down 2.27 and looks like it's making a reversal off of a downtrend into an uptrend. Amazon is down 0.39 and consolidating. Cinemark is up 1.54, trending up. Doge is down 6.23 and consolidating. Bitcoin is down 2.11 and is consolidating. GME is down 0.88 and is looks like it's breaking an uptrend into a downtrend. 73.11 million shares traded so far for the day today with a average 3-month volume of 44.23, so it's like nearly double. HYMC is up 2.24 and trending up. Looks like it's trying to break that trend currently into a downtrend. NCMI is down 2.94 and is consolidating after an uptrend. HUD is down 3.63 and trending down. AMC is down 3.25 but trending up. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. There's approximately, let's see here, 3.5, 4.5, 5. Well, it's close. It's very close. $4.9 million more inflow than outflow. 29.98 million shares traded so far for the day today. Looks like I might actually get this volume prediction correct. It's kind of crazy. We'll see what happens here within the last hour. It might be close. We've got 30.01 million shares traded so far after 352 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for about 33.24 million. There's going to be some aftermarket trading that occurs that'll drive that up a little bit more, but I did suggest somewhere between 15 and 35 million shares traded. I'm pretty certain that we're going to have a higher traded volume day today than we did yesterday, but not by a whole lot. On a 4-hour chart, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side, 49.64, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure than our side, 46.73, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than our side, 46.52, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than our side, 57.3, which is slightly above average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. "96 votes, and 56% of you say 0 light bulbs are out. I call liars. What do you say, Pirate? I feel like that we got a bunch of liars in here.
One. I promise you, I bet you I could find a light
You
out light bulb in a closet, maybe in their attic, the top of their attic. I promise you, I can find a light.
I'll tell you what. I don't think they're lying outright. I think that they actually just don't know how many light bulbs they have out. Yeah. I think that's what it is.
They don't know what they don't know.
Let me rephrase this. I don't mean to call you guys liars, but I think you just don't know how many light bulbs you have out.
Well, even if they beat me on the light bulbs, I'm gonna find a wobbly ceiling fan. I'm gonna find one of those ceiling fans that's wobbling like it's getting ready to rip the roof off. So they won't slide past my discerning eye.
So I have a 2-story house, and the front entry doorway light on both the inside of the house and the outside of the house has lights that are inaccessible easily without a ladder. What do you reckon?
Can lighting up real high?
Well, yeah, on the outside, yeah, and it's so high up that it's literally like basically roof.
I got an easy fix for you. Easy fix for you, man. And if the guy ain't got one of these tools, go to Home Depot or Lowe's. They got a light bulb extension.
Yeah.
It's like a fiberglass handle, and you unscrew it, and it reaches way out.
Okay.
It's got a little basket on the end.
That's good for outside. I know what you're talking about. That's good for the outside.
Okay.
I get
right.
that.
What do you got on the inside? What's on the inside?
It's a hanging chandelier.
A pendulum chandelier.
With the
I get news for
fake
you. Yep.
fake
Welcome
light.
to my world. Welcome to my world. You got to get a 12-foot ladder. I got a 12-foot fiberglass ladder. Always buy fiberglass because fiberglass doesn't conduct electricity, and I keep a 12-foot ladder because that's just the way it is, man.
Yeah, I don't have one of those.
It's in my garage. You're gonna have to invest in it. Get a Warner. They got them from Lowe's. You have it for the rest of your life. 12-foot Warner fiberglass ladder. Unless you have 8-foot ceilings, then you want a 6-foot ladder or something. But a man needs to have one good fiberglass folding ladder. Aluminum is a lot lighter, but aluminum conducts electricity. You want fiberglass.
Mm-hmm.
And Home Depot or Lowe's.
I have 4 ladders.
If a man can only buy one ladder and have no other ones, buy what we call the crew chief ladder. It's a ladder I used to use to work on Hayden's planes, and it's a ladder that folds up. It's multi-use. They're aluminum, and then you can either fold it into a V, or you can extend it all the way out like an extension ladder. It has like 7 different combinations on it. And if you can only have one single ladder in your life, that's the one to have.
I'm trying so hard.
I have one of those.
I feel proud.
The only ladder I know are ladder attacks.
What was you saying, KC?
I feel really proud that I have never, I've owned several homes and I've never bought a 2-story sized ladder before, and I'm trying so hard to never have to buy one.
Well, I'm not talking about a 2-story. That's like a 36-footer. I'm just talking about a little fold-up ladder that'll fit. It'll fit in a closet. This
chandelier I'm talking about's up there. I need a 36.
Yeah. Stockwiz.
There's no way.
Stockwiz.
Yeah, I'm here.
What's that? What's that for?
He said a joke.
Oh, did he? I didn't catch it at all. What was it? What was the joke?
Ladder attack. The only ladders he knows about is a ladder attack.
Okay. Yeah.
That one crew chief ladder though, Pirate, The one I've got is heavy as hell.
Yeah, but you got to understand it does like 6 different jobs. And if that's and you can fold that thing up and put it in the trunk of a Honda Accord. You can't put a 8-foot folding ladder in a Honda Accord. You can fold that thing up and
top of the ceiling.
Okay.
On the rooftop. You gotta get 2 guys, one guy holding one side, the other guy holding the other side.
Generally, KC, you get like you get the 2-piece extension ladder, KC, that's aluminum, and it'll be 12 foot long, so you can carry it in the back of your truck. But when it extends, it's good for 22, and that will work inside. So you don't get the 32 or the 36 foot, or they're 18 foot folded up. Get the one. It's 2 pieces. It's aluminum, and when it's folded up, it's only like 11 foot. And
do you get along? Do you get along with your neighbors, Casey?
Well, see, that's what I normally have done in the past, was just borrow one from a neighbor or something like that, because I just never wanted to
borrow
invest
once.
in it.
If you need it one time, borrow it. If you need to borrow it twice, it's time for you to buy your own.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, you can invite them over.
I just don't change the light bulbs out, and I just go like, yeah, let's suck it. They're all out. Every single light bulb's out on that thing, and there's probably like 6 of them in there.
You don't change your light bulb, you assume that people are lying about light bulbs being out.
No. It's not that. It's just that I know that even if I went around and changed every single light bulb in my house, I know that there's like legitimately light bulbs that go out that you just don't know about. And then sometimes if you finally take a walk around, you'll find it.
It's the bane of my existence. Mrs. Pyre's got these chandeliers here. You got to take the globe off to change the bulb. You know what a pain in the ass that is, man? And then they're on top of that, they're upside down like a tulip. Fucking nightmare, man.
You can't. I feel like you can't really own a home and not have a random light bulb someplace that you just don't know about that's out somewhere.
Maybe you.
What if you have skylights? How many skylights are out?
The thing is, I need at most a chair to get to any light bulb in my house. I don't need a ladder.
I wish
and I have
that were the case.
I have multiple light bulbs of each that I have in the house. There's nothing that burns like a light bulb and I don't switch it. There's no toy my daughter has without working batteries in it. So, yeah, no, that's not in this house.
Another easy one to find is the garage door openers have light bulbs on them that kicks the light on when the garage door goes up.
Yeah,
those burn out, and people are too lazy to change those too.
You know, I only change one of those whenever that goes out. I always change just one, and then when that one burns out, I change the other.
Until both of them burns out. yeah. I know.
I never change both of those because I'm like, why in the world would you do that? You'd only need one to light up the whole garage, so just change one at a time. It doesn't make any sense.
But then you start burning out the transformers.
I've never had a problem with the transformer burning out. That's the same garage door I've had for years. No issues.
Thor said Pirate's non-response to Yucca. I didn't hear Yucca. What'd you say, Yucca?
Then you start, you know, how they don't change. If there's multiple bulbs and they decide to leave it in there and then the other one goes out, then you start burning out the transformers on these?
No.
I never have.
I've never have. I've got one that's got like 12 candle bulbs in it, and I won't fuck with that thing until the last one burns out. And I've never had problems with that.
Then I don't know what I'm talking about.
But what are you talking about?
He's talking about fluorescent. Yeah, he's talking about fluorescent is what he's talking about.
Fluorescent lights. Yeah, that's a different story with fluorescent.
Yeah, we don't have that.
Yeah, they don't put transformers.
You're talking about the. It's not called a transformer. It's called a.
Fluorescent.
It's called a
transformer.
Igniters or
no? There's another name for it. I can't think of what it is now.
Ballast.
Ballast. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah.
B-A-L-A-S-T. Ballast.
That's it. Yep.
And then they used to have a little thing on them called a starter. It looked like an old film cartridge, and you could change the starter out on them.
And you're right about that, Yucca. I wouldn't, if I had fluorescent lights like that. You're right. I wouldn't let one burn out, and you're absolutely right. You got to replace them. So yeah, I agree. But that's not what I have. I have something entirely different.
Well, the big thing now, they want everybody to use these little bullshit LED lights instead of the old filament type. And man, I hate those things. They suck. And then they claim they last 10 years, and that's a bald-faced lie too. They want to charge you like $11 for a light bulb, but tell you that it's good, and it's all a fucking con.
Yep, it is. Yeah. It is a con. The ones that I bought are already going out and haven't been here for 10 years. So I'm like, that's a bunch of shit. So that pissed me off too, because I was like, I kind of doubted it too.
They forgot to tell you it's dog years.
When I bought it, I was like looking at it, I was like, there's no way this is going to last that long. And I went and bought them and put them all in the house. I was like, this will be great. I never have to change my light bulbs again until I move out of this place. And then they're all going out.
We live real close to a shooting range for aircraft. And we get these sonic booms too, and it shakes the house, and it's real hard on those little filaments. So a lot of times we get bulbs that get ruined before they've even reached the end of their serviceable life. But yeah, it's the bane of my existence. I hate them.
And you know what?
That's what happens to garage door lights. They bounce and jiggle so much it ruins the.
That's why you need a rough service bulb. They make one called rough service that has a more robust filament in them. Same thing you put on like a grinder. If you have a bench grinder with a light bulb on it, you can't just put a regular light bulb. It won't last a day. But you get those rough service bulbs and you're in good shape.
I thought for sure that when I was buying the LED Christmas lights for the Christmas tree, I thought, this will be great. And quite honestly, it has saved me a big headache from the regular light bulbs that I used to have. But there's still always one out somewhere, inevitably. And I'm always trying to figure out. I'm going like, what the heck is going on? Why is it always just one of them is out someplace, or it's two, and I think it's two to incomplete the circuit or whatever, and so you end up having to like search through the entire thing to figure out which is the one of the two. And but the LEDs are a lot harder to figure out because you can't just look at them and go like, oh, this is it. I don't know. I'm just complaining.
Christmas tree is pre-lit, so when Mrs. Pirate puts it together, you put the Christmas tree down on the ground. You put the first 4 foot on it, and then all the limbs unfold, and the lights are already on them. Then when you stick this second piece in it, there's little pins in the connector that would be like the center of the tree. When you stick that on it, and then you turn a little locking collar, and then those are all pre-lit in the heart, and it's 12 foot tall, but you do it. It goes up in literally 10 minutes. The tree and the lights, and we got that from Costco. And it's been a lifesaver at the holidays.
Yeah, my
Instant
wife
gratification.
has a pre-lit tree. Loves it.
Can't beat it, man. We've had this one for nine years, and it's the best thing I ever spent money on.
We're on our second one. We had one, and sections went out.
Bring it over, I'll beat the shit out of it.
I said I'd never get a fake tree, and now I'd never get a real one.
No.
Yep, I bought a fake, my first fake Christmas tree 30 years ago, and I used it for 20 years. The Christmas tree we have now, we got it for 10 years, and I can show you the return on investment there. Huge savings.
Yep.
Not to mention nothing.
Dude, especially when you come Christmas time, they want $45 for a fucking tree every year.
You walk into my house. You walk into my house, and you can come. I'll let you get within 8 feet of my tree. And I guarantee you that 50% of the people can't guess whether it's live or dead.
I will take that bet. How much are we betting? I will take that bet.
Maybe you. I said 5. Listen, I said 5 out of 10.
Oh, okay. All right.
Couldn't tell.
All right. Okay.
I didn't say you. 5 out of 10.
Yeah. You're right. Okay.
If you want to drop $100 every year for your entire life for a fucking Christmas tree, when you can go get a real good fake one for $300,
I do.
Yeah. That's great, John.
I'm pretty sure everybody on the stream would say it's fake at this point since you told us.
You know what, Papa Mac? I wasn't going to say anything, but I was like, you told everybody.
No, I'm just saying the point was I could pull random people in and ask them, and 50% of them, and the only reason that is because they got a 50-50 chance of getting it right. I'm just telling you, it looks real.
No, mine is flocked, and I'm telling you, you can't tell.
You can't. And you cover it with tinsel and tchotchkes, all the little ornaments and shit. And
I
was wondering if anybody even knew what flocked was. My mom always had to have a real tree flocked when we were growing up, and talk about a mess. But
it goes everywhere.
I haven't seen those in forever around here.
Probably got some type of chemical in it to make you have 6 fingers.
It's probably why I'm the way I am today.
It's got asbestos in it.
Yeah. No plastics for me. Yeah. Here's the other thing. Here's the other thing, right? Like everybody's complaining about plastics and everything, and it's like, and here everybody is buying these it saves you money, and everybody's buying these plastic Christmas trees. And what's going to happen? What's going to happen
So if
when
you
everybody?
use a Christmas tree, so which harder on the environment? Using a Christmas tree that you bought for 30 years that's made out of plastic, or going to a tree farm and cutting one down that he has to replant every single year, put fertilizer on it, water it, and wait 10 years for it to get big enough to cut. Which
All
one
the
of them
gas
is the bigger
driving
impact?
to and from the tree farm.
I'm going to go with
Driving the
since
tractors.
you're including all the oils and everything involved in creating the plastics, and then the non-biodegradable portion of it afterwards. I'm going to go. It's better to buy the Christmas tree farms and keep people in business. I don't know, man. I don't really care.
Then when you're done with it, where's the Christmas tree go? To the
It gets
landfill.
well. No, it goes. They go and they chop it all up and turn it into mulch.
Few have a little mixture. Very, very few. 99% of them go to garbage dump.
Well,
It's supposed to go to the lakes around here in Missouri.
around here we
Yeah,
have
they
a
make good-
we have a place
good
where we can drop it
tractors
off
for
and they turn it into mulch. So
Yeah, all the Home Depots in Atlanta just turned into mulch.
but anyways, I don't really care. Kim, welcome, Kim. Good to see her. She's here. She says, buy the fake tree after Christmas for the best deals. Once I got an 8-foot tall pre-lit for 75% off. It was the display tree. There you go.
There you go.
Pro shopper
That's what I'm
tip right
talking
there.
about. All right, Casey, let me ask you
7
this.
years ago.
Anybody who has a vehicle with one burnout headlight, raise your hand.
Oh, I just got it
Whether it's a
replaced though.
Taillight, headlight, or a turn signal bulb. If I can come to your vehicle and find one
Yeah.
bulb burnout, raise your hand.
I just got it replaced. Otherwise, I'd have raised my hand.
Yep. Me too.
Yeah.
I had to take my Jeep in to the shop because me nor my college-age son could do it ourselves. The thing was, you had to be a martial artist, gymnastics, flexible person with a special tool
Yeah.
apparently to get it out.
I had a car like that, and you would cut your hands off so badly, and I still had, and I
The
still
guy at
did
the
it.
shop told me his technician lost a finger over the deal. Yeah, I think he was joking. I hope.
Casey,
Yeah, no,
have you ever ran out of gas?
So when I first
yeah,
bought
you missed that.
my Dodge Challenger, I was driving and I thought for sure. Well, I didn't realize that some of these new cars have this like special plunger system in them to save the engine or the fuel lines and the engine. It cuts off before you're actually out of gas. So it told me that I had 20 miles left to go, and so I was like, all right, so I'll start looking for gasoline here, maybe in about 5 miles or 10 miles or whatever. And it got down to 15 miles left, and just shut off. And I was like, no! And it was the very first tank of gas that I had on the Challenger, and I haven't. That's the only time I've ever ran out of gas on a vehicle ever. Only time.
Yucca, is that going to be your excuse? Yucca, is that your excuse? You had a plunger?
I didn't have a plunger. I told you. I just ran out of gas.
I ran out of diesel fuel in our Viking one time. They charged me $600. They charged me $600 to pull me 200 feet. We ran out just as we were pulling up to the fuel dock, and it was a nightmare.
You know, we like to live dangerously. Those that ran out of gas, that's like living dangerously.
Yeah, so
Hard on an engine. You sucking all that trash off the bottom of your tank.
Either keep an extra can of gas or a pair of latex gloves. Is that what you're saying?
Or you can just pee in the tank. It'll reignite the.
Pee in the tank. Yeah, that's good.
The
Yeah,
latex glove
sure.
For the trucker.
What do you need to drink before you pee in the tank?
Yeah, Everclear.
You can always pee. Come on, if anybody goes to the bathroom right now, try to pee. They'll pee. Pee will come out.
My dad also said never buy gas at a gas station where you see the tanker that's pumping
Yep.
it into their tanks.
Yeah, it stirs up everything in the tank.
They're
Yep.
stirring everything up.
Yep.
Said wait a day or two.
Better believe it.
There's also something about buying gas when it's cooler out versus hot.
A lot cooler, maybe.
More dense, you get more for your money or something.
Yeah, you're getting more for your money because it's more dense. It's like
What do you want?
I disagree.
so nighttime is
Those are underground, right? Like, does it?
yeah, but they are underground, so yeah, it shouldn't be affected too much by temperature, but you still get the hoses on the top side that are heated by light and whatnot. So.
Alright.
But what? I'm curious though. You said you disagree, JJ. What's going on?
Well, and I stopped myself real quick because we measure all at work, we measure everything in pounds,
Mhm.
so it has no temperature. Whatever, if we buy 50, yeah,
Right.
if we buy 15,000 pounds of fuel, it's 15,000.
Mm-hmm.
So what's heavier, a pound of gold or a pound of feathers?
Blue and white. Aquifer.
Tendy said to get a CETO. Tendy's Mrs. Pirate signed us up for CETO, but she signed up for it the same day that we bought the boat. And because I ran out of gas the first day, they said that the policy didn't go into effect for 24 hours. So I had to pay the guy to tow me. That's another thing I learned. If you're going to buy a boat, get your CETO membership a couple of days beforehand. I got burned pretty good on that one.
I feel I'd have to quit my job if I ever ran out of gas in my car.
Yeah, that didn't look good on a pilot's resume.
Yeah, quarter
No,
tank is
doesn't
empty.
look good.
Quarter tank is
Yeah.
empty. Period.
I can't do it.
You know what the worst part was about running out of gas was I was in a turn lane for kind of a very congested area during rush hour traffic, and so when the police showed up, because they were the guys that were delivering the gas to me to get me back to a gas station, the police showed up first before they did, and the police officer pulled up behind me, and then wanted to use his car bumper to push my brand new Dodge Challenger. I'm talking about like this thing was brand spanking new, like I hadn't had it more than a couple days.
No, thank you.
Yeah, and
that's
he
not
wants to
gonna happen.
push me. He wants to push me with his car to get me out of the way because of the rush hour traffic. And I was like, no. He's like, yes. And I'm like, no, you can't push my car with your bumper. I'm like, I don't mind if I have to get out and hand push this thing, I'll hand push it myself, but you're not going to push it with. He's like, well, how much longer till the guy gets here for your gas? And he said he's literally like right down the street. So he's like, all right, well, if he's not here in 5 minutes, I'm pushing you. I was like, damn it. Luckily,
Yeah, I'd
the
be
guy
like, if
should've-
it's that important, buddy, get behind here with me and we'll both push it, but get your fucking car off my bumper. Yeah.
I think he was just trying to, get riz me a little bit because of the
Yeah.
fact that he knew it was a brand new car. So he was just trying to, he was trying to teach me a lesson, and it worked. I never ran out of gas again. But man,
That's your mistake. You shouldn't have told him ran out of gas. You should have said it just wouldn't. It had some sort of.
well, then he would have
problem.
pushed me for sure. Cause yeah.
Yeah.
Mechanics coming, 5 minutes.
Yeah. All right, guys, we got about 10 minits left here before I wrap. I'm actually going to wrap it up at about 2 minutes earlier because we've got Fuzzy Friday music. No, we got Fuzzy Friday music. It's it's special music, so we got to end it like 2 minutes earlier. So get it all out now. You got 7 minutes left. No, 6 minutes left. AMC is at $4.98. GME is at $28.93. I am 1 penny off. Who's the person that had $4.98?
That was Rex.
Dang it. No. He changed his numbers. Rex had it was Twisty. Twisty had Twisty had $4.98 for an average price, and changed it at the last second to
No, the new ever had $4.99 had the
508.
bottom.
He changed it to 508 at the last minute.
Yeah. $4.99 was the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
That was the top.
Rex, did you find a job yet? Did you find a job yet, Rex?
Yes, sir.
My man, I salute you, sir. I've been thinking about you. I was going
I
to
didn't-
give you enough time.
I didn't
bust
say
your balls
anything.
right off the bat, but I wanted
Did he announce this to the whole world? Because I didn't say nothing, so I don't know anything.
Doing it in silence, man.
Well, all right.
Well, he
now
didn't tell
everybody
me-
knows.
He didn't tell me it was on. He didn't tell me it was on OPSEC or on the operational security or communication security. He just told me he was moving on to greener pastures, and I wanted to know if he'd been any success or not. I wasn't admonished.
You
I
check in,
wasn't
right?
admonished to keep it as a state secret.
Well, I'm glad he found something because now it would have been terrible if he would have been like, nope,
Well, I was going to ask him every day, every single fucking day. I was going to ask him. Yeah.
Well, good job, Rex. Way to go.
Sometimes twice a day. Yeah.
Thanks, man.
I knew you would, buddy.
Am I reading this right that max pain for GME is $27.50?
It is correct.
Kind of odd they're not getting that a little lower.
Yeah, I know, right? Because normally that is the case. Let's see here. We've got yep, $27.50. That's the exact right number. That is going to cause some pain, right? Not for retail, but it's going to cause pain for institutions. To see price
put
closing.
Some calls in the money they didn't expect.
Yep, it's going to put in. Let's see how many strike prices would that put. 27.50, 28, 28.50. Yeah, at least two. It could close at 29 and put 3 strike prices in the money. It's close. Twisty says 10-cent upswing incoming.
Raise your hand if you haven't changed your air conditioning filter on your return air.
I went through them all.
In the last 3 months. Don't lie. Don't lie. Nobody, don't lie now. Come on, we're on the honor system, people. You're supposed to change your filter every 90 days. If I come to your house right now and I open up your return air grill, does it look like a piece of carpet in there? I'm sure.
My wife puts that in her phone and calendar, and she keeps 2 in stock at all times.
Are you kidding? Mine looks like way worse than a piece of
We
carpet. Mine looks like a
one
rug.
of our tenants call us up bitching and moaning about this, and Mrs. Pirate goes up there and opens the thing up, and it looked like it had a bath towel. There was so much lint, it looked like you took a beach towel, shoved it in there. I'm like,
She's making sweaters.
Well, I don't know why the air conditioning. I don't know why the air conditioner's not working. You haven't changed your air filter out in 4 years. Yeah. But hey, they are $1.90. They are $1.95, so I can understand the reticence to do that.
I've got a 4-inch filter, Pirate.
Well, that's okay. She still love you.
I got 4-inch soft.
4-inch what? Oh, there's something. He said filter. Oh, he said filter. I thought he said I've only got 4 inches. I was like, well, that's Navy guys. I mean, that's big for a Navy guy.
That's all I got. I got a lot of back pressure though. Strong thighs.
We're like, I swear we're so bad. We're Beavis and Buttheads over.
Good thing that.
Guys would be running around this weekend changing light bulbs and doing air filters, and their wives would be like, damn, what got into you? Like, man, I get tired of hearing his mouth. I don't want to hear his bullshit on Monday.
Running down to the Kroger, filling the gas tank up.
Yep, exactly.
A bunch of responsible dads on Sunday.
Busting our chops on Father's Day weekend, man.
Yeah, what the hell?
Tendies
What
knows.
the hell?
Tendies is bringing the good pro tip. Check your air conditioning drains. If you don't take a shop vac and vacuum out that little white pipe where the water drips out of your condensation, that thing will get clogged up with slime, and then the water backs up and it trips a little circuit and it shuts your air conditioning down. You should vacuum. You should give that thing a suck job once a year.
Every wife listen.
You hear that, Yucca?
Whoa.
You hear that, Yucca?
I'm on fire.
Whoa.
KC, I'm not joking. I'm being serious for just a second. We had the air conditioning guy here putting in a brand new unit yesterday, and we were talking about all this stuff. And he told me if he goes on 10 service calls, he said 7 of them, all he does is vacuum out the drain and hand them a bill.
Probably.
He said that's how much of their emergency service calls accounts for 70%.
I believe it.
Is
yeah.
Bank is showing it to you, I guess, whatever that is.
I only got part of that. What did preacher say?
Something
Monkey is
sound
showing
like,
you the
sound
thing
like a
on
monkey.
Discord.
Monkey. Oh wait. Oh, somebody's showing us a picture.
He's giving us a.
Hold on a second. Hold on,
Funky,
Funky.
you're muted. You're muted. Just
Funky's showing his filter right now. He just pulled it out. He's like, "There's my filter."
Brand new.
That doesn't even. Is that at work? That looks like work.
Come on, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got the high end HEPA. That's at HEPA, the HEPA. That's high end. That's like anti-allergen.
What?
Yeah, that's a nice one there.
Is
okay,
it?
I'll mark you off the list. I'll put you on the good boy list.
Hey,
I know what I'm looking at there.
That's how mine looks, Pirate, but I'm too lazy to walk downstairs to show you.
I've got a HEPA filter,
Nice filter you got there.
and it has honeycomb
I was at home.
pattern on it.
If I was home, I'd show you my big 4-inch.
That's a mighty fine filter.
We don't want to see
got
your
a
hairy
long
4-inch
pleat.
filter.
I got a long pleat on my 4-inch.
Notice it's not with him. It's not wherever he goes.
See, what people don't know, because they've never looked inside of an air conditioning unit, is inside of there's a radiator, like the radiator in your car, and that's what makes your house cold. And if it gets covered with pet dander, it's called an A-coil. And if it gets covered with pet dander, fur, dust, mice, and it builds up a coating on it, it'll start frosting up and it gets inefficient and it won't cool your house well and it drive your air conditioning bill up and everything. So changing that air filter out actually saves you money, big time.
All right, guys, that's it. That's all we got for today.
Done here.
We are done here.
A lot of pro tips there.
She wrote.
A lot of pro tips.
And a week.
What a public service.
I just want to, I figure most of you, not all of you, but probably most of you, or maybe a lot of you, and I don't know how many exactly, but I just do want to wish all of you guys that are fathers a happy Father's Day this weekend. You know, may you not have to change filters, change oil, or do any of those kind of special duties that you would normally do. And you have a day that you can just sit back and just relax a little bit. And enjoy your Father's Day. So happy Father's Day to you fathers out there.
JJ, take JJ. Don't hold it against you if those kids aren't yours. It's still your dad.
That's messed up.
I mean,
wow.
you pay,
JJ, I will give you.
I'm just saying, JJ.
I'm going to give the JJ.
You pay to keep the electric on. You pay for the groceries. You make those kids treat you good.
I'm going to give.
I'm going to give. Who their daddy is.
I'm going to give the JJ the final word, just because I feel like if he wants to defend himself, and then I'm going to head out and I'm going to go to play some bowling. So you guys aren't going to see me in the back of the big tramp after this is over. The JJ, go ahead, sign us out.
It's just Sunday. That's all I can say. It's just Sunday.
Okay.
I've got Hayden here with me, and he says he calls me dad, so I'm good with that.
All right.
There you go.
There it is. All right, guys. It is unfortunately that time of the day, and as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. You have a 2-day weekend ahead of you where it is Father's Day on Sunday, so happy Father's Day to the fathers that are out there. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets for a walk because they like getting outdoors too, and for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do, to support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good Father's Day weekend. Have a great one. Beep, beep.
seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Check.